After a cough, he said, "Master, I have arrived at the Southland of Sorcerers to decree Huowuji as the chieftain of the Southland. Moreover, I have brought 5,000 kilograms of high-quality crystals, 15,000 kilograms of fine steel, which could be used to forge marvelous weapons, and 25,000 kilograms of the ingredients of the pills that are of great use for training. Right now, Master is the best expert in the Southland of Sorcerers. All the barbarian cultivators here revere you and listen to your command. So, it will be the best if Master helps allot the items on behalf of us." Unmoved, Li Yao sniffed and said, "Anything else?" Hesitating for a moment, Ling Shoujing gritted his teeth and said, "This isn't really what we expected in the beginning. If truth be told, Master, all the items were prepared for Master Black Moon." "What level was Master Black Moon in?" "The beginning level of the nascent soul stage. Master's cultivation, on the other hand, must be at least in the high level of the nascent soul stage, isn't it? The gifts are indeed a disrespect for Master's identity and cultivation. After I deliver to the court the message that Master has returned with your incredible techniques, the court will certainly not wrong such an unparalleled expert like yourself, Master. The gifts will be at least double of what I just said." Li Yao was still emotionless. He said casually, "Okay." Ling Shoujing was even more confused about what the old monster really wanted. Gritting his teeth, "The Purple Pole Sword Sect is the best sword sect in the world. Countless sword arts and marvelous weapons are stored there. If Master is willing to join the great Qian dynasty, the techniques and the magical equipment will all be open to you." "Right." Noticing Li Yao's apparent lack of interest, Ling Shoujing thought of something and said in excitement, "With Master's cultivation right now, it is not entirely unlikely for you to be nominated as an important official in the court or a leader of a major state. If Master is interested," seeing that Li Yao was not interested in cultivation arts, magical equipment, pills, or crystals, he thought that Li Yao, as a barbarian cultivator, lived in the Southland of Sorcerers and boredom for too long and wanted to be an official. Li Yao was rather amused. He was not sure whether he should sigh or curse. Great Qian and Cloud Qin might be on par with each other, but the gap between their envoys were too huge. Han Yuantai was talking about ideologies, beliefs, ambitions, and future with him, while Ling Shoujing was talking about crystals, pills, techniques, magical equipment, and such. If it were the real barbarian cultivator master, spiritual vulture, who hadn't seen anything better, he might have been allured by the tens of thousands of kilograms of crystals and pills. However, for Li Yao, who was connected with the most powerful forces of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector, and who had seen the best things in the world, there was only one thing that he wanted to say: "Don't talk about money with me. It's too tawdry." Li Yao was too impatient to listen any longer. He waved his hands and said, "I always find the mundane affairs in the mortal world too boring. It doesn't matter whether Huowuji or Huowujio is the chieftain of the Southland. Let's just get it over with. What else do you want? It's done." Ling Shoujing was quite excited. Now that the old monster gave his consent that Huowuji, who was close to the great Qian dynasty, could be the chieftain of the Southland, it was indicative enough that the guy hadn't reached a satisfactory deal with Han Yuantai yet, and that the Southland of Sorcerers were still under the command of the court. Having accomplished the greatest purpose of his mission, despite the setbacks all the way, Ling Shoujing exhaled in great relief. He continued, "Other than that, the situation in the great Qian dynasty is sort of, I've heard a lot of things from Han Yuantai. There's no need to phrase it." Staring at him, Li Yao said coldly, "You can say straightforwardly that the great Qian dynasty is half dead with troubles everywhere. You must not believe in Han Yuantai's overstatement, Master." Ling Shoujing grew anxious. "Those people from Ghost are as cunning as foxes and as brutal as wolves. Have they ever spoken anything true? Right now, there are indeed some riots in the great Qian dynasty, and the Northern Territory isn't in the most peaceful state. However, the great Qian dynasty has weathered through all kinds of vicissitudes for 1,000 years. We are too well-founded to be knocked over by a few spindrifts. Of course, now that the world and the people are plagued by riots, rebellions, and evil beings, it is the time for cultivators such as to stand up and rescue the folks from the cataclysm. If the Southland of Sorcerers could provide 50,000 soldiers and 500 cultivators whom Master will command to the north, he. With a feigned smile, Li Yao said, "You want us to give you a troop of 50,000 soldiers, who will leave the warm and comfortable forest for the freezing north, where they will fight bloody battles against the cavalry of Ghost Qin that has just left the court's army with a crushing defeat last year?" "That is not what I was going to say, Master." Ling Shoujing had thought of it earlier. None of the nascent soul stage cultivators were idiots, including such a barbarian like Master Spiritual Vulture. Naturally, they wouldn't agree to such an outrageous request. Ling Shoujing in fact had other plans. He said confidently, "Master, rest assured, everybody knows that the northern people are not good at battles on water while the southern people are not good at battles on horses. I do not mean to ask the tough soldiers of the Southland of Sorcerers to march north to the dark prairies to be killed in vain at all. Honestly speaking, despite the valiance and brutality of the Ghost Qin soldiers, they will still be more than vulnerable when faced with the elite forces of the court. However, the inland of the Great Qian dynasty is in fact beleaguered by vermin. Most of the elite forces and high-level cultivators of the court are now stalled by the vermin and can't move around. That is why the Ghost Qin people had their shot. If we mobilize the elite troops and the main forces to the north, the vermin inland will be out of control and further expand. Eventually, it will be the common folks who suffer most. Therefore, I am hoping that the warriors and cultivators of the Southland of Sorcerers could be mobilized to the southeast, where they would suppress the local riot of the White Lotus cult. Then, the forces and troops in the southeast will be able to be spared to annihilate Ghost Qin in the north." Li Yao was dazed for a moment. He didn't see the coming of such a proposal. Ling Shoujing continued colloquially, "The southeast of the Great Qian dynasty is brimming with rivers and lakes. There are hills everywhere. The weather is warm and damp, very similar to that of the Southland of Sorcerers. The non-acclimatization which may happen if marching to the dark cloud prairies will not be a problem. Besides, the southeast is the most prosperous part of the Great Qian dynasty with the most abundant spiritual energy. Are there any warriors in the Southland of Sorcerers who do not want to appreciate it? I wonder, how did Han Yuantai interpret the White Lotus cult to you just now? The members of the White Lotus cult are all the most violent ghouls. Their leader, Wan Mingzhu, was the most notorious mother of all ghosts who fed on other people's vitality and flesh. It is said that even grass wouldn't grow anymore after the members' White Lotus cult pass. When the ghouls of the White Lotus cult congregate into an army and sweep across an area, the dozens of towns in the range might be emptied. Not just the living people, even the hens and dogs will be transformed into deadly ghosts. They are tragedies that happened before. It is the responsibility of us cultivators to slay the evils. This is also a great endeavor to serve the justice for the heavens. Moreover, you have lived in seclusion for decades, Master. Now that you have returned with your marvelous techniques, you wouldn't want to age and die in this remote land unknown, even if you don't want to be famous, right? Seeing Ling Shoujing's self-righteousness, Li Yao suddenly had a lot of mixed feelings. From the perspective of modern history view of the Star Glory Federation, if Han Yuantai was speaking the truth, the riot of the White Lotus could be classified as peasant rebellion. Dispatching the barbarian soldiers to suppress a peasant rebellion wasn't something Li Yao could tolerate. He felt that Ling Shoujing's mindset was too different from his. Their gap was much huger than that between him and Han Yuantai. Further communication would only be a waste of his time. "I've got it now. You may leave now." Li Yao snapped his fingers and said casually. Ling Shoujing was dazed for a moment, not knowing why the old monster suddenly changed his attitude when he appeared friendly just now. However, he did not dare to say anything anymore, fearing that the old monster might grow angry. Also, the old monster did not turn down the proposal on the spot either, so there was still room for negotiation. Therefore, he simply bowed deeply and was ready to leave with his daughter. "Wait," Li Yao suddenly said. "You can go, but your daughter stays." Ling Shoujing almost tripped himself over. Cold sweat was immediately popping up on his forehead. Ling Lanin opened her lips in a shiver too. Well, my daughter." Under Li Yao's glare, Ling Shoujing lost his calmness and did not know how he should respond. Ling Lanin, on the other hand, was rather confident. Taking a long breath, she soon calmed herself down and said in a low voice, "Rest assured, Father. Master Spiritual Vulture is a well-respected senior who has been famous since 100 years ago. Will anything happen to me now that he is here?" Li Yao smiled and said, "Your tongue is rather sweet, kid. Rest assured, although I'm not anything close to well-respected, I wouldn't go so far as to make things difficult for a young fellow at the peak of the core formation stage such as yourself. I'm told that you are one of the most distinguished disciples of the Purple Pole Sword sect in the past decades. I keep you here only because I'm interested in certain issues about the Purple Pole Sword sect." The father and the daughter looked at each other, more or less relieved. On second thought, although Mater Spiritual Vulture was best known for his ruthlessness, he never struck anyone as a lecherous man. Besides, he had to consider the reputation of the Purple Pole Sword sect after all. It was unlikely that he would piss off the Purple Pole Sword sect just for momentary pleasure, right? The Purple Pole Sword sect, the greatest reliance for the Ling family, was now in great trouble because of its relationship with Wang Shi. Such an old monster would certainly be a great help if he gave a hand. Thinking about that, Ling Shoujing reminded his daughter of something and left the garden uneasily. Calming herself down, Ling Lanin bowed to Li Yao again. "What do you want to know about our sect, senior? I'll certainly not keep anything from you." The Purple Pole Sword sect has 100,000 disciples and 5,000 imperial swordsmen that are all top experts whose sword auras could reach the sky. There are also 6 nascent soul stage cultivators. Their skills are even more incredible. Ling Lanin had almost said that there were 7 nascent soul stage cultivators in the Purple Pole Sword sect, but then she realized that thunderous straight swordsman Lu Chongxiao, one of the nascent soul stage cultivators, had already passed away. She could not help but feel depressed, and her tone became rather flat. Of them, fearing that the old monster would underestimate her sect, she bit her lip and stressed, "My senior uncle Yin Liren has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. He is so crazy about swords art that he is known as the sword maniac by the cultivators. He is one of the well-acknowledged 3 saints. He can frighten a troop of 1,000,000 soldiers with just himself and his sword. Peak of the nascent soul stage. Yin Liren, the sword maniac." Li Yao chewed on the name slowly. Putting it aside for a moment, he asked, "All right, since the Purple Pole Sword sect has 100,000 disciples and 5,000 imperial swordsmen, and you certainly have even more vassal families, where do your flying swords come from when there is such a high demand? Do you forge them yourselves? Or do you purchase them elsewhere?" "We forge them ourselves." It was not a secret, so Ling Lanin replied truthfully, "The Purple Pole Sword sect, as the best sword sect in the world, has a very high demand for swords and sabers. Many flying swords are declared to be total losses on a daily basis just because of the disciples' training. How can we purchase them elsewhere?" The Purple Pole Sword sect boasts the 100-Blade Mountain, which is an intersection of the mother lodes in the world. Thousands of rare materials are stored inside the mines. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures are excavated every year. Also, within the territory of the Purple Pole Sword sect, there are 9 springs that contain abundant spiritual energy and many amazing materials. With the spring water and the undying, eccentric fire deep inside the 100-Blade Mountain, we are able to forge unparalleled weapons. Furthermore, the Purple Pole Sword sect has collected the notes of the predecessors for hundreds of years. Through the traces on the notes, we have excavated a lot of the relics that belong to the great swordsmen of the past. We have retrieved many marvelous weapons of the ancient era. The experts in the nascent soul stage often use those treasures as their weapons." Li Yao's eyes suddenly shone. "Therefore, the Purple Pole Sword sect certainly boasts a very spacious place for refining. And you must have a reserve of many rarely seen materials, right?" Ling Lanin nodded. Yes. It was a fact that everybody knew. Ling Lanin could not lie about that. "All right." Li Yao nodded and said straightforwardly, "There's no need for me to hide the truth from you. I have indeed experienced certain fortuitous incidents in the past few decades before I reached the level I'm at right now. As for exactly what the fortuitous incidents are, you don't need to know. It will do you no good if you know too much. Right now, I have grasped the most incredible arts, but I still need some convenient magical equipment and blades. Ling Lanin's eyes glittered. She said in a hurry, "The Purple Pole Sword Sect has the best magical equipment and blades." Li Yao shook his hands and said, "The magical equipment I use is deeply connected with my essential techniques, and I have to forge them on my own. However, the Southland of Sorcerers is too far-flung with barely any resources. The metal materials here are particularly rare and of an astoundingly low quality. There are no appropriate springs, fire, and furnaces for refining either. Since the Purple Pole Sword Sect has everything I need, I am wondering if I can rent a place for refining from the Purple Pole Sword Sect and borrow your springs, fire, metal resources, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures which are needed for my magical equipment. Is this against your rules?" So, that was on the old monster's mind. Ling Lanin took a deep breath, and she replied in delight, "Absolutely not. We will all be honored by your presence. The flying swords produced by the Purple Pole Sword Sect are not just for the use of our disciples in the first place. Many of them are sold to other sections. Even several powerful troops of the court, including the Imperial Guards, mostly use the sabers and swords manufactured in the Purple Pole Sword Sect. Many high-level cultivators think exactly the same as you do, Master. They are unwilling to utilize the magical equipment made by others, but their own sect is short of a place suitable for refining or certain critical materials. Then, it is not unusual for them to rent a place in the Purple Pole Sword Sect, buy the necessary materials, and build their own magical equipment. The Purple Pole Sword Sect has always had a high reputation in that regard. Not only can we offer the rarest materials in the world and the best place for refining, we even have the servants, blacksmiths, and weapon testers that you may need during the refining. Before, during, and after production, no information about what you are working on will ever be leaked out. Whatever magical equipment you have in mind, Master, it will be your best option to come to the Purple Pole Sword Sect. There isn't a second sect that can surpass the Purple Pole Sword Sect in that regard." Li Yao nodded. In fact, on his way there, he had basically figured out through eavesdropping that the Purple Pole Sword Sect was the largest arms group of the Great Qian dynasty and a super amalgamation of weapon businesses and mining businesses. That was why he was patient enough to talk with Ling Lanin for so long. Li Yao was indeed in need of certain magical equipment, but it was the components of star beacons that he needed instead of flying swords for battle. When Li Yao set off from the Heaven's Origin sector, he had brought a high-level star beacon and numerous backup components in the storage space of Spark. However, countless accidents had occurred during the 100 years on his journey. He had wasted a lot of components on the star beacon to maintain Spark during his narrow escape from the dual star system. Furthermore, the thickness of the dark nebula and the weirdness of the cosmic dust there were far beyond his anticipation. Judging from the results of a few experimental transmissions, the signals did not travel very well inside the dark nebula. Therefore, for safety reasons, Li Yao had to fully maintain and strengthen the star beacons to ensure that the signals were shot back to his hometown through four-dimensional space instantly. Then, the components to make the space gate would be sent back to him and assembled by him in order to achieve the seamless connection between the two worlds. The maintenance and the construction of the star beacons could be done in the satellites of the planet or even outer space. But just as even the most experienced cook could not make food without ingredients, Li Yao had to prepare the components that he needed first. It was refining in a real world instead of a virtual game. Throwing some minerals and expecting the product was impossible. Li Yao had received pertinent training before he took off. He knew all the maintenance and strengthening plans. Technologically speaking, it was not a difficult task. However, by rough estimation, there were 122 materials that he did not carry or did not carry enough of in his cosmos rings. Also, since he was going to refine the components through ancient techniques, the quality of the cooling liquids and the fire would directly affect the quality of the final product. It was impossible for him to produce the components of the most precise, modern magical equipment in the jungles of the Southland of Sorcerers where there was absolutely no refining industry. The ancient sages sector did not have a sect whose sole business was refining, such as the 100 Smelting clan. Therefore, An amalgamation of weapon businesses and mining businesses such as the Purple Pole Sword sect would be his best choice. Also, Li Yao had taken one other thing into account. The Purple Pole Sword sect had become a prey that all other cultivators coveted because of its relation to Wang Shi's case. It also might have something to do with the high profits of the weapon business, which aroused the greed of others. However, the Purple Pole Sword sect was a deeply rooted super sect after all. There were 6 nascent soul stage cultivators, one of whom was even at the peak of it. It was unlikely that they would wait to be killed. Then, tensions and even conflicts would very likely break out between the Purple Pole Sword sect and the other sects in the Ancient Sages sector. If Li Yao intended to rise to fame under the identity of Master Spiritual Vulture in the shortest amount of time without raising any suspicion, so that he could make acquaintance with the core, high-level cultivators of the Ancient Sages sector, this would be the best starting point, no matter which force he decided to cooperate with in the end. And even if he had other plans and rejected all other forces, he had to repair and strengthen the star beacons. Therefore, he had to pay a visit to the Purple Pole Sword sect to get access to the rare metal materials and produce a batch of appropriate components. If he could observe a full outbreak of Sword Maniac, Yin Liren, a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage, along the way, he would be able to have a chance to evaluate the top combat ability of the Ancient Sages sector, which would be even better. Then Li Yao thought of something else. He asked, "You said just now that your senior uncle Yin Liren is one of the 3 saints of the great Qian dynasty. Who are the other 2? My senior uncle Yin Liren's sword arts are unparalleled in the world," Ling Lanin said. "He is the well-acknowledged sword saint." Huh? Li Yao interrupted her. "Just now, Han Yuantai told me that the lead eunuch Wang Shi's sword arts were truly unparalleled in the world, and that he was the best swordsman of the Ancient Sages sector. Why is your story different?" Hearing that Li Yao was putting an unpardonable eunuch above her senior uncle, she screamed without considering anything. It was not until she blurted those words out that she realized whom she was talking to. Her face immediately paled, and her sweat was dripping down. Her own life did not matter, but if she infuriated the old monster, it might be a disaster for her family and even her sect, in which case she would never forgive herself. Thankfully, after observing secretly for a while, she did not find any sign that the old monster was bursting into fury. His eyes that were as dark as the throats of an animal glanced at her up and down before he grinned. Han Yuantai said that the Purple Pole Sword sect was one of the eunuch's conspirators. "So, are you not with Wang Shi? Why do you think so little of him?" "Who? Who is the eunuch's conspirator?" Ling Lanin was more than angry, but she did not dare to lose her temper again. She controlled her voice and managed to explain. "The Purple Pole Sword sect is a noble sect that has a history of almost 1,000 years. Our rules are strict and the moral standard is high. The very first lesson that a master teaches their disciple is that we must serve justice with our swords. How could we ever hang around with scoundrels such as Wang Shi? It's just that my senior uncle sword maniac, Yin Liren, is a man who is utterly dedicated to his sword. Except for sword arts, he does not care about anything in the world. As for Wang Shi, he was more or less an expert in sword arts. Knowing that my senior uncle's sword arts are the best in the world, he came to visit my senior uncle to discuss sword arts many times. My senior uncle was quite lonely as an expert. It wasn't easy for him to find an opponent who was on par with him. When he was too excited, he couldn't care less about who his opponent actually was. Just like that, my senior uncle and Wang Shi made a deal of meeting annually. The two of them would spend 10 days discussing and competing in sword arts every year. For a couple of years, they even traveled around the beautiful scenic spots together, allegedly in search of battlefields suitable for their fight. They went to the depths of the mountains covered in mist, the oceans with surging waves, and the sunless bottom of the underground holes. In fact, nobody in our sect was in favor of getting too close with such an ambitious person, even including my master and the few other nascent soul stage cultivators. However, my senior uncle is a maniac, and he is at the unreachable peak of the nascent soul stage. Who can stop him from making friends when he wants to? All in all, my senior uncle was involved with Wang Shi for 7 years. No matter how hard we tried to cover it up, their relationship gradually became known to all the other cultivators. However, I can swear that my senior uncle and Wang, she were just discussing the sword arts. They were not connected at all except for the sword arts. Claiming that we are the eunuch's conspirators is a false and shameless accusation. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao sneered. Were they really not connected otherwise? Ling Lani blushed. She coughed and said in a low voice, "A few years back, when Wang Qi was in power, he was the one to decide exactly which sect the weapons of the court's troops would be purchased from. At that time, it happened that the Imperial Guards, the Kailan Army, and a few other strong troops were changing their gears on a large scale and purchasing new blades and magical equipment. The Purple Pole Sword Sect secured quite a few fat orders. However, the Purple Pole Sword Sect is the best sword sect in the world. The blades and magical equipment that we produce are the best in the world. Even without my senior uncle's relationship with Wang Shi, those orders still would have been ours. But right now, other sects won't let it go and smear us, labeling us as Wang Shi's conspirators." Seeing that the girl was seething with indignation, Li Yao could not help but feel amused. She was truly a silly girl who did not know how the world functioned. Had it not been for the connection between her senior uncle and Wang Shi, why would the super fat orders have been given to them? Were they the only sword forgers in the entire ancient sages sector? On the other hand, the Purple Pole Sword Sect must have swallowed the military purchase orders that should have belonged to other sects by taking advantage of the personal relationship between sword maniac Yan Liren and Wang Shi. It monopolized the whole market and thereby successfully enraged everyone else. Now that Wang Shi had fallen, it would be highly unusual if the sects did not take the opportunity to counterattack and force the Purple Pole Sword Sect to throw out what it had swallowed in the past. Judging from Han Yuantai and Ling Lanin's words, Ling Lanin's senior uncle, sword maniac, Yan Liren was the well-acknowledged sword saint in the Great Qian dynasty and the best expert in sword arts, but Wang Shi had been qualified to compete with him for 7 years in a row. There was still room for both of them to make progress. It was indicative enough of Wang Shi's own extraordinary sword arts. He could ask about more details on Wang Shi and Yan Liren later. Li Yao did not want to waste any more time on those questions and change the topic. Who are the other two people of the 3 saints of the Great Qian dynasty? When she thought of the second saint, Ling Lanin put on an indescribable smile and said, "The second guy that is on par with my senior uncle is Weird Saint, Ba Xiaoyu the Beggar." Ba Xiaoyu the Beggar? Li Yao was dazed for a moment. What kind of name was that? The guy was a super nascent soul stage cultivator after all. Calling him a beggar seemed rather disrespectful. Li Yao coughed violently and tried to hold back his laughter. "That's an interesting name." "Exactly," Ling Lanin said. Senior Ba's self-given nickname is the very first clue to his casualness and disregard of rules. He was the son of the leader of the Fulu Island in the Eastern Ocean. He boasted unbelievable wealth accumulated through overseas trade and training resources collected from the natural paradises on the ocean. His family was one of the richest ones in the world of cultivators, and he used to be a son living a carefree and comfortable life. However, when he was young, Fulu Island was demolished by 37 pirate gangs together. It is said that after the collapse of his family, Senior Ba had an epiphany and went to the world of mortals. He trained himself in the dirtiest places amid the most common of people. For some reason, he indeed perceived unparalleled techniques and became the most famous unaffiliated cultivator of the ancient sages sector. The senior nicknamed himself Beggar. So, he often shows up in front of everyone as a scrounger or a homeless person. His cultivation and his seniority are both very impressive, but his personality is very weird. He despises nobles and high-level cultivators and even often pranks those people. However, he is extremely kind to the poor people and always tried his best to help common folks. Whenever there's a natural disaster, Senior Ba is normally around to help. His reputation is very high among the folks. He is truly regarded as a deity walking on the earth by the people of the Great Qian dynasty. It is not exaggerating to call him a saint. Liu Nudasluli. Ba Xiaoyu the Beggar? There finally seemed to be someone whom he could try to make friends with and recruit. The third saint is Iron Saint Qizhong Dao, Master Righteous One, Ling Lanin said. He was already the leader of the cultivators when you went into seclusion. I don't think I need to introduce him further, right? Liao Sakrelli Fronat. He thought to himself, why don't you just give him an introduction? But he gave up the idea after thinking for a moment. Since the guy was a leader of the cultivators, he must be a very famous person, and Liao could uncover his past by asking anyone randomly later. It was unnecessary to risk asking too much about him right now. Of course, I've heard the name of Qi Zhongdao before. You don't need to talk more about him. Pondering for a moment, Liao said slowly, just now, Han Yuantai told me about the 4 rapscallions of the world, and then you told me about the 3 saints. I wonder, are the 4 rapscallions and 3 saints qualified to be listed among the top 10 experts today? Ling Lanin hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. My senior uncle, sword maniac. Yin Liren boasts the most extraordinary sword arts. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar has his own bizarre, unpredictable techniques. Master Righteous One Qi Zhongdao has the heaven-flipping seal, a primordial treasure, in his possession. The 3 of them are the top 3 experts on the side of justice. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu is the mother of all ghosts, and her expertise in dark arts is incomparable. Heaven-battering King Qi Changsheng has an indestructible body and practices the most dominating 1,000 miles of bare land technique. Wang Shi, with his apparitional night technique, was able to fight with my senior uncle for 7 years without being crushed. There's also Han Bailing, the magnificent monarch in the north who has created the Dragon Wolf arts himself. The 4 rapscallions deserve to be called top 10 experts, too. Very good. Brilliance flashing inside Li Yao's eyes. He released the daunting aura of a nascent soul stage cultivator nonstop. All the grass and trees in the garden were shivering. 3 saints and 4 rapscallions make 7 people. Little kid, if you were asked to make a list of top 10 experts, who would be the last 3? There is not a fixed answer. After all, many super experts will never fight with their best abilities until they are left with no choice. Ling Lanin paused for a moment and thought for a while. In the end, she answered reluctantly, Master Bitter Cicada of the Stupa Temple might be capable enough of fighting against the 3 saints and the 4 rapscallions, but he is a monk who focuses most of his attention on rescuing people. He is not often involved in the conflicts among sections, so he is not counted as one of the 3 saints. Also, my master said that, despite the young age of the emperor, it is quite possible that he has received all the heritages of the founding emperor of the great Qian dynasty. He is commonly believed to be a wise monarch who will reverse the situation and revive the great Qian dynasty. His cultivation is immeasurable, too. Really? Li Yao sneered. He suddenly burst into fury and cried, You are lying. Are you trying to fool me? Li Yao's saliva burst out, and Ling Lanin felt like she had just been crushed by a storm. She gritted her teeth so hard that they almost turned sour before she managed to reply, I dare not. I was not saying that because I meant to cajole you, senior. Master Black Moon was the top expert in the Southland of Sorcerers, but he was merely at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. Let's leave him aside. Han Yuantai, the Lord of Behemothik Eagle, is a famous expert from the Dark Cloud Prairies at the middle level of the nascent soul stage. Last year, when the Ghost Qin cavalry trampled on the central plateaus, he was among the vanguard. In less than 1 month, he broke into the headquarters of quite a few northern sects, slaying 1 nascent soul stage cultivator and 9 cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage. His dominance is known by the world, but such a brutal man, together with Master Black Moon, was not able to resist 1 attack of yours, senior. Within a breath, one of them was captured, and the other died. It's obvious enough that your cultivation must have reached the peak, too. Before I left for the mission, my master told me the basic criteria to determine one's capabilities. The 3 saints for rapscallions, His Majesty, and Master Bitter Cicada belong to the level of super experts. Han Yuantai, in the middle level of the nascent soul stage, belongs to the tier of first-rate experts. There is an enormous chasm between super experts and first-rate experts. Without rarely seen opportunities, and without extraordinary personal aptitude, the chasm is barely crossable. Now that you can suppress a first-rate expert easily, senior, you must belong to the tier of super experts too. You are absolutely qualified as one of the top 10 experts in the world. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Li Yao burst into the craziest, most arrogant laughter, with greenish, ghostly fire beaming out of his black eyes. He stared at Ling Lanin without blinking for a long time. Then he nodded and said, "Well put. I picked up the greatest treasures that nobody could ever imagine in that place by accident, and I trained myself in seclusion for decades, holding back the pain of being skinned and reborn as many times as I narrowly escaped the dangers of becoming mentally deranged. Finally, I have grasped the best techniques in the world, which shall not be wasted in the Southland of sorcerers. Top 10 experts? He. It's fine that I'm not on the rank, but if I am, I will be the top one. Kid, I don't need to hide my ambitions from anyone. I'm not interested in dealing with the messy trivia in the Southland of sorcerers at all. Your father, Huowuji, and the chiefs, priests, and sorcerers from the 100 tribes here can make arrangements however you see fit. For me personally, I'm going to travel the world and meet the great heroes of the present day, including the super experts in your eyes, the 3 saints and the 4 rapscallions and such. Let's begin my journey from the Purple Pole Sword sect. What do you think?" Ling Lanin thought quickly. The barbarian cultivator from a desolate area, who had suddenly grasped unparalleled techniques, was almost like a bumpkin from countryside grew rich overnight due to a windfall. It was quite understandable that he wanted to show off in the fabulous world outside. After all, the old monster was in need of the resources and refining facilities of the Purple Pole Sword sect. There was certainly room for cooperation between the two parties. It was unlikely that the guy would go on a rampage the moment he arrived at the Purple Pole Sword sect, right? Since he had consented that Huowuji would be appointed as the new chieftain of the Southland and was not stopping her father's actions in the Southland of sorcerers, it was obvious that he was still vaguely on the great Qian dynasty's side. If that was the case, everything was simple. The Purple Pole Sword sect had been in peril over the past few months. If such a tough and brutal old monster came to visit, other people who did not know that he was there to rent a place for refining would inevitably think that he had been invited by the Purple Pole Sword sect to help the situation. They would certainly have more concerns if they wanted to start more trouble. Thinking about that, Ling Lanin bowed deeply. "It will be our honor to have Master Spiritual Vulture in our sect. You will certainly be welcomed most warmly, Senior." After making a deal with Ling Lanin, Li Yao asked her to forward the message to Ling Shoujing. Although Ling Shoujing did not get thousands of soldiers immediately, persuading such an old monster in the middle-high level of the nascent soul stage to visit the Purple Pole Sword sect was an accomplishment even better than drafting 100,000 barbarian soldiers. Naturally, Ling Shoujing could not have been more satisfied. Huowuji, Meng Duo, Gu Sidwa, and other leaders of the barbarian tribes, after hearing the news that Li Yao was going out to travel, were not sure whether they should feel happy or worried. Of course, they were all crying as if their parents had just died and were almost clinging to Li Yao's thighs, begging him not to leave. Fearing that some of the barbarian cultivators might be Master Spiritual Vulture's old acquaintances and notice something wrong about himself, Li Yao simply dismissed all of them after a few words. The chiefs, priests, and sorcerers of the Southland of sorcerers then delivered him tremendous local specialties to Li Yao as farewell gifts. Snakes, rats, ants, poisons, and bugs as thick as Li Yao's arm were offered to Li Yao in baskets. Li Yao greatly frowned at their kindness. Later at night, Li Yao set Han Yuantai and the hundreds of knights from Ghost Qin free. Quite a few barbarian cultivators were still loyal to Huowujio. If they were kept in the place, chances were that they would run into conflict with Huowuji's supporters again. So, Li Yao asked the Ghost Qin people to take them away, too. Although they were allowed to go, the souvenirs were forced to stay there. Li Yao was new to the place. He could not use the currency of the Federation. Therefore, as a poor boy, he was in dire need of a generous magnate such as Han Yuantai. After all, Han Yuantai had brought many treasures and crystals on his trip south, which should have been given to Master Black Moon and other barbarian cultivators who supported Ghost Qin as gifts. Naturally, they were all Li Yao's property now. After the guests from Ghost Qin were dealt with, Ling Shoujing held a ceremony to decree Huowuji as the new generation chieftain of the Southland. Li Yao had announced that he would not be concerned with the issues in the world of mortals. The way he saw it, Huowuji did not look like a man blindly loyal to the great Qian dynasty. Instead, the guy was simply acting like such a person. If Ling Shoujing intended to mobilize his barbarians for battles, the two of them would certainly have long talks and meetings. Ling Shoujing's army would be stationed in the Southland of Sorcerers to demonstrate the power of the court and to maintain order. Since Ling Lanin had been sent by the Purple Pole Sword sect to reinforce Ling Shoujing and was not restrained by the Emperor's order, she was free to leave. Therefore, with Ling Lanin leading the way, the two of them flew all the way to the central plateaus on their swords without being troubled by the terrain anymore. With Li Yao and Ling Lanin's cultivation right now, and with the intense spiritual energy of the ancient sages sector, it was not entirely impractical for them to fly thousands of kilometers and directly return to the headquarters of the Purple Pole Sword sect in a dozen days. However, because Li Yao intended to observe the life of the ancient sages sector, they put their swords away after they reached the north of the Sorcerer's River, which was the borderline between the Southland of Sorcerers and the Central Plateaus. Li Yao disguised him as a low-level, unaffiliated cultivator and bought himself a boat that was driven by spiritual energy. Asking Ling Lanin to pretend to be his servant, he went along the river all the way north. Ling Lanin was rather anxious that her sect had already fallen into war with other cultivation sects while she was away. She almost could not wait to fly back to the Purple Pole Sword sect immediately with her back stabbed with swords. However, she knew that the old monster near her was quite temperamental. Although he had expressed his intention to cooperate with the Purple Pole Sword sect, he might change his attitude at any moment if he was unhappy. Therefore, Ling Lanin, as one of the youngest female cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage, praised as the most brilliant star in the younger generation of the Purple Pole Sword sect, nominated as the Orchid Angel of the Four Angels by the fellow cultivators when Wang Shi was still in power, could only cover her face and work diligently as Li Yao's servant, hoping that he had found enough entertainment in the outside world soon. Although the Sorcerer's River was not the longest river in the great Qian dynasty's territory, it was definitely the most twisting, dangerous, and thrilling one. It was especially so in the north of the river, where the cliffs were high and the forests were misty. Tigers and leopards were roaring all the time. When the boat was floating amid the surging tides, and when the noises of all kinds of demon beasts were coming over from the depths of the obscure woods, Li Yao felt that he was traveling along the Styx. The journey was quite breathtaking. Li Yao appreciated the beautiful land of the ancient sages sector, which had yet to be highly developed. After every pier he reached, he would dock the boat and observe the villages and towns next to the river. He realized that Han Yuantai was not wrong about one thing. The great Qian dynasty was truly heavily controlled by the cultivation sects, which were essentially independent kingdoms. The towns of a reasonably large scale everywhere that he went had a cultivation sect garrisoned, which would often occupy the best place and establish an inner city. They built up coruscating buildings and fortresses. The colorful defense rune arrays were on all day. The sunlight, after the reflections of the defense rune arrays, further accentuated the splendor of the cultivation sections. Such a view was a vivid contrast to the outer city, which was ragged and populated by ordinary folks. They were almost two worlds. In the modern cultivation civilization that the Star Glory Federation was, even the most weak, ordinary people could be clean and tidy, with a healthy body and high spirits. At first glance, they were not much different from cultivators. However, in the world of ancient cultivators where productivity was low, the difference between deities and mortals did exist. What were the ordinary people struggling in their burrows for if not lambs and ants? Therefore, the cultivators that Li Yao observed might not necessarily have had a malicious attitude toward the ordinary people, but their condescension was obvious when they were engaged with ordinary people. They looked at ordinary people with more indifference than contempt. It seemed to them that the difference between them and ordinary people was natural and self-justified. It was almost always the case after he passed more than 10 sections. Such a sight sent Li Yao's thoughts into disarray. He was going to criticize the ancient cultivators who despised ordinary people with the glorious theory that cultivators are fish, ordinary people are water, and cultivators are the sabers of humanity from the Star Glory Federation, when the words of some locals of the ancient sage's sector slapped him in the face. It happened when he stopped by a town named Stone Marshalltown. Seeing that the headquarters of the Stone Marshall Hall was particularly spectacular, and the houses of the ordinary people nearby were more dilapidated than usual, he was quite interested and decided to stop to investigate. He found an excuse to get Ling Lanin away before he entered Stone Marshalltown, disguised as a traveler on the road. As he expected, the cultivators in this place was more arrogant than usual and simply viewed ordinary people as nothing. When he caught the casual conversation of a few customers in a tea shop below the mountain outside of the city, Liao could not help but feel infuriated. As it turned out, the Stone Marshall Hall had been acting on its own in the place. Not only was it blocking the food and tax that was supposed to be submitted to the court, they were even demanding servitude in the name of the court. The households of ordinary people within the Stone Marshall Hall's territory had to provide labor service for the Stone Marshall sect for 3 to 5 years, during which time they were paid little to nothing. The youngest son of this customer was at service in the Stone Marshall Hall in the beginning. He had been toiling for 3 years for the cultivators and was about to be free to go back home. But one day, the Stone Marshall Hall threw his cold body out, claiming that he had died abruptly because of exhaustion. Judging from the body, it was indeed skinny, with veins bulging out. He had obviously borne too much work for too long. More importantly, when the customer was talking about his youngest son's death, despite his sorrow, there was no dissatisfaction about the Stone Marshall Hall at all. The fellow customers were also merely sighing about the fact that he was unfortunate and that his youngest son must have been fated to a short life. However, they did not dare to complain about the Stone Marshall Hall at all. They did not even realize the Stone Marshall Hall's responsibility. Liao could not take it anymore. With all kinds of thoughts rolling in his mind, he could not help but scorn the customers. But as it turned out, his words raised public fury, and he was lambasted by everyone. Even the customer whose youngest son had passed away due to overworking for the Stone Marshall Hall also spat on him. The attitude of the customers dumbfounded Liao at first, and then rendered him speechless. Eventually, he blushed in embarrassment. As it turned out, the area around the Stone Marshall sect was the most mountainous area with the densest forests in the basin of the Sorcerer's River. The tiny basin was surrounded by the highest mountains, which were mired in mist all year long. In many places inside the mountains, there were exceedingly few days with sunshine. The rest of the year was continuous rain. Such a desolate area was naturally packed with wildlife and demon beasts, which would not only swallow the villagers who accidentally trespassed into the forests, but also sweep across the towns below the mountains in hordes, leaving nothing but bones behind. Despite such a harsh environment, one city, almost 10 towns, and dozens of villages had been developed. It was all thanks to the cultivators of the Stone Marshall Hall. It was because they marched into the forests fearlessly slaying the evil in their way and expanding the safe regions time and time again that the ordinary folks could follow up, burn the trees to the ground, and establish new villages. Over the 200 years since the Stone Marshall Hall was founded, they have eliminated the dens of fiends and demon beasts in the forests more than 10 times every year. 20 to 50 deities perish every year. That's right. In recent decades, to slay the evil, even 2 leaders of the Stone Marshall Hall have sacrificed themselves. Without the deities from the Stone Marshall Hall, the settlements within hundreds of square kilometers would have been savaged by the monsters. That is exactly why this place is named Stone Marshalltown in honor of the great help of the deities. You should thank others when gratitude is due. How can you be a guy who forgets what a great favor other people have done you? Even 2 of their magnificent leaders have passed away. 20 or so regular disciples are killed every year, too. Almost 10 disciples can be killed in a single trial. What's there to complain about when one individual from our household dies? Liao did not expect that the numb and ignorant victims would say that. He stammered for a while, but insisted that, regardless, the Stone Marshall Hall should not block the court's tax or initiate servitude without permission, which was a complete disrespect for the authority of the court. If every sect did what the Stone Martial Hall did, they would be independent kingdoms. Then, what would happen to the great Qian dynasty, which was shaking in the storm? His words raised even merrier laughter. At this moment, all the customers regarded Li Yao as a pedant who had read too many books and stopped bothering about him. A civilized-looking local, who appeared to be a teacher, counted his fingers and did the math for him. First of all, theoretically speaking, the Stone Martial Hall certainly did not have the right to block the food and tax that should have been submitted to the court. But then again, for ordinary folks, they had to pay taxes either way. If the food and tax was handed over to the court, God knew what they would be spent on. Or rather, they might take a few turns among the high officials in the court, only to be pocketed somewhere in between. In comparison, if they submitted the food and tax to the Stone Martial Hall, which was a local sect after all, most of the earnings would be devoted to the local area, even if some of it was squandered. So, the local people would rather not give their belongings to people from elsewhere. Moreover, annihilating the monsters in the forest in order to collect the rare materials and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the forest was greatly beneficial for the Stone Martial Hall itself. It was even the fundamental approach to sustain the Stone Martial Hall's development. Without the motivation of the folks, the Stone Martial Hall would still try to slay the monsters. Most of the resources that they demanded from the folks would be dedicated to that end, too. To some extent, it was also kind of from the people and for the people. Therefore, the Stone Martial Hall had the full support of the locals. Every year, when the tax was filed, they would work together with the Stone Martial Hall to block the food and the money. The same went for servitude. For most folks, they had to take servitude either way, either in the Stone Martial Hall or for the court. But serving the Stone Martial Hall had a lot of merits. First of all, the Stone Martial Hall was a local sect. Even the high and mighty cultivators were mostly distant family members to them. Could the cultivators turn a blind eye to all their family members and even regard their father and mother as aunts? Naturally, it was impossible. At least, for most of the low-level cultivators, they were not cold-hearted enough to ignore their 70-year-old mother's begging. Therefore, to the servants that their 70-year-old mother introduced, they might be rather indifferent on the surface, but it was unlikely that they would intentionally torture the servants. So over the years, some ordinary people did die of exhaustion while serving the Stone Martial Hall, but few of them were killed in torment. Even if some of them were killed on purpose, it was mainly because they had violated the rules of the sect and were used to set an example for others. Moreover, if they served the Stone Martial Hall and worked harder, the cultivators of the sect would have more time for training to be stronger, and if the cultivators were stronger, they would be able to kill more demon beasts. Would the local villages not be more peaceful? Also, by serving a cultivation sect, if the folks were smart and lucky enough, they might be able to pick up some fundamental martial arts. With enough luck, they might even become cultivators someday, although the odds were little to none. For the folks who tilled their land throughout their life, it was the only channel to change the life of their children. Even if the path did not work out, as long as they were dutiful enough and won the favor of a certain deity, they would have a great reliance when they walked among their fellows in the future. Serving the court, on the other hand, carried none of those benefits. First of all, servitude of the court often demanded that the folks be moved to a foreign place thousands of kilometers away. It was not unusual for them to be bullied, beaten, and exploited without anyone to turn to. Honestly speaking, if the folks died in the Stone Martial Hall, their body was at least left intact. If they joined the army of the court and got killed on a battlefield thousands of kilometers away, it would be a blessing of their ancestors if an urn of their ashes was sent back. Also, the troops made of ordinary people were the lowliest professions. They had barely any chance to get in touch with the cultivators, receive their tutelage, or find support. Lastly, if the young and strong people were drafted too far away, who was going to deal with the monsters in the forest nearby? The deities could not do the chores while slaying the monsters at the same time, right? What? The court needed troops to fight Ghost Qin? What the F***CK did Ghost Qin have to do with those citizens? It was not Ghost Qin who caused trouble in the local area, but the monsters in the forests. It was the Northerners' business that the Ghost Qin Knights were trampling on their land. Why should the Southerners bleed for them in vain? Court? In our place, the court is just ***. The stone martial hall is the heaven. The teacher-like local declared to Li Yao as such both profanely and proudly. When the monsters go on a rampage, all the deities from the stone martial hall attack them together. Where's the army of the court? Nowhere. But when harvest season comes, they come pretty fast to requisition the grain, only to be beaten back by the deities of the stone martial hall. However, under their pitiful gazes, he did not know where to begin. After he left the tea shop, under the guidance of the teacher, he went to visit the local temple, which was said to be a popular place. Religions were very important on the two sides of the Sorcerer's River. There were many temples in the villages and even in the forests. However, it was rarely the groundless deities that were enshrined in the temples, but the cultivators of the local sects who had sacrificed themselves in the operations to slay monsters. It was said that the cultivators' souls would not entirely wither after they perished, and that if the souls were enshrined, they would still protect their hometown and the people. Therefore, after cultivators of the stone martial hall perished, temples would be established for those who had a high cultivation and position. The deceased low-level cultivators would also be allotted to the temples and be enshrined together with the seniors. Most of the villages had more than one temple, which were often the most splendid buildings in the village. With green bricks, beautiful tiles, stone lions, and a bronze gate, they were a major contrast to the low, ragged cottages around them. Inside every temple, the souls of 3 to 5 cultivators were enshrined. They were the things in highest demand. Every time a cultivator of the stone martial hall passed away, all the local villages would fight for them. Everybody would promise the most generous reward, hoping that the soul of the deceased could be led back to their town. The number of souls enshrined was a symbol of the capability of a town. For cultivators were enshrined in the temple that Li Yao visited, including an elder and a leader of the stone martial hall. It was known as Four Saints Temple and was the largest temple nearby. No wonder the villagers said that it was a popular place and that the prayers there were often very effective. The statues of the 4 cultivators, enshrouded in gold powder, were standing inside the Four Saints Temple. A few rune arrays that could trigger colorful light had been carved in the darkness, too, making the statues look rather elegant and vivid. If the ignorant villagers ran into them at night, it would be quite understandable to mistake them for resurrected heroes. A few bronze plaques nearby had been carved with the life events of those cultivators and the reasons for their demise. Li Yao read carefully, only to discover that 3 of the cultivators had perished when fighting the ferocious animals in the forest, while the leader, who was at the peak of the building foundation stage, had been killed by a strong, evil cultivator who had happened to flee to the local area. Li Yao did not know how he should comment on them anymore. It was obvious that a cultivation sect could not solely live on the taxes of local villages. For training, the cultivators had to hunt the demon beasts in the forests, retrieve their meat and cores, and excavate the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and crystals from the mountains. That was the bedrock of a sect. So, the stone martial hall went into the mountains to slay the monsters for the survival and development of the sect. It was not just a selfless endeavor of serving the justice. Yet, objectively speaking, it was exactly because those cultivators had fought the monsters and the demon beasts unwaveringly for hundreds of years that the ordinary people had been given a piece of land where they could survive. When the monsters went down the mountains to cause trouble, or the foreign evil cultivators fled to the villages, the deities of the stone martial hall never hesitated. Therefore, if he was asked whether or not the cultivators of the stone martial hall had made any contribution to the ordinary people here, Li Yao found it impossible to say no brazenly. A cultivator from the stone martial hall scorns and patronizes the folks today and can't look more obnoxious. But chances are that he will unfortunately be killed while fighting the monsters in the mountains tomorrow. From his point of view, he merely goes there to collect cores, bones, and herbs for his own training, and he certainly never bears the interests of the folks in mind. But objectively speaking, he has indeed paid with his life and contributed to the peace and happiness of the people. Is such an ancient cultivator a good person or a bad person? Li Yao could not figure out the answer for the time being. Moreover, did the ancient cultivator really never consider the interests of the folks at all? The cultivators of the Stone Marshall Hall were mostly locally born and raised. The parents and children of many cultivators were ordinary people living in the place. When the monsters went on a rampage down the mountain, the families of the cultivators would suffer a catastrophe too. When the cultivators were slaying the monsters inside the forests, were they really simply considering their own interests without at all feeling that they were protecting their hometown? Unlike plants, human beings had emotions. Could everything in the world simply be judged as right or wrong? Leo Sacarelli Siga. After hesitating for a long time, he finally bowed to the four ancient cultivators represented by the four statues as a modern cultivator and called them respectfully in his heart seniors. No matter what, the ancient cultivators represented the history of the civilization of mankind and the past of all the modern cultivators. Would there be a future without a past? When he was about to leave, Liao noticed a detail. In front of the four statues, dozens of trays of sacrificial offerings, including roasted chicken, meat, and steamed buns, were placed. Liao knew that, considering the poverty of the local villages, they could barely afford porridge. The chicken, meat, and steamed buns were the most delicious food that they would not dream of having for even the spring festival. There was no telling how much trouble the villagers had gone through to purchase so many items for the statues and how much of their good was attached to the offerings. However, those offerings were now slowly deteriorating in front of the statues and would certainly entertain the rats and ants later. A few dirty, beggar-like kids, with barely any clothes on them, were standing outside of the temple. They were standing on their toes and drooling while they stared at the offerings. Yet, they could only watch the chicken and meat slowly decay, but had no courage to even lick the food. Liao heard the thunderous sounds inside the kid's belly. His appreciation for the ancient cultivators that he had just gained was immediately suppressed again. At this time, cries were echoing in the village outside, which seemed to be contagious. Very soon, the entire village, and even a few villages nearby, were drowned by tears. Liao exited the temple to see what happened, only to discover that almost 100 white flags had been raised in the village. Many folks were already in White One, apparently quite familiar with the situation. The other day, Elder Lay of the Stone Marshall Hall led 20 new deities into the mountain for a trial. They unfortunately alarmed an eccentric boa that had lurked below the ground for decades and was about to evolve into a dragon. Elder Lay and 6 new deities perished. Perished! Cries and moans were echoing everywhere within the range of Stone Marshall Town. Liao spent one day tracing and executing the eccentric boa that had a red lump on the head. He then dug out the corpses of Elder Lay and 3 cultivators from the beast's stomach and carefully preserved them. When nobody was around at night, he put the dead bodies down at an intersection below the mountain. Bowing to the deceased 3 times, he returned to his own boat at the pier on the Sorcerer's River with complicated feelings. Later, while he explored the towns by the river on the way east, he lost the arrogance of one from a modern civilization and tried to observe the issues from the perspective of locals. The next 20 or so towns were more or less the same. They were all centered around the cultivation sections. The cultivators in such places were indeed high and mighty existences who were even more powerful than the emperor. However, the terrain along the Sorcerer's River was almost identical to the nearby of Stone Marshall Town. Mountains were high, forests were dense, and monsters and ferocious animals were many. Without cultivators fighting them, it was impossible for ordinary people to live. If Liao were a local peasant, what could he have done faced with the deadly monsters and animals except for placing all his hope on the deities? If Liao were a local cultivator, he would not necessarily have felt guilty about the relationship at all. Instead, he would feel that it was only natural that the folks admired, worshipped, and revered him, because he was training hard every day to guarantee the peace of the local villagers at the risk of his own life. After a few days, they finally moved out of the zigzagging part of the Sorcerer's River and entered a new stretch of the Sorcerer's River, which was mostly hills and plateaus. Starting from the place, they had gradually entered the southeast of the Great Qian dynasty, which was the most prosperous land with the most intense spiritual energy. The land was much more developed there. Naturally, There were few primitive forests or ferocious monsters. The hills and lands were all utilized at a high efficiency, however small they were. It was barely possible to find a desolate land the size of a fingernail. After 1,000 years of land annexation, most of the land and forests belonged to the local noble families. They were rented to peasants for tilling. The noble families were often affiliated with a certain cultivation sect. So, some of the best lands were the cultivation sect's property, and there was no way that ordinary people could lay their hands on it. The population there was too large for the usable land. The territories of most of the cultivation sects were right next to each other. Therefore, the threats around this stretch of the Sorcerer's River were no longer wildlife, but other cultivation sects. Here, Li Yao witnessed a fight between two cultivation sects for the first time, under the lead of almost 10 building foundation stage cultivators. Almost 100 cultivators in the refinement stage, holding the banners of their respective sects, crashed into each other like two throngs of tigers. They were attacking each other so cruelly that they did not seem to care that they were of the same kind. After fighting for less than an hour, 3 building foundation stage cultivators and more than 20 refinement stage cultivators had been killed. The reason of the fight, however, was not for an unparalleled technique or any heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but simply a cow. A regular cow. As a result, a large fight between Village B and Village D began. In the poor and uncivilized area, such village-wide fights were nothing unusual. For cows, for water sources, for land, for women, or for grudges accumulated through all kinds of trivia, 2 villages might be fighting hard, each dropping a few dead bodies. It was rather a common practice. However, Village B and Village D happened to be at the border of the territories of 2 cultivation sects, and they were under the protection of the 2 cultivation sections. The souls of the cultivators from the 2 cultivation sects were also enshrined in the 2 villages. The incense was burning inside the 2 temples all year long. During the fights, the villagers often invited the statues inside the temples with them, covering the statues in fancy garments and lighting up firecrackers. A few muscle men would carry the statues to the front, hoping that the deities would watch over them and guarantee their victory. However, it was often unavoidable that the statues of the deities on one side were broken. Some of the villagers even intentionally tarnished them with dog blood or the cloth women used during their menstrual period. For the cultivation sect that was the supporter of the losing side, how could they watch the souls of the cultivators of their own sect be insulted like that? If the rumors spread that a certain cultivator of a certain sect could not even help the believers on his side win a battle despite the amazing techniques that he had when he was alive, and a bunch of peasants even broke his halo easily with a basin of dog blood, would the cultivation sect have any reputation among the cultivators? Therefore, it was necessary that the cultivation sect should stand up for the peasants within its territory. To stand up for the peasants, they would not demean themselves by troubling the hostile peasants, but simply go to their protector. Because the 2 sects bordered, a lot of friction had certainly developed during the long history. They had long developed grudges with each other, not to mention that there were certainly conflicts of interest too. Now that one party had challenged the other openly, would the other party simply give in? The fight that caused the death of 3 building foundation stage cultivators and more than 20 refinement stage cultivators in the 2 cultivation sects was thus initiated hilariously. The cause of the fight seemed to be a cow, but it was actually more than a cow. They were fighting to prove their capabilities. Proving their capabilities was, of course, for the full-scale battles of living space. According to what Li Yao had learned later, street fights were quite popular in places that had been highly developed and could not expand further. In rural areas, the villages fought each other for farmland, wells, irrigation issues, and the like. In towns, the gangs also resorted to fighting to strive for and maintain their interests in transportation businesses, mining businesses, or unchartered salt businesses. Most of the land in every village belonged to a cultivation sect. The salt dealers or the ferrymen in the towns, even if they were controlled by some chambers of commerce on the surface, were still in fact connected to the cultivation sections. Therefore, all the fights would eventually involve the cultivation sections. The fights among ordinary people gradually escalated into fights among cultivation sections. Even worse, The two parties might invite reinforcements from other places. The fire of war might burn more and more intensely until it became a huge conflict where dozens of sects were involved. The fight between two cultivation sects caused by a cow that Li Yao witnessed was actually among the better ones. After all, in the age of ancient cultivators, a cow was an important asset of a village. Its ownership was certainly worth fighting over. The most extreme example that Li Yao heard, however, was a fight because of a poop in which two reasonably large cultivation sects were fully at war. They continued inviting their friendly sects for help, and their friendly sects had relatives who had established their own branches and returned to give their family a hand upon hearing that the situation was not good. More and more forces joined. After half a year of battles, except for other casualties, even two cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage were killed. 1 CR*P cost the lives of two core formation stage experts. It indeed sounded ridiculous. However, after Li Yao's careful analysis, he found that it was a truly indestructible loop. Whoever was caught in the loop, from the ignorant farmers to the high and mighty core formation stage cultivators, would not get away from it. More specifically speaking, the cause of the battle was when a kid felt a stomach ache and had a bowel movement on his return from a family visit with his mother, who was a peasant's wife. At that time, poop was very important fertilizer. The place was far away from their village, but the wife could not stop the kid from popping because of the emergency. Then, she enveloped the excrement with a few broad leaves, planning to take it back to her farmland. But a local peasant's wife dashed out and announced to her that, since the poop had dropped on the territory of that village, it was the village's property. She demanded that the stranger leave the poop. The two women thus began a fight over a poop. The woman from elsewhere, naturally, did not win the fight. Not only did she fail to secure the poop, some of her hair was even torn out. When she returned home and told her villagers the story in tears, the two villages, which belonged to two different cultivation sects and had deep grudges because of water sources, farmlands, and other reasons, naturally had yet another huge fight, resulting in a few people dying. Things would not end well if some people got killed in a fight. The peasants would never go to the local branch of the court and demand justice. Instead, they carried the bodies of their people to the headquarters of the local cultivation sect and placed them in a row before crying and asking for the help of the deities. Could the deities say no? Since the cultivation sects were deeply rooted in local villages, they counted on the support of the villagers. The villagers were renting their land, providing labor for them for free, building temples for them, and enshrining the dead cultivators with roasted chicken that the villagers could barely afford. They were catering to the cultivators' needs better than they catered to their family. What more could they do? They were not calling the cultivators deities or building the temples for nothing. The roasted chicken was not intended for the dead people to enjoy with nothing in return. It was a rather peaceful land nearby, without too many monsters that the cultivators were obliged to kill. Their lives were comfortable enough. Now that the villagers were in trouble, were they even qualified as deities and brazen enough to enjoy the chicken if they did not help settle the trouble? Besides, there was also the familial bond. It was their uncle of their aunt, of their second cousin, of the external disciple of their sect, who lay dead outside. Knowing that he was backed by someone else, and knowing that the village was under the protection of the sect, the hostile sect still beat him to death. Was it not obvious that they did not respect the sect at all? If the cultivators did not stand up for the villagers, they would not be praised for acting generously or leniently. Instead, they would be considered cowardly pushovers. What kind of sect is this? How is it going to fight for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures if they cannot even fight for a poop? It might seem absurd, but it was the natural and the only possible result in an era when there were too many cultivation sects and too few training resources, when the social contradiction was higher than ever. It was not about a poop, but about deterrence. The so-called deterrence consisted of two parts. Firstly, make sure that they had abilities to defend all their interests, even if the interest was just a poop. Secondly, make everyone believe that they were determined to use the abilities at any time when they were dissatisfied. If they had deterrence, the other sects would be scared of them. It would be safer and more convenient for their disciples to travel outside. People of all trades would pay them for their protection. The other sects would have to consider carefully and evaluate the sect's possible reprisals before they took anything from the sect. More unaffiliated cultivators would join them, because they were famous for their protection. Without deterrence, if they could not even secure a poop, everything would be doomed. People would no longer believe in the sect, and the sect would have difficulty operating. Nobody would be awed by them when they were outside. The trades and territories under their control would be harassed on a daily basis. The sect's disciples would be scorned by their family every day. Ashamed, they might just stand up and leave. Even the humblest peasants might run to the territory of another sect and work for someone else. Moreover, if the thing was spread out, the court might feel that the sect was easy to deal with. There would be endless trouble in future. So, it was only necessary that the cultivators stood up for the villagers. Of course, the first cultivators to stand up were certainly the disciples in the refinement stage of the lowest level. Chances were that the two parties would even set up rules for the fight and hope to settle the problem in a peaceful manner. However, cultivators were capable of eating half a bull for a meal and killing a tiger with one punch. When they were truly angry, how could they remember the rules all the time? Should some of the disciples be unlucky enough to be killed, could their master not stand up for them? How could they hang around with other cultivators if they did not? Of course, their masters had masters, too, and the masters of masters had senior brothers and juniors. When the young were defeated, the season came. After the refinement stage cultivators were dead, building foundation stage cultivators came. And after the building foundation stage cultivators were dead, the core formation stage cultivators arrived. It was the whole story of one poop killed two core formation stage cultivators. Getting to the bottom of it, poop was just a fuse. The real critical factor was the resources that were running dry and could not support so many cultivators. Liao felt like laughing when he first heard the story. However, after he learned the full story, he felt deeply saddened. He knew that the cultivation sects in the age of ancient cultivators were in a much worse relationship than the ones in the modern cultivation civilization. It was not unusual for them to fight over heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or unparalleled techniques, or even rob someone else of their belongings. Such cruel tales had been well featured in movies, video games, and literary works of the Star Glory Federation, so Li Yao was not surprised. But it had never occurred to him that a world of ancient cultivators where the resources were running low could be so cruel, even to the extent that the most insignificant froth could be a spark to trigger a great battle when every sect wanted to maintain their deterrence. Li Yao could never forget the hateful eyes of the losing side in the fight between two sects caused by a cow as they were picking up the dead bodies of their side. If Ghost Chin's people suddenly showed up in front of the sect, Li Yao had no doubt that it would absolutely join Ghost Chin without any hesitation as a self-willing vassal in order to destroy the hostile sect. As for the great Qian dynasty, screw it. Li Yao felt helpless. It shouldn't be like this. Cultivation shouldn't be like this. The high and mighty ancient cultivators who were killing each other were wrong. The peasants attached to them, due to a combination of ignorance, greed, cunningness, kindness, and innocence, were wrong. The cultivation sect was wrong. The court of the great Qian dynasty was wrong, too, including Ghost Chin of the dark cloud prairies. Everybody was wrong, greatly wrong. But how was he going to point it out, awaken them, and change everything on his own? Li Yao could not forget the hungry, wistful children outside of the temple of cultivators. Li Yao could not forget the deformed bodies of the cultivators after he dug them out of the stomach of the demon beast. Li Yao could not forget the scene where two cultivation sects were fighting in the sky, and the ordinary people affiliated to them were also fighting each other, blowing out one another's guts and brains with their sickles and hoes. He could not forget the eyes of the losing side, which resembled wounded wolves. He did not think too much of the world in the beginning and simply regarded it as a mercenary camp of the Star Glory Federation. However, the half-month of traveling made the flames in his heart burn brighter and brighter. He could not wait to go to the Purple Pole Sword sect and craft a batch of components as soon as possible so that he could establish the super-large beacons and set them to a standby state where they could be activated at any time. He could not save the entire Ancient Sages sector on his own, but with the power of the entire Star Glory Federation, they certainly could. ignite the fire that would illuminate the entire universe and save all human compatriots who were still sinking and struggling in darkness. It was the significance of the Star Glory Federation, and it was the greatest reliance for them to fight until the end against the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance confidently. After arriving in Rivertown, the largest city along that stretch of the Sorcerer's River, Ling Lanin finally managed to communicate with the headquarters of the Purple Pole Sword sect through a branch of the sect there. The news that she received in the branch, however, startled Ling Lanin and amazed Li Yao. The Purple Pole Sword sect is going to convene the Dragon Spring Meeting, which is usually held once every 5 years, ahead of schedule. All the great heroes of the world will be invited to appreciate their swords and relevant arts. The Dragon Spring Meeting to be held will be the largest one in the past 100 years. Not only will the newly produced marvelous weapons be exhibited, almost 100 confidential, primeval weapons will also be open to visitors. It will be a great gala that all the sword cultivators in the world will not hesitate to join. What is even more shocking is that, during the Dragon Spring Meeting, Sword Maniac, Yin Liren, and Master Righteous One Qi Zhongdao, 2 of the 3 saints of the Great Qian Dynasty, will have an unprecedented summit confrontation. It is said that my senior uncle has finally finished polishing the unparalleled primeval sword after 30 years. He finally has a chance to compete with the heaven-flipping seal, Qi Zhongdao's core magical equipment. After explaining everything to Li Yao, Ling Lanin was entirely dumbfounded. She mumbled to herself, "What do we do? What do we do? Master Righteous One and my senior uncle are both pillars of the Great Qian Dynasty. But they're going to fight. They're going to fight." It took Li Yao a long time to figure out what happened. The Purple Pole Sword sect was the largest sect of sword cultivators in the Great Qian Dynasty. Forging and selling swords was an important business of the sect. Before, a Dragon Spring Meeting had been held every couple of years, where the blades produced in recent years would be displayed. All the other sects were welcome to come and purchase them. In the term of modern cultivation civilization, it was some sort of product release meeting or annual special sale. Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao, one of the 3 saints, was an immeasurably extraordinary person. The Purple Pole Sword sect was the largest sect of sword cultivators. The Grand Mystery sect, in comparison, was the largest sect in the Great Qian Dynasty, or rather, in the entire Ancient Sages sector. Master Righteous One, Qi Zhongdao, was the grand leader of the Grand Mystery sect. He had been the counselor of the Great Qian Dynasty for 3 generations. No matter who sat on the throne, and even during the days when Wang Shi seized power, his position was utterly unshakable. He was almost the leader of all the cultivators in the Great Qian Dynasty. For the disorganized cultivators of the Great Qian Dynasty, Qi Zhongdao was the only one who could sustain the ostensible harmony and basic order. Although the man was powerful and had a high cultivation, he had never been the subject of any scandals. He was well respected for his frugalness and asceticism. Also, when he was handling the conflicts of other sects, he always ruled reasonably and unbiasedly. He truly deserved his name one. He had been given the nickname Iron God because he was as tough and selfless as iron. However, if anybody disobeyed Qi Zhongdao's rulings, they would understand the other meaning of Iron Saint, which was that he was indestructible and unstoppable. His core magical equipment, the heaven-flipping seal, was known as the most tyrannical treasure of the Ancient Sages sector, able to crush anybody that dared to compete with it. Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao, leader of the cultivators of the Great Qian Dynasty, was to have a fight with Sword Maniac, Yin Liren, the strongest sword cultivator of the Great Qian Dynasty. It was indeed a piece of stunning news. No wonder Ling Lanin was shocked. However, for Li Yao, the competition between the 2 top 10 experts was within his expectations, and nothing to be surprised at. By his estimation, this was how the whole thing developed. A few years ago, when the lead eunuch Wang Shi was still in power, the Purple Pole Sword sect, as the greatest conglomerate of weapon business in the Great Qian Dynasty, secured quite a few fat orders due to the personal connection between the leader of the sect and Wang Shi. It also monopolized the project to change the gear of all the troops of the Great Qian Dynasty. Although it profited greatly, The other weapon corporations and interest groups were certainly not happy. After Wang Shi's fall, naturally, the other interest groups came back and demanded compensation. Not only were they forcing the Purple Pole Sword sect to give up all the orders, it would be even better if the Purple Pole Sword sect's original market was open to them. The most satisfactory result would certainly be that the Purple Pole Sword sect was eliminated and its market and body were split by them. Claiming that the Purple Pole Sword sect was the Eunice conspirator was only step one. Through their connections in the court, they ordered the Ling family, a family affiliated to the Purple Pole Sword sect, to carry out the mission of appeasing the Southland of sorcerers. That was step two. The mission was obviously extremely difficult to accomplish. Should it fail, the Ling family would be a start point to dissect the entire Purple Pole Sword sect. However, the Purple Pole Sword sect was certainly not so easy to deal with either. As the largest weapon conglomerate of the Great Qian dynasty, it had a super elite force of soldiers. How could it wait to be butchered? Even though the thunderous straight swordsman was killed, there were still 6 nascent soul stage cultivators, of whom Sword Maniac Yin Liren was a super expert who could be the strongest nascent soul stage cultivator of the Great Qian dynasty. Seeing that the court had assigned such an illogical mission to their vassal family, the cultivators of the Purple Pole Sword sect knew what was going on. Therefore, the Purple Pole Sword sect announced the Dragon Spring meeting ahead of schedule as a counterattack. They were demonstrating the marvelous weapons and the primeval treasures that the sect had accumulated for hundreds of years to the world. Was it really a production release meeting or an annual special sale? It was a blatant demonstration of power, almost like someone half-naked shouting, "Come on!" The Purple Pole Sword sect has so many disciples and so many extraordinary weapons. Whoever intends to steal my orders or break into my headquarters is welcome to try, as long as you are prepared to be killed. However, the other major sects in the Great Qian dynasty were obviously determined to chop something, preferably a piece of meat, off the Purple Pole Sword sect. Even Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao, the grand leader of the largest sect in the world who was acknowledged as the leader of all cultivators, had been invited to have a summit confrontation with Sword Maniac Yin Liren. The meaning was obvious, too. I might as well have a try. This is very exciting. Li Yao could not help but feel his mouth was dry in his excitement. The competitions in the Dragon Spring meeting would decide the fate of the Purple Pole Sword sect, the largest sword sect of the Great Qian dynasty, and even alter the general picture of the ancient sages sector. Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao and Sword Maniac Yin Liren would certainly try their best. It was not going to be a restrained exchange of skills. I'm told that, except for the 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators who went missing mysteriously 100 years ago, Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren are basically the representatives of the top combat ability of the ancient sages sector. By observing the fight of the 2 unparalleled experts, I will be able to evaluate the average level of the top warriors of the ancient sages sector. Also, the heaven-flipping seal, Qi Zhongdao's core magical equipment, and the marvelous sword that Yin Liren has recently polished are both claimed to be primeval treasures. Does their primeval mean the same as the primeval in the outside world? I'm going to observe it more carefully. Also, all the big shots in the Great Qian dynasty must have joined the Dragon Spring meeting. This is the best opportunity for Master Spiritual Vulture to announce his grand entrance. Now is better than later. Let's go to the Dragon Spring meeting now. Li Yao secretly admired the 100-Blade Mountain, which spanned hundreds of kilometers. As the name 100 Blade suggested, the mountain was steep and had quite a lot of abrupt peaks that stabbed into the sky like swords, spears, sabers, and other blades. On the precipitous peaks that rose up to the sky almost vertically, countless pavilions had been established wherever there was a gap. They were as magnificent as palaces. Their main colors, green and black, gave a strong sense of solemnity. Amid the hundreds of peaks, dozens of waterfalls were rushing down like raging dragons made of jade and roaring sounds. Emitting colorful brilliance, the water streams congregated into various forms. The view was quite splendid. The jade dragons were mixed with tremendous minerals, which made them out-and-out heaven metal waterfalls. The minerals were also the reason that they were variously colored. Although they were too lethal for people to drink directly, they were the best ingredients to forge swords, or to conduct refining. Liao looked up far ahead. Deep inside the 100-blade mountain, brilliant fire was soaring up, pushing the smoke upward into a cloud that covered the mountain. It looked like both an ocean in the sky and an upside-down furnace that had enshrouded the entire world. From the depths of the clouds, clangs were vaguely echoing, indicating that it was an ancient refining ground whose scale was unfathomable. This is rather splendid. It is almost as good as the headquarters of the 100 Smelting Clan. Li Yao and Ling Lanin put away their swords and landed. The great Qian dynasty boasted a vast territory. The thousands of sects were far away from each other. Therefore, although it was the third day of the Dragon Spring meeting, the cultivators from many sects were still arriving. Li Yao and Ling Lanin had kept a low profile on their way. They did not reveal the magnificent auras of the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage, where the attire and badge of the Purple Pole Sword sect, or hold the banner of the Purple Pole Sword sect. Therefore, many cultivators coming with them did not even know who they were. Most of the participants of the Dragon Spring meeting did not come to purchase flying swords. Instead, they were gloating and planning to gain something for themselves now that the great power named Purple Pole Sword sect was falling. How domineering was the Purple Pole Sword sect when they conspired with the great eunuch Wang Shi years ago. Their days are finally over. It's hilarious that they are convening the Dragon Spring meeting in advance to show their power. Are they planning to desperately struggle? But they couldn't have seen it coming that even Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao couldn't bear their crimes any longer and would arrive with the many experts of the 6 major sects of the great Qian dynasty. They are going to suppress the Purple Pole Sword sect thunderously. Although the Purple Pole Sword sect has 7 nascent soul stage cultivators, more than 30 nascent soul stage cultivators have come to threaten the 100-blade mountain under the call of Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao. How are they going to win the fight? I'm told that sword maniac Yin Liren of the Purple Pole Sword sect has recently finished polishing a primeval sword, and he is going to challenge Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao's heaven-flipping seal with the sword. Yin Liren is doubtlessly the best sword cultivator in the world, but Qi Zhongdao's heaven-flipping seal is a primeval treasure that is unparalleled in the entire Ancient Sages sector. Too many super experts in the nascent soul stage have been knocked down by the heaven-flipping seal and unable to move at all the moment it was released. Yin Liren must be crazy to hope to reverse the situation with himself and his sword. Yes, fellow cultivator Li, fellow cultivator Wang, the 12 sects in the South Desert have always been in neat cooperation. We must work together again this time. After Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao suppresses Yin Liren, we can only expect to gain something from the gaps between the fingers of those eminent sects by working together. The participants who joined the Dragon Spring meeting on the third day came mostly from small sects from far-flung areas. Those cultivators from the harsh lands naturally did not show much courtesy, nor did they bother to pretend that they had. They gathered and whispered to each other, while they eyed the hills and lakes inside the Purple Pole Sword sect maliciously. The 5,000 imperial swordsmen and the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Purple Pole Sword sect had long been sent to every corner of the territory. Compared to the guests whose ill intentions were obvious, the disciples of the Purple Pole Sword sect not only boasted determination that suggested that they would not hesitate to die together with the enemy, but also were well-trained and highly obedient. They seemed to be even more organized than the Ling family's Black Tiger Iron Guards. What tough swordsmen! The splendid scenery inside the Purple Pole Sword sect was already a great eye-opener for Li Yao. But the valiance, calmness, and resolution of the disciples of the sect was 100 times more impressive than the scenery. The main business of the Purple Pole Sword sect was forging and refining, which necessitated minerals. The 100-blade mountain where the Purple Pole Sword sect was headquartered was a natural paradise with the most abundant metal resources in the entire Ancient Sages sector. The Purple Pole Sword sect also raised a large, experienced, and skillful team of miners. Miners were one of the few technology-intensive professions in the age of ancient cultivators. Not only was the job highly dangerous and arduous, it also required certain knowledge and excellent discipline. Also, when miners worked inside the caves that were full of spiritual energy radiation for a long time, the spiritual energy slowly nurtured their body, which was of great help to strengthen their soul power and physical build. Therefore, compared to the peasants who generally made a living on the farmland, not only were miners greater backups for cultivators, they would also easily make a magnificent army because of their fearlessness and their obedience after they became cultivators. The disciples at the edge of the purple pole sword sect who were greeting the guests around were exactly so. They were just external disciples and did not receive the honorable title Imperial Swordsman yet. But their full armor, their crossed swords on their back, and the great saber dangling from their waist added to their brutality, declaring that they were not afraid to start a fight anytime, anywhere. That was exactly the first impression that the Purple Pole Sword sect intended to leave on the major sects of the world. Despite her high cultivation, Ling Lanin was still very young and had been too focused on her sword arts. She really did not know much about the conflicts among cultivators. Hearing that Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao, the leader of all cultivators, was also going to deal with the Purple Pole Sword sect, the girl's heart was already in a mess. Now, she was witnessing the tension on the 100-Blade Mountain. All the disciples were ready for a desperate struggle. The insignificant sects from the far-flung areas were not respecting the renowned best sword sect of the world anymore. The fall of her sect seemed to be happening soon. Right then, two ear-splitting noises echoed on the top of two mountains that were as steep as the edge of a sword. The sound waves spread out like surging tides, leaving a hole more than 10 square kilometers in the mist on the top of the mountains. Thunderous cheers erupted. Very soon, a piece of shocking news came over. Master Heavenly Dome, an elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect at the middle level of the nascent soul stage, had a fight with Zhuge Xian, the leader of the Thunderstorm Valley, which was one of the 6 major sects, with a newly produced 9 turns fish intestine sword, but failed. Master Heavenly Dome was injured, and the fish intestine sword was broken. After the news came over, all the disciples of the Purple Pole Sword sect gritted their teeth, their eyes bloodshot. The cultivators from the middle-sized and small-sized sects who intended to fish in troubled waters, however, were rejoicing in delight. Ling Lanin shook so hard that she almost fell off from the flying sword, which was yet to come to a stop. Her face was one brimming with desperation. Li Yao, however, chuckled and did not think it was a big deal. Say, senior, with the situation in our sect right now, you... Ling Lanin looked at Li Yao, ill at ease. At this moment, the mysterious old monster was her last hope. She was fearing that Li Yao would immediately change sides and take advantage of the hopeless situation of the Purple Pole Sword sect after everything that he had seen. Kid, no worries. After observing the terrain and the demeanor of the Purple Pole Sword sect, you are not at a dead end yet. Li Yao laughed aloud. The Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao, the 30 nascent soul stage cultivators, and the 100 incoming sects are just bluffs. What? Dumbfounded, Ling Lanin stammered. 30 nascent soul stage cultivators and almost 100 sects have arrived. Still more sects are coveting and intending to take advantage of our misfortune. Are they all bluffs? It is exactly because too many sects have arrived that they are bluffs, Li Yao said casually. If they were truly determined to destroy the Purple Pole Sword sect, the 6 major sects would have come without a sound, led by their elites. Why would they ask so many insignificant sects who are utterly useless except for giving cheers and applause to join them? The more sects there are, the more disorganized they will be. What about 30 nascent soul stage cultivators? Are they really a gapless group? Today, for the major sects, it is an issue of getting more benefits or fewer benefits. It's just business. But for the Purple Pole Sword sect, this is a matter of life and death. Therefore, everybody in your sect, from the nascent soul stage cultivators to the unofficial external disciples, will certainly try your best, putting your lives on the line. You can easily tell it from the countenance of the swordsmen in your sect. Hearing that your elder in the nascent soul stage has failed, they are merely gritting their teeth hard, but show no hesitation or oscillation. It is doubtlessly a gesture that they are going to have a desperate last try. As the saying goes, a mourning army is a winning army. You are now a mourning army. The best sword sect in the world, with 6 nascent soul stage cultivators, 5,000 imperial swordsmen, 100,000 elite swordsmen, and even more external disciples and miners who are adept at martial arts. All the sects here may be able to destroy you if they truly mean to, but can they eliminate every one of you? If they can't, and the super experts such as Sword Maniac, Liren leads some of the Imperial swordsmen to escape, they will see an army of rebels that is 10 times more dreadful than the White Lotus cult and the Heaven Battering Army. Who can bear such dire consequences? The Grand Mystery Sect dares not. None of the so-called 6 major sects dare, not to mention the insignificant smaller sects. 100 sects have indeed arrived aggressively on the surface, but they have their own interests, plans, and concerns. What are they if not an unruly mob? Lastly, although so many sects are standing against you, are there not any sects that are standing on your side in secret? The Purple Pole Sword sect obviously cannot be the only Unix conspirator. The other Unix conspirators must have already gathered in the 100-Blade Mountain too. The Purple Pole Sword sect will be their example. What you suffer will happen to them later. Do you think that they will watch the giant tree named Purple Pole Sword sect fall without doing anything? When the time of life and death comes, rest assured, those Unix conspirators will certainly jump out and fight on your side. Even I, a barbarian from nowhere, know all the above. Qi Zhongdao, the well-respected leader of all cultivators, and the leaders of the other major sects, not think of that? It will be a great joke. Ling Lanin was dumbfounded at what he said. She looked at Li Yao in disbelief, admiration, and reverence. She knew every word that Li Yao had said, but the connotation after the words were connected was fresh for her. It was like a gate was opened in front of her, introducing her to a brand new world. Noticing the girl's apparent shock, Li Yao secretly sighed in his heart. He discovered that abundant spiritual energy was not necessarily a good thing. Because of the abundant spiritual, training was simple here. So, the population of cultivators in the Ancient Sages sector was very large. Their speed in upgrading their cultivation was quite high too. But it was exactly because of the ease of training that they overlooked the whetting of their will and belief. As a result, a lot of them, just like Ling Lanin, were simple-minded, weak-willed, and did not have a firm belief despite their immense strength. At the same level, the cultivators from the Ancient Sages sector were certainly no match for those from the Federation. It was not about the technological gap, but about the gap in will and belief. At the very least, the experts at the peak of the core formation stage in the Federation were all determined, extraordinary people who were pillars of their field. They certainly would not ask stupid questions like that. Ling Lanin simply felt that the old monster was growing more and more mysterious. She did not dare to look down on him at all now, but asked respectfully, "If I may ask, Senior, with what you said in mind, why are the parties in such tension right now?" "This is negotiation," Li Yao snorted. "The Purple Pole Sword sect swallowed too much in the past few years with your personal connection with Wang Shi. You enraged everyone. Now that the new emperor has claimed the throne and Wang Shi has fallen, you must surrender some of your benefits. Labeling you as a Unix conspirator is just their exorbitant proposal. In fact, they would never be bold enough to really shoulder the consequences of forcing the Purple Pole Sword sect to rebel. Everybody in the game knows that. So, this Dragon Spring meeting is simply a bargaining meeting where you propose your demands and they propose their counteroffers. The Purple Pole Sword sect will definitely have to give up some interests. But as for exactly how many interests you surrender and who you surrender the interests to, it will depend on the results of the competitions here. If the Purple Pole Sword sect proves to be strong enough and wins most of the competitions, naturally, you will be able to keep most of your interests. If you accidentally lose a lot of competitions, and even your best expert sword maniac, Liren is crushed by Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao, you will have to chop off your own flesh to feed the hungry intruders. Of course, if you suffer such a humiliating defeat that you are not able to counterattack at all, it will only be reasonable that the guests take the chance to demolish the Purple Pole Sword sect. However, according to my observations, the disciples in your sect are in high spirits, and the cloud of spiritual energy inside your mountain is still condensed. You are still united. So, the likelihood of such a scenario is rather low. Taking a deep breath in relief, Ling Lanin was fully convinced. She bowed deeply to Li Yao and said, "Thank you for your enlightenment, Master." I was disturbed by what the cultivators of other sects said just now and lost my calmness. Please do excuse my lack of manners. That's all right. Li Yao glanced at the cultivators of other sects who were rather excited with a fake smile before he chuckled. When the wolves and tigers are fighting, the rats and snakes are bold enough to watch at such a close distance. They don't know what they are doing. When the wolves and tigers are exhausted and hungry, who will they feed on? Just wait and watch. In my opinion, none of the 6 major sects or the Purple Pole Sword sect will be the losers in the Dragon Spring meeting. Chances are that those fellows who are gladly preparing to loot the burning house will take the blame of Eunuch's conspirators. Li Yao did not hide his analysis abilities because he did not intend to be regarded as a pure warrior with no brains. While showing his unparalleled combat abilities, he had to demonstrate a certain degree of wisdom and cunningness in order to be involved in the real core secrets. Otherwise, other people would always consider him a lunatic or an old monster. How could he communicate with them? Li Yao's glance raised the attention of the cultivators of the 12 sects of the South Desert. The few cultivators had observed Li Yao and Ling Lanin in secret for a long time, too. However, both of them had intentionally disguised themselves, and they showed no distinguishable features. So, they were not recognized. Li Yao did not conceal the brutality and hostility inside his eyes at all. He eyed the cultivators as if they were fish that were bouncing on a chopper block, not knowing what was coming to them. The few cultivators were certainly not happy to be watched in such a way. Toughness was a mandatory trait for the cultivators from the harsh lands. All the cultivators from the South Desert put their hands on their blades. A muscular man in the lead glared at Li Yao and bellowed, "Are you talking about us in our back, fellow cultivators? Just say whatever you want in front of us. What are you if you do not even dare to fart loudly?" Taking a long breath, Li Yao smiled at Ling Lanin. "Kid, you've been working hard to be at my service on the way here. For your sake, I do not want to pollute your headquarters with blood when I just arrived. However, if the swine continue throwing out such vulgar language, do not blame me for what I'm about to do." Ling Lanin gasped. Of course, she knew that the temperamental old monster could do anything. The scene where he minced Master Black Moon into pieces and then burnt the pieces into ashes was still haunting Ling Lanin in her nightmares. Besides, Ling Lanin was quite angry herself at the dirty words of the cultivators from the South Desert. Now that she had returned to the territory of her sect, she was no longer worried about ambushes. What was there to hesitate for? Shwa! Ling Lanin's strength of the peak of the core formation stage suddenly burst out. Her flying sword was not even unsheathed when it crashed into the cultivator of the South Desert's chest in a streak of blue, blowing him dozens of meters away. The guy was throwing out mouthfuls of blood crazily, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move at all. The other cultivators from the South Desert was both shocked and infuriated. They did not expect the 2 unattractive cultivators to be so brutal. "They are not worth your anger, master. I will teach such arrogant, idiotic things a good lesson. You don't need to bother taking action." Ling Lanin did not look at the South Desert cultivators at all, but simply begged Li Yao hard. She knew that blood vomiting would have been the least of their concerns if Li Yao had attacked. How would the old monster stop if they had only thrown out all their guts? "Who are you, pretentious fools?" Being utterly ignored, the cultivators from the South Desert burst into fury. However, swooshing sounds echoed far away as dozens of streaks of brilliance rushed close. They were a team of tough-looking Imperial swordsmen of the Purple Pole Sword sect. The Imperial swordsmen were the best of the core disciples of the Purple Pole Sword sect. Many of them were elites above the middle level of the building foundation stage. Every one of them had a well-tempered weapon. They had a lot of experience in real-life battles and were a famous troop in the world of cultivators. Intimidated by the newcomers, the South Desert cultivators hesitated and did not dare to act recklessly anymore. Dozens of Imperial swordsmen darted close like lightning toward the spot and stopped around Ling Lanin like dozens of arrows that had been shot into the ground. They cupped their hands and bowed at her. "Senior Sister Ling, you are finally back. Senior Sister Ling, the leader has been waiting for you for a long time. Welcome back, Senior Sister Ling. Which sect do you come from, fellow cultivators?" Now that you have come to join the Dragon Spring meeting of our sect, you should settle your conflicts on the sword testing field. Why are you offending Senior Sister Ling before you even enter the gate of our sect?" Seeing that the Imperial swordsmen were greeting Ling Lanin respectfully, some of whom had even fallen on one knee, and hearing their addressing for her, the South Desert Cultivators finally thought of a name. They changed their face color greatly and shrieked, as if somebody grabbed their throat. Orchid Angel Ling Lanin. Orchid Angel Ling Lanin was one of the youngest experts at the peak of the core formation stage in the Great Qian Dynasty. She was definitely a terrible existence that they could not afford to anger. The South Desert Cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment, their faces pale. Recalling what they had said earlier, they felt that their legs were shaking so hard that they could barely walk away. With the old monster around, Ling Lanin did not want any fuss. She yelled at the South Desert Cultivators gravely, "Get lost!" Pardoned, the South Desert Cultivators hurried to carry their wounded companion, who had already lost the courage to moan and fled. Finally, Ling Lanin took a long breath in relief. Putting on an expression that was so obedient and respectful that she was almost a cat, she hurried to gesture at everyone. "Come on, let's welcome Elder here now." However, the death of a nascent soul stage cultivator and the participation of a new nascent soul stage cultivator were both shocking pieces of news. Right now, the Purple Pole Sword sect was in great peril. Naturally, such astounding news could not be released to the public immediately. Only the few elders, including the nascent soul stage cultivators, knew the information. Meanwhile, Liao did not intend to embark on the boat named the Purple Pole Sword sect so quickly, at least not until he had gotten a satisfactory reward. Therefore, he specifically stated that he did not want the elders or leader of the Purple Pole Sword sect to welcome him at the gate, or he would immediately go away. Those Imperial swordsmen only knew that they were there to welcome Ling Lanin for her return, and that they had to follow Ling Lanin's orders on everything. What they did not know was that Ling Lanin had brought such a terrifying monster back. Although Ling Lanin was quite obedient and ignorant in front of Li Yao, it was because she was entirely suppressed by the aura of the old monster. In front of the regular disciples, however, the Orchid Angel, who was one of the youngest cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage in the Great Qian Dynasty and the most distinguished sword cultivator in the Purple Pole Sword sect recently, was truly an awe-inspiring and inviolable existence. She was even worshipped by a lot of young disciples as a goddess. But today, their goddess, who had always been cold, proud, and strong, was actually as humble as dust before the plain-looking, unattractive young man. How could the Imperial swordsman not be dumbfounded? What are you waiting for? Ling Lanin grew anxious. The old monster had only agreed to take a tour of the headquarters of the Purple Pole Sword sect. He had never promised that he would stand on the Purple Pole Sword sect side. The guy was temperamental and immeasurable. Who knew what kind of horrendous things he would do if he felt offended? Therefore, standing in front of everywhere, she cleaned her clothes and bowed down to the ground, performing the courtesy in the strictest way. Ling Lanin of the Purple Pole Sword sect is privileged to meet Master Spiritual Vulture. Spiritual Vulture. All the Imperial soldiers blinked. Master Spiritual Vulture was an ancient person from more than 100 years ago, and he had been active in the Southland of Sorcerers most of time and barely set foot in the Central Plateaus. For the cultivators of the Great Qian Dynasty, he was a Mr. Nobody. Many young men had never even heard of him. He is probably an expert that Senior Sister Ling invited from the Southland of Sorcerers to help us. However, except for Master Black Moon, who is somewhat capable, the Southland of Sorcerers does not boast any excellent high-level cultivators. I fear that Senior Sister was too desperate. No matter what, the guy must be at least in the core formation stage, considering that Senior Sister is so respectful to him. Also, the barbarian cultivators' approaches are often untraditional, and their skills to manipulate insects and venomous smoke can be very erratic and unpredictable. He might catch many of our enemies unprepared later. Therefore, all of them bowed deeply exactly like Ling Lanin. The Imperial swordsmen above the middle level of the building foundation stage, who considered themselves to be more or less capable, called him Master, and the disciples in the refinement stage addressed him as Elder. Then, Ling Lanin grew anxious again. She tapped everyone's head with her sheath. How rude of you! It is too disgraceful for you to call him master. Call him elder. Elder! Elder! We are privileged to meet you, elder. The imperial swordsmen were deeply confused again by Ling Lanin's hassle. They lowered their heads, but they were rolling their eyes and glancing at Li Yao suspiciously, not having the first clue what was amazing about this elder. Emotionlessly, Li Yao took everyone's courtesy. It was not until the tough-looking imperial swordsman bowed for half a minute that he waved his hands lazily and said, "Forget it. Just stand straight. I prefer to keep a low profile. Such courtesy will certainly raise unnecessary attention. Who is your captain? Come on and talk. Has your senior uncle Yin finished the competition with Iron Saint Qizhongdao?" "Right," Ling Lanin asked earnestly. "Awu, the Dragon Spring meeting has been on for 3 days. What's the situation now?" The one named Awu was a slightly fat young man with a broad saber on his back. He stepped forward and bowed to Li Yao and Ling Lanin again before he replied loudly, "Elder, senior sister Ling, the Dragon Spring meeting this time is different from unusual. We have brought forth all our best collections of flying swords and magical equipment for exhibition. Since the meeting started 3 days ago, the experts from various sects have been challenging us under the name of testing the weapons. Thankfully, all the disciples in our sect know that this is a time of life and death. Everybody fought bravely and did not dishonor our sect too much in the competitions in the previous 2 days. Today is the first day that we have suffered defeat. The high-level cultivators in the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage in the 6 major sects led by the Grand Mystery sect are all showing up. Just now, Elder Hong and Zhuge Xian, the leader of the Thunderstorm Valley, had a match, and we unfortunately failed. Even the newly produced 9 turns fish intestine sword has been broken." Ling Lanin was slightly worried and glanced at Li Yao. Li Yao snorted. The Purple Pole Sword sect and the Thunderstorm Valley both belong to the 6 major sects. It is not a big deal that your elder was defeated by their leader. The most important thing is, was the match a one-sided one, or did Zhuge Xian go through a lot of trouble? Although Zhuge Xian wounded Elder Hong, he seemed to be badly injured too, and went to treat himself with a pale face the moment the match was over. Awu replied. "Then, it shouldn't be countered as a failure," Li Yao said casually. "The key is still the battle between Sword Maniac, Yin Liren, and Iron Saint Qizhongdao. When will it begin?" "In about 4 hours, when the sun is high," Awu said. Ling Lanin was quite astonished. So soon? The Dragon Spring meeting was a commodity sales exhibition that would last 10 to 15 days. She had thought that the summit confrontation would happen in the last few days as the highlight. Liao nodded, not surprised. The Dragon Spring meeting was a negotiation where the combat ability of the 2 sides was their bargaining chip. As the representatives of the best combat ability of the 2 sides, if Yin Liren and Qizhongdao did not decide which of them was stronger, the other competitions would be meaningless. Even if the other sects won every competition with the Purple Pole Sword sect, what would the final result be if Yin Liren executed Qizhongdao, the leader of all cultivators, with his sword? Or if the Purple Pole Sword sect was on a winning streak and resisted the opponent's every provocation, only to find that their strongest cultivator was blown into meat and blood by the heaven-flipping seal? Which side would be counted as the final winner? Therefore, only after Yin Liren and Qizhongdao determined the main theme of the negotiation through their summit confrontation would the lesser competitions, which would determine the specific interests regarding a certain order, territory, or trade, be significant. Kid, pondering for a moment, Li Yao flicked a piece of paper into Ling Lanin's hands. The piece of paper seemed as heavy as a bucket when he tossed it out. Many keen-sighted imperial swordsmen were quite shocked and finally grew really respectful for Li Yao. Ling Lanin took the piece of paper, only to discover that the names of all kinds of materials had been listed on it. 20 kilograms of insect wave stones, 5 kilograms of Class 9 jade, 60 kilograms of red star copper. Many of the hundreds of materials on the paper were rare metals and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was quite troublesome even for the Purple Pole Sword sect to collect them despite their capabilities. Give the inventory of the materials that I need to those who are really in charge, Li Yao said matter-of-factly. Tell them that I will help you once in the Dragon Spring meeting if you collect all the materials in the inventory for me in 1 month and lend your best refining workshop to me for 3 months. Ling Lanin was dazed, and she frowned slightly. The old monster was indeed a super expert who could suppress Han Yuantai in one move, but the price of his help seemed a bit too high. It would be quite difficult to gather all the rare materials. Do you feel that my price is too high? Chucking for a moment, Li Yao said slowly, It is not high at all. You must realize that what you get is not just that I will fight as a champion of the Purple Pole Sword Sect once, but also a promise that I will not attack you for at least 3 months. Ling Lanin bulged her eyes, and her mouth hung agape. It's truly exhausting to talk to a kid like you. If you can't understand, let me explain it to you. Give me the materials on the inventory, and I will help you deal with whoever you want me to during the Dragon Spring meeting. Otherwise, I would very much like to find out exactly how sharp the swords of the Purple Pole Sword Sect are. You. The Imperial swordsmen all heard the coercion in Li Yao's words. Their hostility was naturally raised. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. Greenness suddenly flourished inside his black eyes. Even the tiny green spot at the center of his eyebrow was spreading out thorn-like tentacles and about to grow into a green bird. Under his glare, the Imperial swordsmen felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their hearts were aching, and their breathing was unsteady. Thousands of pests seemed to have crawled into their internal organs. It was not until then that they realized that the cultivation of this elder was far beyond their expectations and seemed to be at the peak state. They were both shocked and frightened. Senior Master Elder, utterly scared, Ling Lanin hurried to say, I will certainly help deliver your request and bring a satisfactory reply back to you, Elder. Li Yao finally withdrew his suppressive glare, which had been piercing into every Imperial soldier's body like venomous stings. He casually said, If you feel that I am not worth the price, you are free to give me a reply that dissatisfies me. Go now, kid. You little fatty, come here. Where is the battlefield of Sword Maniac, Yin Liren, and Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao's confrontation? Is anybody allowed to watch? No, you don't need to lead the way for me. Just giving me a badge that grants clearance will be fine. Of course, flying swords and magical equipment were all items that concerned the user's life. If the customers did not trust the Purple Pole Sword Sect's presentation, they could always go to the field and test the sharpness of the weapons in a real battle themselves. On the hundreds of mountains, cultivators of various sects wearing fancy clothes, riding fast stallions, and flying their banners were everywhere. The sword and saber auras were spreading out like waves. Noises of weapon collisions echoed non-stop, as if a piece of magnificent battle music was being orchestrated. The Dragon Spring meeting this year was different from usual. Getting to the bottom of it, it was a meeting where all the interests of the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty were redistributed now that the new emperor had assumed the throne and the powerful lead eunuch Wang Shi had fallen. The quantity of interest that a sect could get would be decided by the capabilities that they demonstrated at the Dragon Spring meeting. Therefore, brutality and bloodthirst were mixed in the magnificent music. From a lot of mountains, screams were often coming over after a series of metal collisions. Some of the screams even came to an abrupt halt halfway through. It was not hard to imagine that the screamers did not stop screaming. They just could not scream anymore. Li Yao observed quite a few sword tests as a regular unaffiliated cultivator. He noticed that they were indeed having life and death battles under the pretext of a sword test or friendly match. During the 5 sword tests, everybody was unleashing their deadliest moves. There were casualties in 3 of the tests. Those who were not dead were all heavily wounded. What particularly caught Li Yao's attention was that, while 3 sword tests were between the Purple Pole Sword Sect and other sects, the other sword tests were actually conducted by cultivators of other sections. The cruelty that they demonstrated during the tests was even more appalling than that demonstrated during the tests between the Purple Pole Sword Sect and other sections. It was like they hated their enemy's guts and would rather die with their enemy. If it were any other visitor from the modern cultivation civilization, they would probably have found themselves perplexed in such a situation. Did everybody not agree to threaten the purple pole sword sect together there? Why were they fighting their own instead? However, for Li Yao, who had Oyezi's memories and was essentially an elder of the 100 Smelting clan in this world of ancient cultivators, he was not surprised at all. Refining was the main business of the 100 Smelting clan. Naturally, the magical equipment that they produced would be sold to the sects everywhere, even including those in other sectors. So, the 100 Smelting clan had product release meetings and annual special sales similar to the Dragon Spring meeting, but with an even larger scale. Even cultivators in various other sectors were sometimes attracted to the events. During the 100 Smelting clan's magical equipment exhibitions, naturally, the cultivators of other sects were allowed to test the magical equipment produced by the 100 Smelting clan and talk about purchases after they were satisfied. Every magical equipment exhibition that the 100 Smelting clan held, however, always ended up being arena games where the cultivators of other sects fought each other. In the end, as the tradition passed on, the 100 Smelting clan simply established a special arena zone where everyone was free to duel. The arrangement was quite welcomed by the major cultivation sects at that time. The scale of the arena matches grew larger and larger, and the rules became more and more thorough. Eventually, everybody even forgot that it was part of the magical equipment exhibitions. It was because sharp contradictions often existed among the sects in the environment that lacked resources and had too many cultivators. Their grudges might have been too long to be traced after. The insignificant sects that Li Yao saw in the basin of the Sorcerer's River could start fighting at the first spark if they had conflicts and grudges. However, for the big sects such as the Purple Pole Sword sect and the Grand Mystery sect that were too gigantic to fall, every action that they took would affect the general picture. Naturally, they could not attack each other with their full strength like the small sects from rural areas. If they wounded each other in such battles, it would be someone else who took all the advantages. Therefore, after their scale reached a certain level, the cultivation sects had to abide by certain rules to settle their conflicts so that the competitions would be more formal. However, there were two tricky problems to make the competitions formal. Firstly, it was difficult to find justifiable excuses. Most of the cultivation sects had some sense of honor. Despite what they actually did, they claimed to be deities who focused on training and did not bother the mortal affairs. It seemed inappropriate to fight for the ownership of a port or the monopolization of a trade. If rumors spread, would they be any different from gangsters on the street? Secondly, even if the two parties agreed with each other on the time, location, and rules of their competition, it was difficult for them to guarantee that the enemy would not play any foul moves or even not acknowledge the result of the competition afterward. The magical equipment sales, such as the Dragon Spring meeting, on the other hand, resolved the two concerns perfectly. Firstly, everybody was there for magical equipment, and there was certainly nothing wrong with testing magical equipment, which would act as the lifesaver for many users, as much as they could. What would the best test be? Of course, a simulation of real battle. Such simulations naturally entailed dangers like in real battles. Even if someone was accidentally killed, it would be because they were fated to die there. Nobody else was to blame. Secondly, such meetings were often held by the most powerful local sects, and all the experts of the major sects would participate. With so many spectators, it would be difficult for two sects that were going to settle their conflicts under the name of sword tests to play dirty tricks before or during the matches, and to refute the result after the matches were over. It was sort of an unspoken rule of the cultivators. Anyone or any force that violated the unspoken rule would not be long for the world. Because of such an unspoken rule, the Dragon Spring meeting was destined to be much more complicated than a simple magical equipment exhibition. It was a meeting where all the cultivators resolved their conflicts and redistributed resources once every 5 years so that peace and harmony could be maintained for the next 5 years. The newbies from the sects would also take the great opportunity to show their strength, hoping to rise to fame after a battle. Fame, fortune, power, and desire were all mixed together. That was the reality of real-life cultivators. Nice sword. Almost 100 cultivators were around a sword test field up ahead. At the center of the sword test field was an imperial swordsman of the Purple Pole Sword sect. He was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, manipulating a crimson flying sword that was dancing rapidly in midair. A fiery trace was left and did not disperse after a long time. Eventually, it turned into 4 words, Purple Pole Sword Sect, raising a round of exclamations. I am Jiang Junai, a disciple of the Wind Blade Alliance at the middle level of the building foundation stage. A proud young man in red light armor suddenly leapt into the sword test field. He glanced around arrogantly first before he bowed to the Imperial swordsman sloppily. He asked aloud, "The red fire heart-stabbing sword of your sect is truly extraordinary, but I wonder, is it equally sharp in a real-life battle? I hope to have the opportunity to test the sword." Nice. It's Jiang Junai, an expert from the 8 Mountain State who rose in recent years. I'm told that he barely has any equals in the youngest generation at his level. The cultivators around were cheering for him. Some of the female cultivators were exclaiming in surprise, too. Jiang Junai was even more satisfied, and the brilliance in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The Imperial swordsman sitting at the center of the sword test field, however, was like a piece of rotten wood. He merely opened his eyes and eyed Jiang Junai up and down for a moment before saying coldly, "Fellow cultivator, your cultivation is too high. In a real-life battle, I'm afraid that I would have to try my best. This sword has only been produced recently, and I cannot yet control it perfectly. As the saying goes, weapons know no mercy. If anybody is accidentally injured, the Purple Pole Sword Sect will not be able to shoulder the criticism of the Wind Blade Alliance and their family." "It doesn't matter." Jiang Junai blushed. He took out a jade badge and tossed it over. "I have my exemption order here. The spiritual signatures of my master and the leader of our sect have been stamped on it. I will test the sword with my life. Nobody is to blame if I'm killed." The Imperial swordsman picked up Jiang Junai's exemption order. He took out a steel badge from his pocket and threw it toward the challenger, too. "This is the exemption order of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, with the signatures of my master and leader on it. If I am too weak and unfortunately killed by my fellow cultivator, you will take no blame. Instead, the red fire heart-stabbing sword will be given to you as a gift. All fellow cultivators here will be eyewitnesses." "Excellent." Jiang Junai snatched the Imperial swordsman's exemption order and stuffed it into his pocket without looking at it. His long sword roaring, he declared, "Now that the exemption orders have been exchanged, let's," before he said fight, the Imperial swordsman who looked like rotten would suddenly turned into a fiery storm. Hew! Fireworks seemed to be glittering, and a volcano seemed to be erupting. The entire sword test field was covered in redness. The audience felt something flashed in front of their eyes before 2 items soared into the air. One of them was the Imperial swordsman's left arm. The other was Jiang Junai's head. Bah! Bah! The arm and the head fell to the ground one after the other. Blood was spurting crazily from the Imperial swordsman's left shoulder. His face was pale, but he was still expressionless. There was neither any sign of excruciating pain nor the delight of victory. He simply picked up his broken arm and bowed to the cramping, headless body. "Thanks for going easy." Then he stepped back to the rest area. Other disciples went up and treated the wound for him. It was not until this moment that the headless body dropped to the ground. The blood spurting out of the neck left new marks on the sword test field, which was already covered in blood. 2 middle-aged cultivators in the armor of the Wind Blade Alliance leapt onto the sword test field. One of them had a pale face and was breathing difficultly. Staring at the Imperial swordsman on the opposite side, he said hoarsely, "It's indeed an excellent sword. How much is it?" "The Wind Blade Alliance will take it and offer 3 times the price to compensate for your broken arm." After saying that, the 2 of them left in silence and depression, one holding the head and the other carrying the headless body. Psychos! Such matches were indeed fair and clean. They even entailed a certain solemn, moving beauty. However, those who had cultivated to the middle of the building foundation stage were definitely 1 in 10,000 elites in a society from whatever perspective. If all the elites in a society killed themselves in such a boring way, how was the society going to progress? Li Yao could not help but recall the cultivators of the Star Glory Federation who sacrificed themselves valiantly in the Beast Tides. Some deaths were lighter than feathers, and some were heavier than neutron stars. Compared to the preposterous deaths of the ancient cultivators, Liao felt that the modern cultivators perished in a way that more deserved their years of hard training. After a sigh, he went on to the bronze censer peak of the 100-Blade Mountain, his destination. The bronze censer peak was a very weird mountain. Almost 100 spiky rocks that looked like spears stabbed into the sky at the edge, while there was a deep hollow in the center, making the peak look like both an enormous crater and a super furnace. As long as a barrier was established on the top to block the spiritual energy from flowing out, nobody outside would be able to tell what was going on inside at all. Therefore, the peak had been built into a top-secret sword test field of the Purple Pole sword sect after dozens of generations. The experiments to determine the power of confidential weapons or primeval treasures would all be conducted in the bronze censer peak. Today was one of the rare days when the bronze censer peak was open to all the sects in the world because an unprecedented confrontation was going to be held in this place. The battle between sword maniac Yin Liren and Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao was claimed to be the most fabulous battle after the two divinity transformation stage cultivators vanished in their duel 100 years ago. The most important big shots in the world of cultivators had all gathered, ready to watch the battle of the two top experts. For Liao, if he meant to join the core circle of cultivators in the ancient sages sector and establish his brand as a nascent soul stage cultivator from the Southland of Sorcerers so that he could be involved in the great events that would change the future of the ancient sages sector, this was perfectly the best and only opportunity. Kuzhondao Yan Lurin. Liao's eyes were glittering. The green spot on his forehead was simmering again, and the thorns made of his fighting were spreading out. He did not want to brag about himself, but he believed that he could represent the top combat ability of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector, three worlds of modern cultivation civilizations. Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren, on the other hand, stood for the top combat ability of the world of ancient cultivators. What kind of brilliant sparks would be raised in a battle of best versus best? Liao swallowed. His saliva was vaporized by his boiling blood before it slid into his stomach. Full of expectation and fighting will, he marched on to the bronze censer peak. The burning censer peak was at the center of the mountains, yet it was not connected to them via roads or bridges. To arrive at the bronze censer peak, one would have to ride a flying sword, a jade disc, or mounts such as cranes, eagles, and falcons. The confrontation between Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren was not open to any random person. The disciples of the Purple Pole sword sect had long established arrays and barriers around the bronze censer peak. The colorful blade auras that were soaring up into the firmament surrounded the entire peak. Not a hair or a telepathic thought would fly in. Only the celebrities among the cultivators were permitted to observe the match. The unqualified leaders of the insignificant sects could only wait for the result at the bottom of the bronze censer peak. Of course, some cultivators from the uncivilized and underdeveloped areas, partly because of their natural-born disobedience and partly because they had dominated their hometown for so long, were barging into the field despite the reprimands of the disciples of the Purple Pole sword sect. Naturally, none of them succeeded. Some of them even lost an arm or a leg before they learned the toughness of the arrays. When Liao arrived, thousands of cultivators had already gathered below the bronze censer peak, yelling and shouting boisterously. On the opposite side, there were thousands of imperial swordsmen of the Purple Pole sword sect. They were standing in midair, their long swords slowly swirling around them, like a silent forest of iron trees. Screams that resembled those of pigs being butchered echoed from the crowd. As it turned out, some 10 unaffiliated cultivators who had just returned from certain overseas natural paradises, considering themselves to be superior, broke into the Purple Pole sword sect's array by force, only to be slapped back ruthlessly. There was no telling what techniques were entailed in the Purple Pole sword sect's array, but those trespassers were suffering the most excruciating pain after the sword auras invaded their body, although there was not the slightest wound on the surface of their body. Unable to hold back the pain at all, they writhed on the ground and screamed, even though they knew that they were being watched by so many people. After they had screamed for 10 minutes, a few disciples of the Purple Pole sword sect stepped forward and bashed them with the hilts of their swords. The 10 or so foreign cultivators vomited black blood, their faces pale. They could not even form a complete sentence and did not dare to go rogue anymore. There were quite a few disobedient fellows among the audience who had been planning to test the power of the purple pole sword sex array. Even if they could not barge in, would they not earn enough fame for them to be known by everyone in the world if they lasted for a long time inside the array? Seeing that the few unlucky guys were still as hunched as lobsters, those young fellows looked at each other in bewilderment, secretly relieved that they did not act recklessly. His hands in his back, Liao walked to the crowd unhurriedly. He seemed to be covered in an invisible, greasy membrane, which allowed him to squeeze through the crowd easily, like a loach. When he reached the place where the few unlucky guys were writhing, he stepped over them without bothering to look at them. You! All the cultivators eyed Li Yao in astonishment. The master spiritual vulture that Li Yao played carried the features of the southeast barbarians, which looked different from the cultivators from the central plateaus. Also, when he explored the situations in the local towns all the way here, he had been wearing a gray robe that was devoid of any sigil. It was already ragged and well-worn. Moreover, Li Yao concealed his spiritual energy and kept it at around the beginning level of the building foundation stage, a good habit that he had learned in the modern cultivation civilization. This was sort of his standby state. In such a way, his combat ability duration in a battle would be maximized. But it was not something that the cultivators of the ancient sages sector were used to. Because of the intense spiritual energy in this world, except for the few eccentric fellows, such as weird Saint Ba Xiaoyu, the beggar of the three saints, normal cultivators rarely concealed their level. They were often showing their power and strength blatantly. It was especially so during such a highly competitive occasion. They were all demonstrating their capabilities like peacocks spreading their tails, fearing that others might covet and challenge them if they showed weakness. Seeing that Li Yao, as a young, plain-looking building foundation stage cultivator, was swaggering toward the purple pole sword sex array, the audience all felt strange. Look, what's the barbarian doing? Another unruly and unintelligent man. He must intend to be taught a lesson by the array, too. Tisk, TSK. The guy is going up when we won't? Is he too bold, or is he simply blind, unable to notice the few fellows lying on the ground? Leave him alone. It's just a barbarian. Let him be crushed and bleed. It will be fun. The cultivators from the central plateaus of the Great Qian dynasty often despised the barbarian cultivators from the uncivilized places who knew nothing except how to play with snakes and venoms. Besides, they heard that the barbarian cultivators were mostly petty and narrow-minded, with cruel, sordid approaches. Those people were tricky to deal with even if their cultivation was not high. It would be excellent to make the barbarian embarrass himself, and therefore hate the purple pole sword sect. Therefore, a lot of the bystanders were grimacing and whispering to each other by concentrating their sound waves into a line through the secret talk technique that they thought to be delicate. But on the surface, they all nodded at Li Yao with a smile. They even cleared the way and made a pleased gesture, welcoming Li Yao to walk forth. Li Yao did not even bother to yawn at the small fries. He walked to the front of the purple pole sword sex array as if nobody were around, and glanced at the leader of the sword cultivators casually. The ignorant barbarian is provoking rampant thunder swordsman Wu Jiuxing? He truly doesn't know what he's doing. A great show is coming on. Just what corner of the world is this freak from? Who is his master? Was he never taught to be humble after he reached the Great Qian dynasty? Behind Li Yao, many cultivators were still talking to each other secretly. They almost laughed out loud. The rampant thunder swordsman Wu Jiuxing was a cultivator in the core formation stage. He was both tall and muscular, and his beard stabbed out like swords. His face was as giant as a mill, and his bloodshot eyes were like two burning charcoals embedded on the mill. The giant sword on his back was the size of a plank. It was no different from an axe. Seeing that Li Yao was strutting close, Wu Jiuxing immediately bulged his bull-like eyes. Even his breathing was heavy. The muscles in his body all tightened too. Naturally, the 1,000 imperial swordsmen also noticed Li Yao. The previous flawless battle formation was suddenly more or less in disorder. The rampant thunder swordsman is about to burst into fury. Good heavens, is he going to break dozens of the guy's bones? Or will he simply cut off one of his arms? The cultivators were all looking forward to the competition earnestly. Even the 10 or so overseas cultivators who were grunting on the ground could not help but hold their breath, waiting for Li Yao to be slapped back. It was what people usually thought. When they were unlucky, they always hoped that somebody 10 times unluckier would show up, which would be a comfort for them. But Wu Jiuxing, whose brutality was well known, glanced at a regular, unadorned wooden badge on Li Yao's waist and confirmed his identity. Then, he raised his thick, hairy arm high and gestured at his subordinates. The 1,000 imperial cultivators in full armor bowed at Li Yao deeply at the same pace, as if they were one person. I have never heard of such a person before in the world of cultivators. Why are the thousands of imperial swordsmen so respectful to him? Is he a foreign, unaffiliated cultivator that the Purple Pole Sword sect has invited? He seems rather plain and unattractive. While everybody was whispering to each other, rampant thunder swordsman Wu Jiuxing, the core formation stage cultivator who looked like a black tower, personally presented a jade disc that was almost 10 meters in diameter to Li Yao, which was glittering extravagantly in the shape of a lotus flower. After the jade disc was presented, all the cultivators on the spot were so astounded that their eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Most of the high-level cultivators were capable of flying on their swords. However, they were at the headquarters of the Purple Pole Sword sect. Since the two parties had not declared war openly yet, they had to abide by the host's rules and could not fly freely. To transport the high-level cultivators to observe the battle on the Bronze Censer Peak, the Purple Pole Sword sect had prepared a lot of floating jade discs. The floating jade discs were classified into different levels too. The most common jade discs were around 10 meters in diameter. They were essentially a giant, round tray and could accommodate dozens of cultivators one time. The relatively advanced jade discs were around 3 meters in diameter. They mostly shined glamorously because of the colorful crystals and pearls embedded in them. With a capacity of one individual, they were prepared for the leaders of general sections. The ultimate jade disc, which was more than 7 meters in diameter and blossoming like a lotus flower, was magical equipment of the highest level. None except for the big shots in the nascent soul stage were qualified to board such a jade disc. Li Yao's plain clothes and feeble spiritual energy did not befit an expert in the nascent soul stage at all, and yet the Purple Pole Sword sect was welcoming him in such a grand way. For a moment, there was nothing but silence below the Bronze Censer Peak. The thousands of cultivators were staring at Li Yao with complicated feelings. Li Yao sacrelli fronat. He had repeatedly reminded the disciples of the Purple Pole Sword sect that they should not address him as elder before they agreed to his terms. The title elder was the honorable form of address that the low-level cultivators reserved for high-level cultivators whose capabilities far exceeded their own. However, the original usage of the title was restrained to two parties in the same sect who were in a master-disciple lineage. It had the connotation of ancestor or grandmaster. Li Yao did not mind helping the Purple Pole Sword sect, as long as he found the reward satisfactory. But would it be too cheap if he was fighting for them when they respected him as elder but actually paid nothing? It never occurred to him that the fellows of the Purple Pole Sword sect would circumvent his intentions. It was true that they did not address him as master or elder as per his instructions, but was thousands of elite swordsmen bowing to him with such courtesy simultaneously and giving him such a fancy jade disc before he said anything any different from calling him elder directly? The ancient cultivators can be sly, too. Li Yao was more or less amused. But that was not important. One could not blame someone who was smiling at one. Li Yao did not intend to pursue it any further. Casually, Li Yao nodded to the rampant thunder swordsman Wu Jiuxing, who could not have been more obedient. Then, he stepped onto the lotus jade disc, with his hands behind his back and his spiritual energy flowing out. Ripples were spreading from the jade disc, pushing it up to the Bronze Censer Peak slowly like thousands of colorful butterflies. The cultivators who were breathing his exhaust flames below were, naturally, sighing again in jealousy, envy, hate, and confusion. Li Yao's ears were keen enough for him to catch all their whispers. He heard an enigmatic voice instigating someone else through a technique that the guy thought to be confidential. Fellow cultivator Yuchi, how unfair the Purple Pole Sword sect is. You are an unaffiliated cultivator from the borderlands, and you met absolutely no match in the Firenet Valley. You've come after such a long way to help them, but you have been blocked here. The guy seems to be an unaffiliated cultivator from the borderlands, too. He looks rather unfamiliar and can't be any famous celebrity. He didn't show any astounding expertise either. Yet, the Purple Pole Sword sect welcomed him in such a spectacular way. Both of you are unaffiliated cultivators from the borderlands. Why is he allowed to go up, but not you? Or do we have to pull strings in order to watch the confrontation of the two top experts of the present day? Li Yao turned around and glanced back. He saw a cultivator in white, who had powder all over his face and must have thought that he was handsome and elegant, inciting a red-faced cultivator, whose straightforwardness was obvious and whose body size was even larger than rampant thunder sword Wu Jiuxing. The red-faced cultivator would strike anyone as a guy who was vulnerable to incitation and who had more brawn than brains. Besides, toughness and disobedience were his traits, and he was already angry enough that the Imperial Swordsman had stopped him just now. Seeing that Li Yao, another unaffiliated cultivator from the borderlands, had been picked up by the Purple Pole Sword sect in such an eye-catching way, his fury was condensing into sparks and jumping out of his throat. Now that somebody had goaded him, implying that Li Yao was permitted to go upward because he had connections with the Purple Pole Sword sect, the red-faced cultivator could not have been angrier. The red-faced cultivator snorted. He pushed the few guys in front of him away and ran up to rampant thunder swordsman Wu Jiuxing. Pointing at Li Yao in midair, he shouted, "Who is this fellow cultivator? Why is he allowed to go up when we are not?" "Exactly. What's his background? Why can he go up? Unfair. The Purple Pole Sword sect is too unfair." The cultivators from other sects were there to witness the Purple Pole Sword sect be humiliated in the first place. Now that someone was bodacious enough to start the trouble, they naturally did not hesitate to follow up. Rampant Thunder Swordsman Wu Jiuxing was dazed for a moment. His face turned gloomy as he glared at the red-faced cultivator. He was about to open his mouth when he heard an ear-splitting scream from the cultivators behind the demander. Ah! The scream seemed to be from the deepest level of hell, yet it was reaching to the highest sky, tearing apart the clouds in the next second. The thousands of cultivators' hearts were all shivering. The clamor of the crowd eclipsed by the scream, including the red-faced cultivator. Everyone looked at the source of the scream, only to discover that the white-robed cultivator, who inflamed the red-faced cultivator a moment ago ill-intendedly, was contorted to the point that he was beyond recognition, as if he were possessed by 100,000 devils. His face was covered in various colors, too. Very soon, he was foaming and cramping before he lost control over his bowels and bladder. A yellow and brown stain was slowly spreading out on the bottom of his dustless robe with a stinky smell. What has happened? All the cultivators were dazed. They were all grasped by horror, as if a vulture was staring at them maliciously. The red-faced cultivator looked at the white-robed cultivator, who was writhing in pain and farting uncontrollably in a daze before he shifted his eyes to Li Yao, whose face was casual and whose eyes were dark and deep. He was rash but not retarded. Frightened, he kneeled down and kowtowed. "Spare my life, Senior! Spare my life, Senior!" It was not until then that the cultivators realized whom the white-robed cultivator, who was quite famous in the southeast, had infuriated to cause him end like this. Immediately, all the cultivators who spoke ill of Li Yao secretly a moment ago were all shuddering in silence, their faces pale. The bottom of the bronze censer peak was mired in weird quietness again. But this time, none of the cultivators dared to observe or comment on Li Yao. Li Yao turned around and put the small fries behind. On the jade disc, he made his way to the top of the bronze censer peak. On the bronze censer peak, the sun was rising from the east with dazzling glow. The rocks as steep and sharp as spears were stabbing into the sky and reflecting the unstoppable brilliance, too. Surrounded by the circular rocks was a flat hollow on the mountain peak. The banners were flying, and the rays of light were shooting out. Hundreds of the best experts in the great Qian dynasty had gathered. From high above, Li Yao stared down. The entire bronze censer peak was an enormous sword test field. More than 10 concentric rings had been carved into the ground in different colors. Every ring was made of tremendous crystals, metals, and rune arrays. They looked like a target for a giant archer that had been put on the ground. There was no telling what it was for. Below the cliff far away, a flamboyant VIP auditorium had been set up temporarily. However, most of the cultivators still preferred to stand close to the bullseye and chit-chat with their friends. Those qualified to observe the battle between Yin Liren and Qi Zhongdao were experts at least in the core formation stage. They were mostly leaders and elders in the local sections. Most of the time, they remained far away from each other, and it was difficult for them to meet. An event on the scale of the Dragon Spring meeting was their best opportunity to expand their social network. Li Yao noticed that, although the hundreds of high-level cultivators were in different small groups, their different stances were quite obvious. The 5 super-large sects led by the Grand Mystery sect had raised their magnificent banners on the right side of the bronze censer peak. The Grand Mystery sect, the Thunderstorm Valley, the Flying Spirit Island, the Golden Armor Clan, the Monster Tamer Pavilion. On the banner of every sect, besides the calligraphic names of the sect, there were also spiritual stripes that contained infinite fighting will. The dozens of banners seemed to be an unstoppable army. The smaller sects that had come with them to loot the burning house were on one side too. They were hoping to threaten the Purple Pole Sword sect with the advantage in numbers. On the Purple Pole Sword sect side, they were not fighting alone either. Other than hundreds of intimidating sword cultivators wearing the robes or armor of their own sect, quite a number of cultivators from other sects were talking and laughing with them. Some of the cultivators, whose noses were tall and whose eyes were deep, with completely different appearance from the cultivators of the Central Plateaus, were also touching their blades under the banner of the Purple Pole Sword sect while staring at the Grand Mystery sect's side aggressively. Li Yao knew that those cultivators were either from the sects who had been close enough to Wang Shi in the past to be blamed as Eunuch's conspirator, or the overseas cultivators who had been hired by the Purple Pole Sword sect with decent pay to help fight. So, he was obviously an unaffiliated cultivator that the Purple Pole Sword sect had hired to deal with the crisis. For cultivators, wealth, residence, arts, and partners were mandatory. Generally speaking, only after they joined a certain sect would they be supported with enough resources to make decent progress in their training. The unaffiliated cultivators who did not belong to a sect were either not worth mentioning because of their lack of resources, or extremely dreadful with unpredictable cultivation because they boasted their own confidential resource channel, say a secret residence of some predecessor. Now that the guy had arrived on a Lotus Jade disc, he was certainly the one with the highest cultivation among the unaffiliated cultivators that the Purple Pole Sword sect had invited for help. So, he certainly deserved their attention. Many high-level cultivators closed their eyes and rested after a few glances at Li Yao. An unaffiliated cultivator was an unaffiliated cultivator after all. How capable could he be? Moreover, he was an unknown man from nowhere. Chances were that he had been training in a remote place throughout his life and was somehow summoned by the Purple Pole Sword sect. The peak of the core formation stage was the most that he could amount to. Such an unaffiliated cultivator just deserved their attention. Nothing more. At this moment, the high-level cultivators in the 5 super sects had yet to learn that the chaos in the Southland of Sorcerers had been settled. Thus, they did not know that Li Yao had killed Master Black Moon, who was in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, in one move, and suppressed Han Yuantai, who was in the middle level of the nascent soul stage in another. If they had known it, they definitely would not have felt so easy. The incidents, however, had been conveyed to the elders and leaders of the Purple Pole Sword sect by Ling Lanin. Just now, when Ling Lanin met them, she even further stressed upon Li Yao's formidability. She was at the peak of the core formation stage, and one of the most distinguished experts in the Purple Pole Sword sect other than the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators. Naturally, no one doubted her words. Therefore, quite a few elegant, unworldly-looking sword cultivators on the purple pole sword sect side courteously greeted him from far away in respect. But it raised the suspicion and dissatisfaction of the other overseas, unaffiliated cultivators that the purple pole sword sect had invited, because they did not enjoy such privileges when they reached the bronze censer peak. Ling Lanyan was speaking to a few nascent soul stage cultivators under the purple pole sword sect's banner. Seeing that Li Yao had shown up, her eyes glittered. She flew over with her master's permission and bowed to Li Yao obediently before she gave a rewritten inventory of resources to Li Yao with both hands. Li Yao unfolded the inventory and checked. Other than all the materials that he required, hundreds of other extremely rare materials had been added to the paper, some of which had an annual yield of less than 100 grams for 10 years in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and thought quickly. With those new materials, he would have dozens of new solutions to build up the star beacons. The signals that he sent back to his hometown would be clearer, more conspicuous, and more precise. While drafting the new modification designs in his head, he stared at Ling Lanyin suspiciously. The new inventory of resources was at least 3 times as valuable as the previous one. Ling Lanyin smiled. "Senior, our sect has admired your remarkable techniques and your reputation in the South for a long time. Knowing that you are in need of magical equipment after just breaking out of seclusion, our sect is willing to offer you all the materials on the inventory. The best refining facilities in our sect will be at your service indefinitely, too. That is the least we can do for your refining, Senior. However, we do have a minor request. We hope that you will admit to being a visiting elder of our sect when you help us in a fight." Li Yao raised his eyebrow. "It is not a permanent identity." Fearing that Li Yao grew angry, Ling Lanyin hurried to explain the counteroffer. "We only need you to work as a visiting elder in our sect for half a year so that we can live through the crisis." "What if I don't?" Li Yao asked emotionlessly. Ling Lanyin shuddered and gritted her teeth. "If you don't, I'm afraid that we will not be able to complete the deal that you want, Senior. If you insist on standing against our sect and trying the sharpness of our swords, the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators, 100 core formation stage cultivators, and 5,000 imperial swordsmen will have no choice except to try our best to not disappoint you." Li Yao stared at her without blinking. The few nascent soul stage cultivators of the purple pole sword sect not far away locked onto the place, too. He, Li Yao chuckled. "The purple pole sword sect is indeed good at doing business." At first glance, the inventory of materials were 3 times as valuable as Li Yao had expected. The offer could not have been more generous. However, Li Yao had intended to help the purple pole sword sect only once. It was a clean, one-time deal. The 2 parties would not be involved after the trade. But now, the purple pole sword sect was asking him to be a visiting elder for half a year, in which time he would have to demonstrate his power on the tank named Purple Pole Sword Sect. He would be involved in all kinds of trouble. On the surface, the Purple Pole Sword Sect was losing a lot by providing so many rare materials for free. However, the next half a year was exactly the critical period when the Purple Pole Sword Sect and other giants would decide the redistribution of interests in the post-Wangxi era. With the participation of Li Yao, a super nascent soul stage cultivator, they would certainly gain more from their share in the interest than the price of all the materials on the inventory. The leadership of the Purple Pole Sword Sect were certainly brave and decisive too. At such a perilous moment, they were still thinking far ahead into the future. He could either be the visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword Sect or just go away as the Purple Pole Sword Sect's enemy, in which case he would not get half a crystal. The ancient cultivator's wisdom is truly not to be underestimated. Li Yao confirmed the point again. "Senior." Ling Lanyin's heart was almost beating out of her chest as she looked at Li Yao, nervously waiting for his answer. "You may leave now. Let me take a look at it first." Li Yao put the inventory of materials into his sleeve after a smile. He roamed away without giving Ling Lanyin a clear reply. His communication with Ling Lanyin was noticed by a lot of cultivators on both sides. Although the 2 of them talked secretly through much more advanced techniques, preventing them from eavesdropping on the content of the conversation, the cultivators could easily see Ling Lanyin's brimming frustration. Also, After Liao landed on the bronze censer peak, he did not stand below the purple lightning banner and greet the leader and the few nascent soul stage cultivators, as other hired, unaffiliated cultivators did. The keen-sighted, quick-minded cultivators immediately sensed the subtle relationship between Li Yao and the Purple Pole Sword sect. What's the meaning of this? Did the stupid barbarian cultivator demand too high a price and ruin the negotiation with the Purple Pole Sword sect? Or did he see that there were so many experts on our side and realize that he is no match for us, so he changed his mind? Liao did not mind them at all. Greenish flames were burning inside his black eyes again, and he glanced at the cultivators on both sides. In the world of ancient cultivators, strength meant everything. Today, he would certainly take action to cement his position as an unparalleled expert. The high-level cultivators, be they on the Purple Pole Sword sect side or the Grand Mystery sect side, could all be his opponents and prey today. Suddenly, Li Yao's eyes seemed to have run into a magnet as they were attracted to a guy surrounded by a few nascent soul stage cultivators under the banner of the Grand Mystery sect. The guy was tall, slender, and dark. He was wearing a plain, thorny crown and a pure black robe without any model. At the center of the magnificent nascent soul stage cultivators, he seemed rather unattractive, if not lackluster. However, nobody would ignore him. He was like a black hole. No matter how dazzling that brilliance around him was, he would absorb all the light until everybody forgot everything around him and simply noticed him. For normal people who were as tall and slender as him, they would be described as bamboo. However, when Li Yao saw him, he could only think of two things: a black, indestructible nail that had stabbed deep into the ground, or an absolutely straight ruler that would never bend and could be used to measure the sky, the earth, and the stars. Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao. Li Yao mumbled to himself before his telepathic thoughts spread out, and he stared at the unparalleled expert who could be a candidate for the best expert of the ancient sages sector. Below the banner of the Grand Mystery sect, Qi Zhongdao was chatting with other nascent soul stage cultivators who were leaders and elders of other sections. Qi Zhongdao was the grand leader of the Grand Mystery sect, the largest sect in the world. He was also the closest thing to a leader of the alliance of the cultivators there. Because of his astounding cultivation and position, even the giants from the super sects, such as the Thunderstorm Valley or the Flying Spirit Island, were rather respectful for them. Although sword maniac, Yin Liren is one of the three saints of the Great Qian dynasty, and it is said that his sword arts are sophisticated enough to kill deities and devils. He is an expert who only rose to fame in the past few decades after all. He lacks experience. He may have his chance of winning against other people, but he wants to defeat fellow cultivator Qi's heaven-flipping seal, which has suppressed every enemy in the past 100 years with an ancient sword from the primeval era. He is nothing more than an ant that intends to shake a tree. The leader of the Flying Spirit Island, who was a white-haired old man, sneered. It's not necessarily true. Qi Zhongdao's voice sounded like two colliding iron rulers. With Yin Liren's and my cultivation, it is impossible to infer who will win based on our previous accomplishments before we really have a fight. Besides, my heaven-flipping seal is also a primeval treasure. Naturally, it is not scared of the primeval sword that Yin Liren recently polished. But in the past 10 years, Wang Shi and him have discussed and exchanged sword arts every year. Although Wang Shi is a shameless rebel, he is also a master of the sword. With Wang Shi's wedding, how sharp is Yin Liren today? This is truly. Qi Zhongdao was about to express his feelings when he suddenly grunted. His pupils constricted, and he turned his head to look back at Li Yao. Crack! 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 Their eyes collided in midair, raising soundless and yet no less breathtaking explosions. A giant noise echoed inside Li Yao's head. The world around him seemed to have disappeared, replaced by an empty universe in front of his eyes. Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao's spirit had turned into horizontal and vertical iron rulers that interweaved into a chessboard, a shackle, and a cage, suppressing his soul and imprisoning him with Qi Zhongdao's rules. What immense mental power! Li Yao was greatly amazed. But he did not know that Qi Zhongdao was 10 times more shocked than him. As one of the leading people in the Great Qian dynasty, Qi Zhongdao knew a thing or two about all the top experts in the entire ancient sages sector. The faces, features, and favorite techniques of the 300 or so nascent soul stage cultivators were all in his mind. He had evaluated what kind of tough people he might run into in the battle to overwhelm the Purple Pole Sword sect and drafted corresponding plans. When Li Yao first landed, he did not think too much of the newcomer. Unlike other people, he gave Li Yao a higher estimation and regarded Li Yao as an overseas unaffiliated cultivator who had made significant progress in training by accident and had perhaps reached the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, which was why the Purple Pole Sword sect valued him so much. However, it was just the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. When Li Yao observed him blatantly from afar, he still did not think too much of the overseas unaffiliated cultivator. He merely intended to suppress the guy with part of his telepathic thoughts so that the guy would retreat. But he did not expect that mysterious, unaffiliated cultivator's soul to be so powerful. The guy was like a boa, a falcon, a tiger, or even a primeval beast like a tyrannosaur. When he raged, roared, and savaged inside the cage condensed by Qi Zhongdao's spirit, determined to break free from it. Voila! Qi Zhongdao's cage, shackle, and chessboard were finally showing cracks. Li Yao's boa, falcon, and tiger took the opportunity to run out, but they were heavily wounded and moaning. The two of them retreated their eyes almost at the same time. Li Yao's nose was bleeding, and there was no way that he could stop it. He did not intend to stop it, either, but merely took a step back and lowered his head to observe where he had been standing. 2 deep footprints had been left on the ground there. A series of tiny cracks could be found around the footprints, too. They were a sign that he was unable to control his spiritual energy precisely because of the blast to his soul. Impressive. Li Yao finally sniffed the blood in his nose and raised his thumb for Qi Zhongdao in his heart. After the brief collision of eyes, he was already able to basically estimate Qi Zhongdao's capabilities. The guy should be similar to, if not slightly stronger than, Xiao Xuanzi, the enemy with the highest combat ability that Li Yao had ever come across so far. Xiao Xuanzi had once been the best expert of the Flying Star sector. He was close to the peak of the nascent soul stage, and his capabilities were immeasurable. Years ago, it was with the collective attack of 7 cultivators, 6 in the nascent soul stage, and 1 in the superlative height of the core formation stage, that they managed to kill Xiao Xuanzi luckily. The other opponents that he had dealt with, such as Bai Xinghe, Jin Tui, Elder Nether Spring, Lu Zue, or Zhou Hengdao, were perhaps better than Xiao Xuanzi in terms of their leadership, schemes, and wisdom. Yet, when it came to absolute combat ability, they were still far from Xiao Xuanzi, as expected of the leading person of this world. Under the obsolete training system that is tens of thousands of years behind that of the outside world, he has cultivated to such an astonishing level. How unbelievable! Li Yao's eyeballs shivered quickly. Hundreds of virtual battles between him and Qi Zhongdao surfaced inside his brain as he estimated his odds of success. The more he calculated, the more excited he became. Qi Zhongdao was in a much better condition than Li Yao was. He was barely affected on the surface, but he was nonetheless shocked in his heart. The collision of their eyes happened fast. Both of them were super experts when it came to manipulating spiritual energy. The confrontation of their soul power was so secret that even the nascent soul stage cultivators around Qi Zhongdao had sensed nothing. They merely felt that Qi Zhongdao was suddenly a bit ill at ease. Qi Zhongdao narrowed his eyes. An unnatural wave flashed on his dark and slim face as he asked in a low voice, "Who's that fellow cultivator over there?" The nascent soul stage cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. They looked at Li Yao again, but failed to recognize him. At first, they thought that he was an overseas, unaffiliated cultivator that Purple Pole Sword sect had invited to help the battle. But judging from the communication between him and Ling Lanin a moment ago, things seemed to have changed. He was not necessarily taking the Purple Pole Sword sect side, perhaps because he was intimidated by them. Only an elder of the Gold Armor clan fell into deep thought. He stated that he seemed to have seen the guy in the southwest a long time ago. The air around the guy was familiar to him, despite the vast changes in the guy's appearance. However, he failed to recall the guy's name. The guy did not seem to be anyone famous. A long time ago, in the southwest? Solemnly, Qi Zhongdao thought hard for a moment. He was about to have somebody look into the issue when a lot of cultivators on the purple pole sword sect side began exclaiming. Sword maniac! Yin Liren had shown up, including Li Yao and Qi Zhongdao. All the cultivators focused their attention on the sword maniac, whose sword arts were claimed to be unparalleled in the world. Li Yao did not even have time to wipe the blood from his nose. Allowing his chest to be stained by the blood, he stood tall and looked at the banners of the purple pole sword sect. The two cross banners were like a gate, and a figure that was too short and small slowly walked out of the gate toward the bullseye in the sword test field one step after another. So, it is true? Li Yao was absent-minded for a moment. The rumors that he had heard were true. Sword maniac Yin Liren, who was equally qualified to compete for the title of the best expert of the ancient sages sector, was actually a dwarf. He was no more than 1.3 meters tall. His body was already short and fat enough, but his head was exceptionally round and huge. His limbs were thick and short. At first glance, he was like a giant white gourd with a watermelon piled on it. He was wearing a bright purple robe and covered in tiny, delicate armor. A short, mini sword was dangling from his waist, too. The robe, the armor, and the sword all looked like children's toys. What was more, the sheath of the tiny sword was fully embedded with pearls, agates, emeralds, and all the other fancy common jewelries that was devoid of spiritual energy. The weapon could not have looked more flamboyant. For cultivators, the description of flamboyant was certainly not a compliment. Yin Liren's head was completely bald. He did not have a single hair. Even his eyebrows had been entirely plucked, making his head look like a big, round bead. His eyes seemed to be stuck, looking upward. He was neither glancing at the crowd, nor looking at his most formidable opponent. Instead, he was staring at the ever-changing clouds in the sky while he mumbled to himself and calculated with both hands quickly. There was no telling what he was measuring. His idiotic appearance when his attention was focused easily made other people think that he was a maniac. When Yin Liren showed up, the whole field fell silent. Unlike when Li Yao arrived, no matter how dishonorable Yin Liren looked, no matter how eccentric he was acting, and no matter how everybody on the spot was craving to split the purple pole sword sect's enormous interests, none of them dared to say anything or scorn him to his face. It was the deterrence of a super expert. In the utmost silence, Li Yao was the only one who narrowed his eyes and looked at Yin Liren in exactly the same way that he looked at Qi Zhongdao a moment ago. However, Yin Liren sensed none of it. He continued walking forward, not bothering to look at Li Yao at all, still focused on his clouds. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. Yin Liren was an expert qualified to fight against Qi Zhongdao. There was no way that he could not sense Li Yao's provocative eyes. His non-reaction when he obviously could sense it only suggested one thing. Yin Liren's belief was extremely firm. Since he was about to fight against Qi Zhongdao, all his spirit, will, and computational ability was concentrated on the battle. Everyone and everything that was irrelevant to the battle, however strong and serious, could not distract him. In comparison to Yin Liren's non-reaction, Qi Zhongdao spared his attention just now to look back at him. The gap of their levels were apparent. Shocked, Li Yao exclaimed subconsciously, Qi Zhongdao is going to fail. For cultivators at their level, the immensity of spiritual energy or its release efficiency was not the decisive factors in a battle. A lot of other mysterious factors, including their belief and determination, played an important role. Yin Liren was undistracted. There was but the upcoming battle in his eyes. Yin Liren had perhaps been the only one in Qi Zhongdao's eyes a moment ago. However, since he had been disturbed by Li Yao, how could he win the fight when he could not focus his attention? Li Yao secretly sighed to himself. He planned to have a few virtual battles with the data of the two top experts that he had collected just now. It was both a way of training and great entertainment for the mind. But somebody suddenly demanded him angrily. Who are you exactly, fellow cultivator? The battle between Master Righteous One and the Sword Maniac has not begun yet. The result is not known. Why are you shooting from the hip and ruining our morale? Li Yao was slightly dazed. He looked back, only to discover that 5 cultivators in black robes that were similar to the style of Grand Mystery Sect's attire were glaring at him. As it turned out, when he was shocked by Yin Liren's concentration just now, he had shouted out loud subconsciously. The cultivators around all had keen senses. He was not controlling his volume, either. Naturally, a lot of people caught what he said. The Grand Mystery Sect is the greatest sect in the world, and Master Righteous One is the role model of all cultivators. Naturally, he won't hold you for your irresponsible remarks. The blue-robed cultivator in the lead was a man whose face was yellow. He crossed his fists to Li Yao sloppily before he sneered. I am Xie Xingho of the Spiritual Mountain Sect, which is directly related to the Grand Mystery Sect. If I may speak on behalf of the confused cultivators here, I want to ask you, fellow cultivator, forgetting that you called Master Righteous One by his name disrespectfully, on what grounds did you claim that Master will fail? Is it because your eyes are keen enough to have noticed a certain anomaly, or because you have been instructed to instigate trouble here? Sometimes to march into the new states or prefectures, or to explore the unpopulated frontier. The local disciples in such areas were often given greater powers and incentives and turned from local representatives of the sect into new branches later. Some of the smaller sects in the local area, awed by the foreign sects, were willing to be acquired, which was another source of the branches. By the standard of the modern cultivation civilization, their relationship was similar to parent companies, child companies, and OEMs. Although the branches and the main sect were divided, they were still deeply connected with each other. If they did not separate on bad terms, their relationship was not necessarily bad. Sometimes they were even intimate sects like brothers who would make decisions together. It was especially so for the Grand Mystery Sect, the largest sect in the world that boasted countless secondary branches. They mostly maintained friendly relationships. The branches were essentially a team of lackeys that the Grand Mystery Sect had raised. Scattered around the great Qian dynasty, they interweaved into a complicated network of interests. At a critical moment, they could also gather together, wave their colorful banners, and cheer for the Grand Mystery Sect. The Spiritual Mountain Sect was exactly one of such lackeys. Xie Xingho was an elder of the Spiritual Mountain Sect and the best expert in his sect. As a lackey of the Grand Mystery Sect, hearing that somebody had spoken of the Grand Master of the sect directly in such a scornful tone and claimed that Master Righteous One was bound to lose, how could he not jump out and berate him? When Li Yao first arrived on the Lotus Jade Disc, he had been quite mysterious, and nobody could deduce his background. If he also had the Purple Pole Sword sect backing him, Xie Xingho would not necessarily have had the courage to question him. However, he did notice that Li Yao's communication with Ling Lanin did not go so well, which put the guy in an awkward position. The guy seemed to be neither on the Grand Mystery Sect side, nor the Purple Pole Sword sect side. He was all by himself. With that in mind, what was there to be concerned about? Xie Xingho meant to demonstrate his loyalty by defending Qi Zhongdao's reputation in front of his fellow cultivators, so that his sect would distinguish itself among all the branches of the Grand Mystery Sect and be appreciated. Thinking that through, Xie Xingho further raised his voice and shrieked. Master Righteous One is too honorable to be estimated or insulted by any random guy. Who are you, and where are you from, fellow cultivator? How dare you disrespect Master with your arrogant words? Xie Xingho's voice indeed attracted the attention of quite a lot of cultivators nearby who had been staring at Yin Liren just now. They were all looking at Li Yao again. However, they were all amused by Li Yao's crazy nose bleeding and the stain in front of his chest. Li Yao smiled bitterly to himself. He had never been a man who liked to invoke trouble without a good reason. It was indeed reckless of him to have said that. As a branch of the Grand Mystery Sect, it was only natural for the guy to stand up for his main sect. If it were the real Li Yao, he would not have bothered talking to the guy anymore and just left. Or he might have revealed some shocking techniques so that the guy would see his real capabilities and stop asking for death. Either way, the problem would be resolved. He would never escalate the trouble to the point that it was unresolvable. However, he was playing the role of Master Spiritual Vulture right now. The ancient sage's sector might be underdeveloped. However, the nascent soul stage cultivators here were all as cunning as foxes. In order not to expose any loophole, he could only react according to the personalities of such a character as Master Spiritual Vulture. I'll have to be a snob again. How painful. Thinking to himself, Li Yao stared at Xie Xingho without saying anything. Xie Xingho felt quite creepy under his stare. He could not help but take a step back and scratch his face before he said angrily, "Why are you not replying, fellow cultivator? Do you have no respect for the spiritual mountain sect?" But Li Yao still looked at him emotionlessly and mysteriously, as if he was scrutinizing every pore on the guy's face. Xie Xingho was shocked, infuriated, and somewhat scared. Holding his flying sword, he gnashed his teeth. "What are you looking at? Please don't be angry, fellow cultivator." Li Yao finally opened his mouth. With a smile, he said gently, "I have never seen any face of as much fortune as your face, fellow cultivator Xie. The face is incredible and certainly unique in this world. That is why I forgot my manners just now. Please do excuse me, fellow cultivator." A face of fortune? Xie Xingho and the bystanders put on weird expression. None of them expected the mysterious, anonymous, unaffiliated cultivator to make such an irrelevant statement. Was it a sign that the guy was giving in? Xie Xingho could not help but touch his slim face and curl his lips. Softening his tone, he said, "How so?" With his hands behind his back, Li Yao said slowly, "Without your face of fortune, fellow cultivator Xiao, how would you have met me today? For the past few decades, I've been living in seclusion inside the forest to calm myself down. I often heard the brooks inside the forest flowing, which sounded like pearls dropping into jade trays. I saw the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, watched the moon waxing and waning, and observed the flourishing and perishing of trees and grass. Finally, I perceived the vicissitudes of nature and washed away my aggressiveness. My belief today is immaculate. Fellow cultivator Xie, you happen to have run into me today. That's why you are still alive right now. How would you explain that if you do not have a face of fortune? If you had met me 100 years ago, fellow cultivator Xie, with your accusation just now, I'm afraid that you would have died the most miserable death. You would have ended up in a pool of pus, and even your soul would have been suffering the most excruciating pain. Xie Xingho and the cultivators nearby were all dumbfounded. After a long silence, somebody around finally understood Li Yao's obscure sarcasm and could not help but laugh out loud. Blinking, Xie Xingho realized what was going on too. He was so exasperated that his yellow face flushed pure red. Thousands of arrows of blood seemed to be shooting out of his face as he unsheathed his bright sword and roared, What? What are you saying?" Li Yao eyed him with great bafflement. He seemed to be confused why somebody would be so determined to rush into hell when he could live a good life on the earth. After a long sigh, he said solemnly, "Fellow cultivator Xie, do not rush into anything. Please heed my words. When I was living in the forests, I saw grass sprouting stubbornly below the giant rocks. I saw a deer whose one leg was bitten off struggling to survive with the 3 legs left, and I saw countless ants work hard to store food and strengthen their nest before winter, knowing that they would be dead for sure. Why did the creatures resist and struggle so hard? To live one more day, of course, right? As the saying goes, even an insect values its life. Life is the most priceless treasure in the world that even animals cherish. It is needless to say that you must have gone through a lot of difficulties to be born as a human and to advance into the level you are in right now. Fellow cultivators, Xie, even if you are not considering yourself, you must think more for your wife, your children, and your old parents at home. Why do you have to ask to be killed instead of cherishing your good life, which didn't come easily? You. Xie Xingho was blushing so hard that his neck was like a furnace. He was almost throwing out his guts together with his blood as he shouted furiously, "Who are you exactly? My sword does not kill anyone without a name." Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao said, one word after another, "Master Spiritual Vulture of the Flying Thunder Cave on the broken Intestine Mountain." The Flying Thunder Cave on the Broken Intestine Mountain was the residence of Elder Five Despairs, who was the master of the real Master Spiritual Vulture. However, Master Five Despairs had been killed by Master Spiritual Vulture and Master Black Moon a long time ago. Master Black Moon had since been killed by Li Yao. So, the successors in the lineage included only Master Spiritual Vulture. According to the tradition of the Cultivators, he was the new owner of the Flying Thunder Cave now. It was the brand of Master Five Despairs' lineage. If the successor really trained himself in the Flying Thunder Cave was not important. Master Spiritual Vulture, the somewhat strange name cast Xie Xingho and the other cultivators from Central Plateaus into deep thought. Sensing that the mysterious aura around Li Yao was on the rise, Xie Xingho even took a few steps back to better prepare himself. However, after he finally recalled who Master Spiritual Vulture was, he burst into laughter. And I was wondering who you are. Master Spiritual Vulture, the guy who once dominated the Southland of Sorcerers but vanished into thin air. I haven't heard any news about you for decades. It never occurred to me that you would dare mess around in the Dragon Spring meeting. You truly don't know what you are doing. The cultivators from the Southland of Sorcerers were best at domesticating wildlife and making poisons. They were often despised by the cultivators from Central Plateaus, and their arts were often deemed to be queer. Only the best of them, such as Master Black Moon, who was in the nascent soul stage, could manage to be acknowledged by the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty. Those in the core formation stage, such as Master Spiritual Vulture, who disappeared decades ago into nobody knew where, were not in the eyes of the cultivators from Central Plateaus at all. Their only impression of such people was, oh, there seems to be a guy with that name. Perhaps in the dense forests, the tricks of the barbarian cultivators were still difficult to deal with. However, in an open confrontation on the sword test field, they were not worth mentioning at all. Master Spiritual Vulture, although the Spiritual Mountain sect is insignificant, you are not to insult us like that. Thinking that he had figured out Li Yao's background, Xie Xingho was greatly assured. He sheathed his flying sword, but his killing intent was even more intense as he stared at Li Yao and gnashed his teeth. However, this is the Dragon Spring meeting. There are rules here. The competition between the Sword Maniac and Master Righteous One is about to commence. Your blood doesn't deserve to tarnish the Bronze Censer Mountain. Our Spiritual Mountain sect has recently received a sharp sword, but we lack a sword tester with real materials. After the Sword Maniac and Master Righteous One's competition is over, do you dare test the sharpness of our sword in the sword test field? Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao said scarily, All right. Now that you are determined to be killed, fellow cultivator Xie, I'm willing to fulfill your wish. However, a small fry such as yourself is far from enough. Do you have any senior brothers, masters, or best friends? Hurry and invite them over. Find as many of them as possible and make sure you write down how exactly they want to be killed. I guarantee that your wishes will be satisfied. Xie Xingho was so infuriated that his head was dizzy. Why are you not going? Two green flames glittered inside Li Yao's eyes and darted into the depths of Xie Xingho's soul. He might have been showing off, but he did not intend to kill anyone. He had killed countless people in this life, and they all deserved to be killed. Punishing someone for what they said or killing someone because of fury was not what a cultivator who grew up in a modern society ruled by law should do. The two green flames rushed into Xie Xingho's brain and suddenly exploded. Xie Xingho shuddered abruptly, and the entire world turned into a creepy devil's cave. When he looked at Li Yao again, the guy was a hideous ghost king. Cold sweat popped up on his forehead. He finally realized that he might have pissed off someone that he should not have. After an exclamation, he was frozen on the spot. Li Yao noticed out of the corner of his eye that Ling Lanin was striding close with a few imperial swordsmen. It was obvious that the girl was fearing that he might go on a killing spree when he was moody and even retaliate against the Spiritual Mountain sect later, which would cause infinite trouble. Li Yao took the opportunity to stop the oppression. He shook his sleeve and walked away. The minor conflict soon spread out. Many cultivators were pointing at the two of them. The name of Spiritual Vulture spread among the cultivators too. When Qi Zhongdao heard Master Spiritual Vulture, He gazed at Li Yao solemnly and suspiciously again. It made Li Yao respect him even less. Li Yao stared at Yin Liren. The dwarf nascent soul stage cultivator had finished calculating the sky. Now he shifted his eyes to the cultivators on the spot. He looked as silly as before, and his lips continued shivering nonstop. His short, thick fingers were jabbing randomly. There was no telling what he was calculating. This time, his eyes were cast to Li Yao. However, they did not make eye contact. Like two streams of smoke, the stares from them simply passed each other without crossing. Li Yao could tell that Yin Liren was not regarding him as a person. For the guy, he was just an object or an obstacle on the sword test field. Li Yao finally understood what exactly Yin Liren was calculating with his full attention. He was calculating the number of the obstacles on the sword test field, as well as their size, distribution, and possible movement, in order to measure their influence on the fight later. Yin Liren is a certain winner, Li Yao thought to himself. He was willing to bet his head on it. At this time, Ling Lanin, having put on a purple long dress, walked to the bullseye at the center of the sword test field elegantly. Starting from the bullseye, the rings on the ground were all humming and releasing immense spiritual waves. Seniors, fellow cultivators, welcome to the Dragon Spring meeting of our sect. Ling Lanin bowed. In every Dragon Spring meeting, we exhibit both the blades and magical equipment that we have produced in the past 5 years, and the primeval treasures that we have collected from everywhere for the seniors and fellow cultivators to appreciate and study. The Dragon Spring meeting this year will be even more spectacular than usual, because 3 swords from the primeval era have been completely polished. The 3 ancient swords that have recently been polished in our sect may not have been forged too marvelously, but their sharpness is still quite impressive. To trigger the full brilliance of such ancient swords, 2 unparalleled experts are mandatory. Today, our sect is honored to have Master Righteous One, Grand Leader of the Grand Mystery Sect, join us to test the swords with Yin Liren, the elder of our sect, with so many seniors and fellow cultivators to observe. You have all brought light to our shabby sect. Ling Lanin's words triggered a round of whispers. The cultivators on the Grand Mystery Sect side all looked quite awful. The news that they had in the beginning was that the Purple Pole Sword Sect had finished polishing 1 secret sword from the primeval era recently and intended to compete with Qi Zhongdao's heaven-flipping seal. It never occurred to them that the Purple Pole Sword Sect did not polish 1 ancient sword but 3. However, that was also expected for the competition of cultivators because magical equipment was part of their capabilities. As long as they could carry the weapons and support the weapons with their spiritual energy, they could bring however much magical equipment they wanted. Not just 3. Even if the guy was playing with 30 swords at the same time, there was nothing that the bystanders could do except complement his capability. The Purple Pole Sword Sect has indeed put their all into keeping the interest that they have earned to themselves. Li Yao thought to himself and looked forward to the competition even more. What were the primeval swords and the heaven-flipping seal exactly? The ancient swords are unbelievably formidable. The heaven-flipping seal is also the ultimate treasure in the world. The blast will certainly be overwhelming upon their collision. Our sect has established 10 levels of defense barriers on the sword test field. Seniors and fellow cultivators, please choose a place to watch the game according to your capabilities in case you are accidentally injured. Bo! Bo bo! While Ling Lanin was talking, the 10 rings embedded in the ground generated spiritual shields that were aimed at the internal side one after another. They were like transparent eggshells covering the sword test field layer after layer. It was not until then that Li Yao realized what the enormous arrow target on the ground was for. The collision between the extraordinary weapons of Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren would certainly be crushing. The blast resulting from the furious collisions and the broken pieces when their magical equipment crossed could possibly injure the bystanders. There were 10 rings on the arrow target. If someone observed the battle at the periphery, they would be protected by 10 defense barriers. Even if some broken pieces penetrated through the 10 barriers, their strength would be greatly diminished. Of course, those who were confident in their own ability and were not scared of ending up as a collateral were free to stand closer to the center. The closer the audience was to the bullseye, the fewer protective barriers there would be, and the more dangerous it was. Because the spiritual shields were emitting colorful waves themselves, which would slightly twist the space around, the scene inside would certainly be fuzzy if someone observed the battle through 10 barriers. The closer they were to the center, the better the view they would have. It was the same logic as watching a football game. This was the time where the audience's capabilities and courage were tested. Those who were confident in their cultivation and intended to observe the competition of the two top experts clearly could naturally stand at the center, which was closest to the battle. But for those who were merely joining the show for fun, they would be better off staying back for their own sake. Tragedies where the bystanders were injured had happened in the Dragon Spring meeting before. All the cultivators were quite familiar with the tradition. When the round defense barriers slowly rose up, most of the cultivators began stepping back. Some of them moved to 3 layers back, some moved to 5 layers back, and some went to the 10th layer, only to discover that few fellow cultivators were around. Blushing, they gritted their teeth and moved forward 2 layers. Only the 50 or so experts in the nascent soul stage, and some of the cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage who might be overly confident about themselves, were still standing at the innermost place where there was absolutely no protection. They could be hurt by the attacks of the 2 experts at any time. Liao was naturally one of them. Crossing his arms, he stared at Yin Liren coldly, but simply ignored the suspicions of the fellow nascent soul stage cultivators in the first circle, who had been famous for a long time. Xie Xingho from the Spiritual Mountain sect moved 3 rings back. While looking for his friends and seniors from the sect, he searched for Li Yao too. When he noticed that Li Yao was moving forward instead of retreating and reached the first ring, he gasped and felt that his teeth were aching even more. Junior nephew Xie, why are you in such a panic? A super obese guy, who must have weighed more than 250 kilograms, squeezed next to him, the fat all over his body shaking. Senior Uncle Liao, finally finding a lifesaver, Xie Xingho hurried to bow before he gnashed his teeth. For your information, Senior Uncle, the barbarian cultivator master spiritual vulture was arrogant enough to insult not only the Spiritual Mountain sect, but also Master Righteous One just now. He even despised all the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty. He also said that I should ask as many seniors as possible to be killed together. He was obviously disregarding your divergent mountain sect, Senior Uncle Liao. Yes, I heard your conversation just now, Senior Uncle Liao said with a smile. Intense, killing intent was beaming out of his eyes, which were almost blocked by fat. To think that a frog from the southwest can be so arrogant. How hilarious. Where's this fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? Huh, he dares to stand in the first circle? Senior Uncle Liao rolled his eyes and laughed in amusement. Is he really such an ignorant guy who doesn't even know the toughness of the Dragon Spring meeting? Let's just wait and see how he humiliates himself later. Clang! The sound of weapons meeting made everybody on the spot stop talking, and the field was gradually occupied by an unpredictable air of solemnity. All the spectators stood straight in their respective circle. Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren, the Iron Saint and the Sword Maniac, walked slowly toward the bullseye at the center of the sword test field. However, the collision of their unparalleled auras was rippling out. All the bystanders could not help feeling that their pores were constricted to the minimum, and they could not even smile anymore. For a moment, the people, grass, trees, wind, clouds, sunlight, and everything else on the bronze sensor peak seemed to be frozen. Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren attracted each other like 2 magnets. Fellow cultivator Yin, Qi Zhongdao said casually, the 2 of us are flattered by the cultivators in the world as 2 of the 3 saints of the Great Qian dynasty. But we have never... Hush! Yin Liren's ever-shivering eyes suddenly stopped and focused on his opponent's body. He said solemnly, enough talking. Let's fight. Hardly had he finished his sentence when Yin Liren's spiritual energy split the ground below his feet into hundreds of cracks, each of which was charging at Qi Zhongdao like the sharpest sword. Qi Zhongdao's face color changed. Web-like cracks appeared below his feet, too, which pierced Yin Liren's cracks at fast as lightning. Boom! 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 Hundreds of cracks joined, shattering the entire area. Countless pebbles soared into the sky with the boost of their spiritual energy and blossomed in midair, only to be enveloped by their spiritual energy again. The previously plain pebbles all turned into colorful, translucent gems before they darted toward the enemy from unbelievable angles in hundreds of dazzling streaks of brilliance. Pa! 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 Every pebble that was poured with spiritual energy was broken apart by the hostile pebbles into the tiniest powder. The powder was then absorbed by them again and circled around him in the shapes of hideous monsters. The two unparalleled experts in the world of ancient cultivators began their competition in such an expected way. During the first collision, although they controlled their strength precisely and the broken stones did not splutter out, the blast resulting from the crash of immense spiritual energy still rushed out. Most of the blasts smashed the defense barriers. Quite a few of the barriers were shivering and flickering under the blow. The cultivators outside of the defense barriers all changed their face color greatly. Many of them took another step backward in silence. In the innermost circle, many nascent soul stage cultivators had activated their spiritual shields. Only a few nascent soul stage cultivators, including Li Yao, were still roaming amid the surging tides of the spiritual energy blast. Li Yao did not even activate the spiritual energy of the nascent soul stage. He merely accelerated the flow of spiritual energy inside his body and kept himself at the middle level of the core formation stage. The experts who did not bother to defend themselves were quite obvious. They noticed each other immediately. Most of the people other than Li Yao were seniors who had been famous for a long time. Their faces were all solemn, as they were not sure whether Li Yao truly boasted incredible techniques or was simply fearless because he was ignorant of the consequences of being involved in the blast. Wait until your head is cut off. In the third ring, Xie Xingho and his senior Uncle Lu from the Divergent Mountain sect sneered to themselves with fury shooting out of their eyes. Swoosh! After the two unparalleled experts were done testing each other, they performed the real, deadly moves in the second round. Yin Liren turned into a completely white ball of light as he rolled over the entire sword test field. Dozens of colorful flying swords darted out of his cosmos rings quickly, which were 100 times more powerful than the pebbles just now. In comparison, Qi Zhongdao was truly like a nail that had been bashed into the ground. No wonder how overwhelming the enemy's attacks were. He stood absolutely still, except that he shook his sleeve and released 100 black iron rings. Clang! 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 Every iron ring swallowed a flying sword precisely. Dazzling light was flowing on the dense rune arrays on the iron rings, putting them in various colors. An immense strangling force was generated, as the iron rings intended to mince apart all the flying swords. Yin Liren was expressionless in the first place, and there was nothing except for seriousness on his face. Now he grew even more focused. Every flying sword was shivering violently, raising sparks on the iron rings that could blind the audience. Crack! A lot of flying swords were contorted by the strangling iron rings, falling apart into thousands of pieces. Clang! But many iron rings were broken by the dazzling brilliance unleashed by the flying swords, too. It was almost as if two shooting stars were colliding above everyone's head. Thousands of pieces were darting away faster than 5 times the speed of sound in the purple and red fire due to the friction with the air. Pooh! 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 In the first circle, the spiritual shields of many cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage were ripped apart by the pieces instantly, which almost left a few bloody holes on their body. Frightened, they hurried to step backward to the second ring and the third ring. The spiritual shields of the nascent soul stage cultivators, on the other hand, were much sturdier. The pieces were even blown into powder after they hit them, raising a hazy, colorful mist around the cultivators. The cultivators were apparently not as calm and unhurried as before. They were all gritting their teeth and activating their arts to the maximum. Even a lot of experienced, nascent soul stage cultivators who did not open up the spiritual shields a moment ago were secretly clicking their tongues. They were taking out their defensive magical equipment and opening up the spiritual shields one after another. Those who were still at ease were only Li Yao and 2 or 3 experienced nascent soul stage cultivators. Li Yao seemed to notice none of the thousands of incoming pieces. To observe the battle from the best perspective, he was even walking around in the storm. It was rather strange that, perhaps because he was lucky, or perhaps he had truly calculated everything well, his every movement happened to allow him to avoid the scourge of the broken pieces and the sweeping auras. In the most dangerous encounter, a broken iron ring where Qi Zhongdao's massive spiritual energy still lingered was only 2 inches away from his temple. Had he tilted his head, his brains might have been blown out. However, he simply walked past it without any expression, not even bothering to blink his eyes. There was no telling whether it was because he was too incapable to notice the deadly piece coming at him, or because he was unbelievably confident about the trajectory of the piece that he had calculated. Is this guy just lucky enough to avoid the dead attacks every time? Or is he capable of analyzing the routes of attacks from the 2 unparalleled experts, calculating the range of all the pieces, and then avoiding them from the safest places? Is he really an expert who has been concealing himself and foresaw the result of the battle through a certain anomaly that he discovered? Xie Xingho and his senior uncle Liao looked at each other and noticed the pouring sweat on their foreheads. Most of the cultivators on the spot had exactly the same questions as theirs. The nascent soul stage cultivators of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, who knew everything in the beginning, nodded in approval. This Master Spiritual Vulture was indeed a super brutal man who killed Master Black Moon and suppressed Han Yuantai. He was even more capable than they had expected. Fellow cultivator Yin, the iron rings and the flying swords in midair had almost all been shattered. They occupied the space like a small ocean of meteorites. Qi Zhongdao suddenly shouted, "I am not here today to test garbage. Where are the primeval swords? Let me test them." "All right." The roars of a ferocious beast burst out of Yin Liren's tiny body. "Take my swords with your heaven-flipping seal, then." Shwa! 3 streaks of dazzling brilliance surged out of Yin Liren's cosmos rings and condensed into 3 flying swords in different forms above his head. Before the 3 swords came to a halt, the invisible auras of the sword had spread out like an autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. Many nascent soul stage cultivators found it almost impossible to keep their eyes open. The largest one of the flying swords was more than 50 meters long. It was pure black, and there were a few patches of rust that must have been unpurgeable on the surface. However, they simply added to the solemnity of the sword. Like a giant pillar supporting the sky, it was more of a gigantic stick than a sword. The second largest one was about 30 meters long. It was green and blue, surrounded by dazzling electric arcs that were expanding into balls of lightning. It looked quite intimidating. The smallest one of them was still more than 7 meters long. There was no telling what it was made of, but the sword was almost transparent and seemed to be melting into the air. It was even changing its color according to the background and slithering soundlessly like a chameleon. It was obviously a deadly weapon for assassination purposes. "Huh!" Li Yao was startled, his jaw almost hitting his feet. He was not surprised by the appalling techniques entailed in the 3 ridiculously huge primeval swords, or by Yin Liren's advanced cosmos rings, which were spacious enough to accommodate such 3 swords. But what's happening here? Aren't they the blades for colossi? Before Li Yao was engaged in the expedition mission, Li Yao had been studying the colossi on Kunlun. He was the best specialist on the colossi in the Star Glory Federation. Therefore, he instantly recognized that the 3 primeval swords that sword maniac Yin Liren was wielding were actually the weapons of the colossi, the strategic inventions of mankind in the last years of the God-Sealing War. The largest remnant of a colossi that he had ever come across was almost 100 meters. They were the only candidates for such super heavy swords. The ancient cultivators are too unbelievable. The swords are blades for the colossi, but you have dissected it and are able to manipulate them purely with your telepathic thoughts. Bro, how have you been training yourself exactly? Li Yao could not have admired the ancient cultivators more. But then, he discovered that he could. After Qi Zhongdao summoned the heaven-flipping seal, known as the strongest magical equipment of the ancient sage's sector. Li Yao was so astounded that his brain went blank. Are you kidding me? You even have such a thing? And it can be used as a weapon? Weapon? The circular rails were full of dense spiritual stripes and rune arrays. They were releasing colorful electric arcs that were interweaving with each other in ear-splitting noises. The heaven-flipping seal, the ultimate treasure in the world. The high-level cultivators nearby stepped backward while exclaiming. After the heaven-flipping seal was summoned, the world was suddenly 100 times heavier, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down. Including Li Yao, all the cultivators close to the center felt that their blood was freezing, and they were short of breath. They seemed to be bound by an invisible shackle that was getting tighter and tighter. While other cultivators considered the item as a secret treasure blessed by the deities in the primeval era, Li Yao was the only one who knew what the object was exactly. This is a gravity generator of the Pangu civilization. There was no gravity in outer space. When the starships moved in space, there was no distinction in directions when they were not under the influence of gravity. But for living creatures that were born on planets and used to gravity, they could not live in the zero-gravity state for long. Therefore, some magical equipment had to be manufactured to create an artificial gravity field. Sometimes, they would have to explore or settle in the worlds whose gravity was far higher than that of their mother planet. Then, facilities were required to adjust the environment of 10 times or 50 times the standard gravity into a low-gravity one that was suitable for their long-time survival. The gravity generator was a piece of magical equipment invented for such a purpose. It could release a special force field and adjust the gravity in a certain space. Li Yao had excavated the remnants of the starships of the Panga clan or the Niwa clan on the Kunlun relics. Although the remnants could not have been more rotten, he had seen quite a few gravity generators at the cores of the starships, at least their basic appearance. According to Li Yao's speculation, the gravity generator that Qi Zhongdao was using as the heaven-flipping seal must have been dismantled from a rather advanced assault starship. Other than generating artificial gravity inside the starship, it could also project the force field to envelop the starship so that the trajectory of the incoming bullets and cannonballs would be altered. The gravity generator is of an extremely high level. It is also well preserved. The ancient sages sector is indeed deeply connected to the primeval civilizations, considering that they have so many treasures that are so perfectly preserved. Also, the ancient cultivators of this sector are too unbelievable. Both the blades of the colossi and the gravity generator for a starship should be connected to a mainframe crystal processor. They cannot be driven smoothly without the enhancement of tremendous computational ability and the input of immense spiritual energy. But they are actually using such magical equipment with their feeble brains and whatever spiritual energy is inside their body. It's like a primitive who picks up a storm bolter that is tens of thousands of years ahead of his age, only to decide that he will use it for the bayonet. Nuts. This is pure nuts. Li Yao did not even know how he should feel. Boom! The primeval treasures that the two top experts released from their cosmos rings announced the climax of the competition. Yin Liren's 3 giant swords that had been retrieved from the colossi were flying up and down purely under the control of his telepathic thoughts. The black sword that was more than 50 meters long was emanating the most intense black smoke. It was like an upside-down black tornado. When it was sweeping by, the sky and the earth was crumbling and screaming. The 20-meter-long sword closely followed it, unleashing lightning dozens of meters long that was dancing like gold snakes. It was soundless, but even more fatal. However, in Li Yao's eyes, the splendid visual and sound effects of the first 2 swords were for the sole purpose of covering the third sword. Under the cover of the black smoke and the lightning bolts, the third sword had gone completely transparent and melted into the world around. It was beyond recognition unless someone extended hundreds of spiritual threads to perceive it. The black sword and the lightning sword are all meant to compress Qi Zhongdao's zone of activity as much as possible, confuse his eyes, and distract his attention so that the last assassination sword will have the best opportunity to attack. This is truly as expected of the Sword Saint. Such combat ability is definitely among the highest even in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector. How is Qi Zhongdao going to handle this? Liao looked at the leader of the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty, only to discover that the guy seemed to be even darker and thinner, as if his vitality had been entirely absorbed by the heaven-flipping seal in midair. The rails around the heaven-flipping seal were swirling faster and faster, and the gravity imposed upon the sword test field was higher and higher. 10 times the standard gravity, 30 times, 50 times. After only one moment, the gravity in the sword test field had been increased to an astonishing point. Also, the gravity generator could not just improve the gravity, but also weaken or even remove it. Therefore, in some places, the pebbles and the broken pieces were floating in midair, shaking, while in some other places, the land deeply collapsed, as if an invisible behemoth had stomped on it brutally. Even a bystander such as Li Yao was feeling that his eyeballs were bulging out and that his internal organs were going to be squeezed by the more than 70 times the standard gravity. It was needless to say that Yin Liren, as the primary target of the heaven-flipping seal, would only feel less comfortable. The dwarf sword saint seemed to be someone who was being drowned in an ocean or a dizzy drunkard. He was staggering, unable to keep his body balanced. Together with his short, thick limbs, he could not have looked more comical. However, Liao knew what kind of terrible pressure Yin Liren was under right now. What was even more terrible was that Qi Zhongdao would certainly not just impose a super high gravity on him. For example, by controlling the gravity field precisely, he could make the left half of Yin Liren's body shoulder 50 times the standard gravity and the right half shoulder 10 times, or even zero gravity. The imbalance of the two halves of the body and the feeling of being torn apart was not something that a regular cultivator could bear. For Qi Zhongdao, who was in a gravity field that was completely at his mercy, he did not even need any other magical equipment. A grass, a twig, a stone, or even a grain of sand could all be turned into the deadliest of weapons. More specifically speaking, while Qi Zhongdao was not in the divinity transformation stage, whose main difference from the nascent soul stage lay in the ability to create a spiritual domain that was a small world governed by the cultivator's own rules, he was able to simulate some of the techniques of the divinity transformation stage with the power of his primeval treasure, the heaven-flipping seal. No wonder he was the leader of the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty. No wonder the heaven-flipping seal was the ultimate treasure in the world. Master Righteous One is about to win. The heaven-flipping seal is the heaven-flipping seal after all. Can the invincible treasure be defeated by a few random primeval swords? Yin Liren is indeed strong. He deserves his name as the Sword Saint. But too bad. His opponent is Master Righteous One. Qi Zhongdao seemed to be at an advantage in the battle. Many cultivators standing under the banner of the Grand Mystery Sect were secretly relieved and began to comment again. Perhaps they were doing it for other purposes like distracting or frustrating Yin Liren, but there was no way to know. Some of them were even looking at Li Yao, intentionally or unintentionally. They seemed to be sneering at his forecast before the battle. Li Yao had no time to bother with the unworthy small fries because his mind had become fully occupied by the summit confrontation between the two ancient cultivators. He discovered that there was something wrong with his evaluation on the combat ability of the ancient cultivators. He neglected a factor that was of paramount importance. It was true that general nascent soul stage cultivators in this world, such as Master Black Moon, were nowhere near as strong as the modern cultivators of the same level. However, what if an ancient nascent soul stage cultivator, after receiving a piece of magical equipment from the primeval era, melted their soul, their will, and their life into it patiently and perennially in order to activate the maximal power of the ultimate treasure? It was a dead end. The reason was simple. As powerful as the primeval treasures might be, they were products from hundreds of thousands of years ago after all. The civilizations that created them had all probably perished. Therefore, one broken treasure would mean one fewer treasure. One day, they would all be used up. Also, for those who walked on such a path, cases would not be rare that the older, The better or the previous generations are always better than the future generations. The modern cultivation civilization, on the other hand, had truly digested and absorbed part of the heritage of the Panga civilization. On that basis, they developed a training system and a magical equipment industry that solely belonged to mankind. Even if the magical equipment that they produced was not as good as the counterparts in the Panga civilizations, their potentials were infinite, and their futures were promising. Developing and evolving slowly, one day, they would be higher, faster, and stronger than the Panga civilization. In general, Liao was very confident and optimistic about the modern cultivation civilization. But when it came to individuals, the elites among the ancient cultivators, such as Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren, had reached the very end of the dead end and advanced to an unimaginable level where they could absolutely not push forward any further. The ancient cultivators in the outside world had all perished or evolved, but they were like prehistoric beasts that were caged on a lone island without having any evolution for billions of years. They were simply unleashing the most primitive, wildest, and most brilliant performance of the formidability of the ancient cultivators. The last glory of the ancient cultivators in the 3,000 sectors was fully displayed in front of Li Yao's eyes in such a thunderous and breathtaking way. Qi Zhongdao, on the other hand, was as steady as ever, as if the entire world was rotating around him and running under his rules. The contrast between the two parties made a lot of ignorant spectators at the periphery cheer for Qi Zhongdao. Li Yao, however, suddenly constricted his pupils. Having been calm and still all the time, he suddenly fell backward before he stomped on the ground with his heel heavily, retreating fast like a shocked bird. Almost at exactly the same moment as he retreated, Yin Liren's abdomen suddenly expanded into a ball as he uttered the most deafening roar. The black sword, almost 50 meters long somehow, was freed from the boundary of the gravity field and smashed at the heaven-flipping seal. If it hit the target, the heaven-flipping seal would either be cut in half or crushed into a piece of paper. Qi Zhongdao sniffed. With blood flowing out of his mouth, the rails around the heaven-flipping seal were rotating at an even faster speed than before. Visible force fields were quickly spreading out in black waves. Boom! The black sword was shattered by the heaven-flipping seal before everybody cheered. However, the scraps of the black sword further exploded into a black smoke, which swept around and instantly enveloped the hundreds of square meters nearby. Not good! Yin Liren has shattered his primeval sword to influence the power of the heaven-flipping seal. How can he bear to lose such a primeval sword? Before everyone's exclamation died down, an unprecedented blast burst out from the black smoke, crushing the entire field like a tornado and a tsunami. The sun seemed to have crashed on the bronze censer peak. The cultivators who responded slower than Li Yao were swallowed by the blast instantly. They were like canoes in a surging ocean before they were blown away brutally. The 10 protective barriers around the sword test field exploded, twisted, and faded one after another, leaving only trails of smoke. Everyone's eyes were blinded by the dazzling light triggered in the huge collision of the primeval treasures. It did not help at all, even if they closed their eyes as fast as possible. Their ears were stuffed by the deafening explosions. Hundreds of ear-splitting sounds overlapped, and the echoes were still bashing their eardrums repetitively. They all felt their heads aching, and they were about to be smothered. After more than 10 breaths, the cultivators who had been knocked to the periphery of the sword test field finally calmed themselves down and scanned the field with their senses. What was in front of them was an unbelievable picture. At the center of confrontation of the two superb experts, the previously flat sword test field was filled with concentric creases. The earth seemed to have turned into tides, and the tides had been frozen into icebergs more than 10 meters high. Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren were standing on 2 icebergs respectively, facing the opposite direction. Their faces were emotionless, and their eyes were deep. Some of the careful cultivators, however, noticed that they had swapped positions. The heaven-flipping seal was still rotating slowly above Qi Zhongdao's head, except that it no longer released colorful mystic rays. The previously immaculate, airless silver sphere now had a shallow dent. Although it was narrow, short, and shallow, it could hardly escape anyone's attention, just like the scar on a beauty's face. Above Yin Liren's head, the two primeval swords, other than the black one, were floating in midair next to each other. The auras of the swords were also shivering, making them look like two heavily wounded serpents. This battle, all the cultivators were shocked. Judging from the appearances of the two people, it was hard to say who the final winner would be. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed at the sky, "Look!" Everybody looked where the guy was pointing at, only to discover that the few clouds above Yin Liren's head had been compressed into balls, which seemed unable to bear their own weight and were about to collapse from the sky. Crack! 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 Before everyone had the time to be amazed, a few rocks that were piercing into the clouds at the edge of the bronze censer peak also let out deafening explosions before they slid down on a slant, revealing a fracture that was as smooth as a mirror. They had obviously been cut off by Yin Liren's sword auras. Boom! The monolithic rocks, weighing almost 10,000 tons, crashed at the edge of the bronze censer peak. The earth shook violently, as if the entire bronze censer peak could not stand the devastation of the two experts and was about to crumble. Hundreds of disciples of the Purple Pole Sword sect hurried up. The nascent soul stage cultivators of the sect also wasted no time restoring and building up the rune arrays around, in case the unexpected event of the entire mountain falling down did happen. Pooh! A nascent soul stage cultivator who had been watching the battle at the innermost circle vomited a mouthful of black blood before he staggered backward a few steps and fell to the ground. His face was as colorless as that of a dead person, and his breathing was unsteady. Not good. Senior Ching Lazy of the Roaring Thunder sect has been heavily wounded because of the sword auras and the power of the heaven-flipping seal. Somebody help him. Ching Lazy was a well-known senior in the world of cultivators. It had never occurred to them that he had been wounded to such an extent just because he stood a bit too close to the center and ran away a bit too slowly. Whispers were echoing again. Everybody was amazed. The battle was truly spectacular. It was almost on par with the shocking battle of the two divinity transformation stage cultivators 100 years earlier. But the question remained, who was the winner? The air was so intense that the field looked like a glacier where the ice blocks were cracking and falling apart. All the cultivators, be they on the Grand Mystery sect side or the Purple Pole Sword sects, held their breath and stared at the two experts who were standing on the top of the icebergs like statues. "Who?" Li Yao took a deep breath in relief and shook his clothes, which had been soaked in his sweat. The trip to the world of ancient cultivators was certainly rewarding. The chance to watch the confrontation of two unparalleled experts at such a close distance alone was already worth the ticket price. Appreciating such a gratifying battle is greatly beneficial for my own training. I can vaguely feel the breakthrough that I'm going to make in the near future. It's a shame that I cannot stop the great battle of the two elite ancient cultivators. Neither of them deserves to die in such a way. Qin Zhongdao is truly worthy of being the leading person of the great Qian cultivators. However, Li Yao sighed. Noticing that a few core formation stage cultivators in the robes of the Grand Mystery sect were standing next to him, he waved his hands at them and said, not without regret, "Now, hurry up and make sure that Master Righteous One's body is preserved properly. He has perished." What? When everybody was waiting for the final result in silence, Li Yao's whisper was as loud and shocking as thunder on a sunny day. Master Righteous One has lost and died? How is it possible? How did he know? How can he tell it? The rude guy is still spreading fallacies to deceive people. Don't talk like that. This master spiritual vulture is something. He was watching in the innermost circle just now and walking amid the attacks without using his spiritual energy, but he remained uninjured. Besides, before Master Righteous One and the Sword Maniac launched their ultimate move, he was the first to respond and retreat. Before the battle, he predicted that Master Righteous One would fail. He spoke so confidently right now because he truly knows what has happened and is not just blabbering. This is... Everybody looked at Li Yao with both fear and fury. The disciples of the Grand Mystery sect were looking at Qi Zhongdao and Li Yao in turns with most devastation. Xie Xingho, who provoked Li Yao and demanded a sword test in the beginning, and his senior uncle Liao were so scared that they covered their heads and squeezed into the crowd, fearing that Li Yao might catch them. In everyone's eyes, the unaffiliated cultivator from the borderlands who had predicted the outcome of the battle before it began was becoming more and more mysterious, if not creepy. At this moment, things were finally changing on the mountain. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Qi Zhongdao's body suddenly shook. He began to vomit blood and simply could not stop it. He seemed like he was about to fall from the peak. Ah! The words of Master Spiritual Vulture were true. As if hit by lightning, the cultivators did not know how to respond. Cracks were echoing again. On the other iceberg, the two primeval swords flying above Yin Liren's head suddenly became riddled with hundreds of interconnecting cracks. Their edges were full of dents, too. They were too damaged to be repaired. The two swords fell down from the sky helplessly, one jabbing into the ground and the other lying on the ground like a dead fish. They did not carry the glamour of primeval treasures at all, but were essentially two stove pokers. Pooh! Yin Liren vomited a mouthful of blood, too, and rolled down the hill like a meatball into the broken folds of the ground, vanishing from everyone's eyes. Dumbfounded, everyone stood on the tips of their feet and waited for a long time, only to hear a dull noise from the folds. I have lost. Qi Zhongdao vomited blood for quite a long while and shook in midair, but he was not showing any sign that he was dying. With exactly the same dark, bitter face as before, he clasped his fist toward Yin Liren, who was at the center of a crevice, and said drily, "Thank you." Stowing the heaven-flipping seal away, the leader of the great Qian cultivators glanced at Li Yao with a pair of complicated eyes. He then bowed toward the purple pole sword sect's banner before he stepped back on the non-existent stairs to the Grand Mystery Sect side. We've won! All the high-level cultivators on the Grand Mystery Sect side, whose hearts had hit rock bottom just now, were almost bursting into tears of joy. The sword maniac is indeed no match for Master Righteous One. Of the three primeval swords that he had polished for decades, after the encounter with Master Righteous One's heaven-flipping seal, one broke apart, and the other two were heavily damaged. The victory is truly neat and gratifying. The Grand Mystery Sect deserves to be the strongest sect in the world. Master Righteous One deserves to be the leader of all cultivators. It's hilarious that the guy just said, immediately, countless pairs of sharp eyes were darting toward Li Yao. Shameless. This is as shameless as anyone can imagine. Can the Grand Leader of the Grand Mystery Sect and the role model of all great Qian dynasty be insulted by such a scoundrel? Where are the disciples of the Grand Mystery Sect? Where are the great Qian cultivators? Can you allow such uncivilized barbarians to disregard the rules of the Dragon Spring meeting? The high-level cultivators on the Grand Mystery Sect side and the unaffiliated cultivators that the Purple Pole Sword Sect had invited for help were all simmering. It was because Li Yao had been too convincing a moment ago. He had easily struck everyone as an unworldly expert who had trained himself for 100 years and was about to reap the fruits. They had never expected that he was such a dumbass. The actions that he had taken while he was watching the battle in the innermost cycle were probably based on luck, too. Immediately, the high-level cultivators associated with the Grand Mystery Sect were all staring at Li Yao aggressively with intense killing intent. The nascent Soul Stage cultivators on the Purple Pole Sword Sect side were at a loss, too. Honestly speaking, they did mean to recruit Li Yao and believe that he had his expertise. However, the two statements that Li Yao had made so far were highly inopportune. They did not know where to begin even if they wanted to help. Li Yao, however, was utterly stunned. He was still dwelling in his own world in confusion and did not catch what anyone around him was saying at all. That's unreasonable. My judgment can't be wrong. How did it end up like this? Qi Zhongdao should have been killed. Yin Liren's sword. His sword. Li Yao suddenly shuddered. As if waking up from a feverish dream, he strode toward the center of the sword test field, his eyes turning sharper abruptly. What's he up to? Still acting. The cultivators around were both shocked and enraged, especially those on the Grand Mystery Sect side. They were all rubbing their fists and glaring, as they almost could not wait to kill the guy who had been babbling all the time. Soon, two cultivators walked out of the crowd and stood in Li Yao's way. Maliciously, they said, "Fellow cultivator's spiritual vulture." They were Xie Xingho, the elder of the spiritual mountain sect who had confronted Li Yao earlier, and his senior uncle Liao, who belonged to the divergent mountain sect, a branch of the grand mystery sect. One on the left and one on the right, they sneered and gripped Li Yao brutally like a pair of heated tongs. "This is none of your business. Get lost." Staring at the folds at the center of the sword test field, Li Yao did not even bother to look at the two of them. He opened his hands as if they were the claws of a falcon and snatched their shoulders as fast as lightning. The two of them were unable to move at all. Then, after a shake, all the joints in their body were dislocated before they were thrown hundreds of meters away. Not good. Quite a few cultivators dashed out from the crowd, trying to pick up the two guys. However, the two of them seemed to be covered in a mysterious, electric shell. All the helping hands were shock stiff. After a huge collision, the two of them hit the ground in the loudest screams. Everybody on the spot was shocked. They found it difficult to believe their eyes. Right when they thought that Master Spiritual Vulture was merely a shameless, conceited scoundrel, Li Yao had snatched and tossed away two experts in the core formation stage like an eagle snatching chickens, not even giving them an opportunity to be helped by others. Under the Grand Mystery Sect's banner, the leaders and elders of the 5 major sects were all staring at Li Yao in astonishment for a long time before they slowly turned around and looked Qi Zhongdao, their eyes blinking. Qi Zhongdao was still expressionless, but his dark face was gradually filled with paleness. His lips shivered for a long time, but he did not say anything in the end, simply poured out fragrant pills from a bright green calabash and swallowed all of them. Thunderous sounds were echoing inside his stomach. Throwing away the 2 core formation stage cultivators, Li Yao jumped and dashed forward, landing at the center of the sword test field like a weird giant made of lightning. Sword maniac Yin Liren, who had failed just now, was climbing one of the hills again clumsily, preparing to return to the cultivators of his side. Li Yao happened to stop in his path. Li Yao and Yin Liren, 2 guys who were equally bloodstained and bedraggled, confronted each other in silence. Another battle seemed to be looming when the aftershock of the first still had not died down. The auras unleashed in their confrontation seemed to be even sharper and more aggressive than those during the confrontation between Yin Liren and Qi Zhongdao a moment earlier. All the cultivators, both those on the Grand Mystery Sect side and those on the Purple Pole Sword Sect side, were greatly shocked. None of them knew what the mysterious and unpredictable Master Spiritual Vulture was up to. Silently, Li Yao stared at Yin Liren for a long time, especially the overly flamboyant short sword that had been dangling from his waist all the time. Yin Liren did not seem surprised at the stranger who had jumped out of nowhere. At this moment, the sword maniac finally observed Li Yao carefully for the first time. He was eyeing Li Yao in the same way that he eyed an interesting sword target. The two of them observed each other for such a long time that whispers were echoing again around. Suddenly, Li Yao opened his mouth. "Why did you lose?" It was indeed an unreasonable question. Faced with Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao, the leader of the great Qian cultivators, and under the suppression of the heaven-flipping seal, the ultimate treasure in the world, was it not normal for him to lose? Returning in one piece was something worth smiling about. The cultivators around finally could not help it any longer. They were all shouting and yelling. Yin Liren, however, tilted his head and was really considering the question carefully. While wiping the blood off his face with his sleeve, he said, "Qi Zhongdao's cultivation is slightly higher than mine. If I wanted to win, I would have had to kill him." Green fire was seething inside Li Yao's pure black eyes. The green spot between his eyebrows was already releasing thorn-like stripes toward his eyes. "You didn't want to kill him?" "My senior brother asked me not to kill him." Yin Liren replied dutifully, like a kid answering the question of a teacher in class. "My senior brother said that, although Qi Zhongdao is on the other side, he is a man who respects rules. Only if he supervises everything will the Dragon Spring meeting be completed as planned. If I executed Qi Zhongdao with my sword, there would be some immediate gains, but as a result, chances are that some guys who disrespected rules would take his place. My senior brother said that the world of cultivators is in chaos and that the current peace is sustained by Qi Zhongdao. Without a pillar like Qi Zhongdao, everything would only be even messier. Nobody would benefit from a complete fallout. Therefore, my senior brother told me in advance that I must not kill Qi Zhongdao if I had a choice, even if it meant that I might lose a little bit. Everybody was shocked by what he said. What was the meaning of that? Yin Liren was too unbelievable. He talked as if the well-respected leader of the great Qian dynasty was someone whom he could easily kill if he wanted to. Did he keep something to himself in the battle just now? How could it be? Many high-level cultivators were mumbling to themselves, and they could not help looking at Qi Zhongdao suspiciously. Qi Zhongdao was still expressionless, as if his face were covered in an iron shell. There was no telling whether or not his mood was affected by Yin Liren's words at all. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. Were you not afraid that he would kill you if you didn't kill him? Yin Liren smiled. He can't. Li Yao's eyes became thinner and thinner, until they looked like the edges of two daggers. Are you suggesting that the pace of the sword test was fully under your control, and that Qi Zhongdao's life was in your hands but your life was still in yours? Yin Liren tilted his head and thought for a moment before nodding and saying, yes. The cultivators around were all rendered speechless. You mentioned just now that you could still kill him, even though Qi Zhongdao's cultivation was slightly higher than yours? Yes, Yin Liren said. It's like how, although your cultivation is perhaps on par with mine, or even slightly higher, I can still kill you if you don't run away. Huh? The cultivators around who had rested their throats for just a moment exploded again. Whatever the result of the previous battle was, Yin Liren was still an unparalleled sword cultivator in the world and could be listed as one of the top 10 experts of the ancient sages sector. But he was saying that Master Spiritual Vulture's cultivation was on par with his, and might even be slightly higher? What are they talking about exactly? Many experienced high-level cultivators felt their minds go blank. Everything that was happening in front of their eyes was truly the most ridiculous scene in their hundreds of years of training. Yin Liren's words made the killing intent in Li Yao's eyes even more intense. He shifted his eyes from Yin Liren's big face to the flamboyant short sword on his waist before he said, "There's something that has been bothering me. Before your battle with Qi Zhongdao, I already felt that your odds of winning were higher. During the battle, when your black sword exploded and released the black smoke to effect the heaven-flipping seal, I sensed an unassailable sword aura that must have been sharp enough to slay a deity. Therefore, I thought that Qi Zhongdao had been killed by you, which proved to be a mistake. However, after careful consideration, I have realized that, despite the formidability of the three primeval swords, you only finished polishing them recently, and you were not able to move them as flawlessly as you move your limbs yet. It was impossible for you to kill Qi Zhongdao with those three swords. This is in contradiction with my speculation at the beginning. Therefore, I have made a bold assumption that you actually have a fourth sword, which is the strongest sword of the sword saint of the great Qian dynasty and surpasses the three primeval swords." The cultivators from other sects were too stunned to say anything. Even most of the disciples of the Purple Pole Sword sect had never heard it before. They were all looking at Li Yao and Yin Liren in disbelief. Yin Liren was silent. He focused his full attention on his neck. His eyes, which were as sharp as scalpels, seemed to pierce through Li Yao's skin and flesh, dissecting Li Yao's cervical arteries, nerves, and spine. Staring at Yin Liren's waist, Li Yao slowly said, "I, Master Spiritual Vulture of the Flying Thunder Cave of the Broken Intestine Mountain, hope to witness the Sword Maniac's fourth sword." But right now, he intended to challenge Yin Liren, known as the Sword Saint of the three saints of the great Qian dynasty, and witness his fourth sword, which was even stronger than the three primeval swords. Whose side is he on? What is his cultivation level? Is he not scared of death? Did Yin Liren really keep something to himself? Does he really have a fourth sword that is even more intimidating? Regardless of their stance, sect, and cultivation, all the cultivators were stunned. They had thought that after the battle of Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren ended without anybody being killed, the Dragon Spring meeting could now go on according to the plan. They did not expect that such an uncanny guy would jump out of nowhere. The twists and turns were indeed quite surprising. For a moment, the surprised, the suspicious, the haters, and the bystanders whose interests were not involved all etched the name Master Spiritual Vulture into their hearts. Yin Liren was still staring at the artilleries on Li Yao's neck with concentration and some sort of appreciation. With your cultivation, you are indeed qualified to fight me. However, on what grounds do you think you can try my fourth sword, which even Wang Shi and Qi Zhongdao never tried? By saying that, he was acknowledging that he had not been doing his best just now and went easy on Qi Zhongdao on purpose. Naturally, another round of exclamations arose. All the cultivators on the Grand Mystery Sect side were greatly surprised. Even the banners flying in the wind were turning somewhat messy and unsteady. Qi Zhongdao finally got back to himself after swallowing half calabash of pills. Hearing Yin Liren's words, he could not help but cough again and vomited a mouthful of bright golden blood. It was the blood in the blood vessels on the surface of the heart, the most precious blood for a cultivator. Every drop of it was the essence of the cultivator's blood. It contained the spirit of the cultivator, and they would not activate it easily. Qi Zhongdao quickly wiped off the blood of the tip of his heart. His dark face was even graver than before as he stared at Li Yao and Yin Liren. His coughing was not an eye-catching movement, and he was covering it on purpose. With his cultivation, it was impossible for anyone around him to notice anything wrong now that he was determined to keep it to himself. On the peak, Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, "If I have the privilege of appreciating your fourth sword, fellow cultivator Yin, I'm willing to work as a visiting elder for the Purple Pole Sword Sect for a year." That was the first time that he had spoken about his deal with the Purple Pole Sword Sect in public. The few nascent soul-stage cultivators of the Purple Pole Sword Sect all beamed with interest. Those on the Grand Mystery Sect were, of course, even more surprised than before. Yin Liren smiled and shook his head. "Inviting you to be a visiting elder is my senior brother's idea. It has nothing to do with me. I don't care if you are a visiting elder. After all, as long as the Purple Pole Sword Sect has me and I have my sword here, no one in the heavens or on the earth will ever shake it." He talked easily and casually. The ravings from his mouth sounded like a statement of the most obvious fact. "Fair enough." Li Yao nodded and eyed Yin Liren up and down. He suddenly changed his topic. "Just now, when you showed up, you were observing the sky and calculating something while mumbling to yourself. You were calculating the clouds in the sky, weren't you?" His question confused all the cultivators on the spot. Yin Liren, however, was dazed for a moment before he asked back into light, "Why would I calculate the clouds?" "You were calculating the patterns of the clouds," Li Yao said. "It's a sunny day today. Since you were going to fight at noon, the sunlight was very likely to be an interference. The clouds in the sky, on the other hand, would possibly cover or reflect the sunlight, adding many mysterious changes to the angle and intensity of the sunlight when it sprayed down. After you calculated the patterns of the clouds, you would be able to take advantage of the point by changing your position and perspective during the fight and forcing your opponent to move without him knowing. At the most critical moment, the opponent might be dazzled by the sun's glare. Of course, for an unparalleled expert close to the divinity transformation stage, the influence of sunlight is negligible, if it can be counted at all. However, since his opponent was an expert in the sword arts such as yourself, a tiny, insignificant loophole would be more than sufficient for you. No one had ever heard about such an unbelievable theory before. All the cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment, not sure whether Li Yao was merely making stuff up or speaking seriously. Yin Liren was smiling even more delightedly. "Anything else?" "Yes. By observing the patterns of the clouds, you would be able to calculate the speed, intensity, and direction of the wind today. Then, you could calculate the feeble interference that your flying swords would suffer while they were in the air. During your every pierce, slash, or block, you would be able to take advantage of the feeble wind power. When the changes in quantity led to a change in quality, you would perform your most perfect move. Weather, terrain, and people are the three critical, indispensable factors to win a fight. Just now we discussed weather. In fact, you observed the cultivators nearby after you finished calculating the weather. Or rather, you simply regarded all of us as obstacles. You knew that those qualified to watch the battle were high-level cultivators at least above the core formation stage, and that when we were watching the battle, we would naturally release our spiritual waves to resist the aftershock of your collisions. Then, after countless spiritual waves were released, they would congregate into invisible turbulence, which would slowly spread to you and Qi Zhongdao, leading to unpredictable changes. You were hoping to take the terrain and the people factors into your calculation through your observation before the sword test, and translate them into your odds of winning. Before your battle, you were calculating such minute details while turning a blind eye to such a dangerous, covetous expert such as myself. It was because of your determination and concentration that I made the prediction that you would be the sure winner. I did not expect that I would run into an unparalleled sword master who is cultivated to the cloud computing level after I just broke out of my seclusion and started traveling in the Central Plateaus. This truly calls for a toast. Li Yao's words made all the cultivators raise their heads to look at the sky. The clouds in the sky were as puffy as cotton and as unpredictable as smoke. What was the angle of sunlight, and what were the intensity and direction of the wind? Qi Zhongdao's face grew darker and darker, and his eyes became deeper and deeper. His chest rose high at first. Then, after a secret sigh, it slowly collapsed again. Yin Liren's smile blossomed like a flower. The ugly dwarf happened to have a very pretty smile. He looked like a totally different person when he was smiling and could almost be called handsome. "Anything else?" he asked gently. "There is. Your face is fair and beardless. You don't even have hair or eyebrows. But I dare say that you were not born like this. You should have been a man with dense hair, but you removed your hair, your eyebrows, and your beard with certain medicines, or maybe you simply uprooted all of them with brute force. That is why you have such a weird appearance right now." "Is that so?" Yin Liren's eyes slid from Li Yao's neck to his heart with deep affection. His voice was even gentler. "Why would I do that?" "Because hair, beard, and eyebrows affect your speed," Li Yao said. "When you accelerate to the maximum speed, those three things will catch part of the wind and reduce your agility and dexterity by a neglectable amount. In pursuit of the most perfect sword arts, you eliminated all your hair. You then smeared and polished your skin with various kinds of secret medicines, which turned you into a slippery loach. That way, you would have absolutely no hindrance when you moved in the air." All the cultivators put on a weird expression after hearing that. If what Li Yao said was true, then Yin Liren was really too much of a freak. All the cultivators were dedicated to improving themselves. Some of them were even crazy people who cared about nothing but their training. However, was it not too appalling that the guy simply plucked the hair all over his body just to fully unleash his sword arts? Yin Liren's eyes continued moving downward and stopped at Li Yao's abdomen. He said casually, "Go on. I'm already considering showing you my fourth sword, which none alive has ever witnessed." "All right," Li Yao said. "Your fourth sword, which is stronger than the three primeval swords and which none alive has ever witnessed, is right inside the tawdry, flamboyant sheath on your waist." Yin Liren was as calm as before. "Why?" "Two reasons," Li Yao said. "Firstly, although you seem to have been heavily wounded by Qi Zhongdao just now, and you were vomiting blood and devastation, the sword on your waist was not contaminated by any blood or dirt. It does not even have the tiniest scratch after your great battle with Qi Zhongdao. All these signs suggest that the sword is your most beloved item. You would rather the three priceless primeval swords be destroyed than have the sword damaged in the slightest. Secondly, and more importantly, I have observed you for a long time and released my telepathic thoughts to sense the sword. But while I can see the sword with my eyes, I cannot perceive it in my mind. At first, I thought that the sword boasts certain unique stealth techniques. However, after careful examination, I realized where the problem lies. It's not that I did not perceive the sword in my head. It's just that the sword is melded with your flesh and blood and become part of you, just like your hand and your foot. What I perceived was exactly such a whole. Therefore, that is your fourth sword, the strongest sword that can execute anything instantly." After saying that, Li Yao fell into silence. He was like a well-prepared longbow that was slowly pulled. Yin Liren's eyes finally returned to his face again. This time, there were more emotions in his eyes. He was finally looking at not an immaculate sword target, but a living person. There was nothing but dead silence on the bronze censer peak except for the fluttering of the banners. None of the cultivators dared to breathe aloud. Yin Liren suddenly chuckled. He shook his head while he smiled bitterly. "What a shame," he said regretfully. Chapter 1399 Attack of the Sword Maniac. When it was finally okay to kill him, the guy was more cunning than a fox and had long run away. Qi Zhongdao was the second one, but my senior brother again said that since he was the leader and the pillar of the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty, I could defeat him or be defeated, but I'd better not kill him. Now I have run into you. You are just like Wang Shi and Qi Zhongdao. You are all worthy of my full-strength strikes, which will certainly be most gratifying. Yet, it is a pity that my senior brother is trying to recruit you as a visiting elder. Naturally, I cannot kill you. Isn't it a shame? Such a great shame." Yin Liren suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly froze, and he tilted his head and furrowed his non-existent eyebrow, as if he was pondering upon a very complicated question. Li Yao frowned. "What you are thinking now? I'm thinking about whether or not I should betray the Purple Pole Sword sect and simply kill you and Qi Zhongdao in disregard of all the rules and reminders to fulfill my desire." Yin Liren replied casually and continued pondering. He looked at Li Yao and then at Qi Zhongdao not far away, as well as the nascent soul stage cultivators next to Qi Zhongdao. He began mumbling to himself and calculating again. There was no telling what he was calculating. All the nascent soul stage experts under his stare felt chilly, as if somebody was stabbing their backs. Some of them at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage even took half a step back, subconsciously. Forget it! After considering for a moment, Yin Liren suddenly extended his right thumb and index finger, making a gesture of the width of hair. He said with a smile, "If you were slightly stronger than right now, just the tiniest bit stronger, I would find it worthwhile to betray the Purple Pole Sword sect and have fun executing you. But right now, you are still not enough for me to leave the Purple Pole Sword sect, where I can practice my sword arts comfortably." All the cultivators nearby, be they on the Purple Pole Sword sect side or the Grand Mystery sect side, were dumbfounded, not knowing how they should respond to Yin Liren's words. Li Yao's eyes were twitching violently, but he was roaring in his heart. "Damn it, this should have been an occasion where I announce my grand entrance and earn my fame. Can you stop being so unbelievable and stealing my thunder?" With a solemn expression, Li Yao dragged his voice, while he thought hard about how he could steal the thunder back. Fellow cultivator Yin, suddenly, Li Yao's pupils, nostrils, pores, heart, stomach, genitals, and all his other organs that could be constricted were constricted to the minimum. He did not hear any sound or see any light when he felt that he suddenly fell into the weirdest world. In this world, the notion of time seemed to have been stretched. Every grain of dust in the air was dancing in slow motion, while the pictures of his life were swirling in front of his eyes like a kaleidoscope. From the deep purple smoke and the rusted sewers in the magical equipment graveyard, to the anxious nights in the training grounds when he was in high school, to Ding Lingdong's glittering teeth when he saw her for the first time, to the Devil Flood Dragon Island, the Grand Desolate War Institution, Boneyard, the Flying Star Sector, Spider Den, the Blood Demon Sector, Homecoming to the Heavens Origin Sector, Kunlun, and the Dark Nebula. His whole life was dissected into tens of thousands of pictures, which were arranged like parallel webs. His consciousness was falling from the top, crashing into the webs one after another, falling, and falling into the eternal darkness where there was nothing. Hew! An inexplicable sound echoed inside Li Yao's head. Even the mental devil did not realize what was going on. It merely raised its head with one of Yezi's memory pieces in its mouth. Yin Liren had attacked. The fourth sword, which surpassed the three swords that were the Colossus blades, cut Li Yao's throat just without any forewarning. The shriek that was ringing inside Li Yao's brain, however, was not the wound of Yin Liren's sword. It was the sound of Li Yao's life crazily fading away. Bam! The uncanny kaleidoscope broke apart all of a sudden. Li Yao's soul shuddered, and he returned to reality, only to discover that Yin Liren was still standing opposite him as casually and emotionless as before. His two hands were still on the sides of his body dutifully. The fancy fourth sword was still dangling from his waist dutifully. Judging from the distance between the sword and the waistband, it had not moved at all. His eyes gazed past Yin Liren's shoulder, and Li Yao observed the clouds in the sky. From the changes of the clouds, he could tell that 0.1 seconds had passed at most, but he seemed to have seen his entire life in a near-death state. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Li Yao's pupils widened, and weird sounds resembling the sounds of rusted gears running rumbled from his throat. His hands were trembling violently as he covered his own neck slowly. It was like his neck, including the cervical arteries, the spine, and the central nerves, had been chopped off by Yin Liren's fourth sword, and he had to support his head with his hands in case it fell off. His hands were wet. Some liquids were leaking out non-stop. They were not blood, but cold sweat that was even thicker than blood. His face as pale as that of a dead person. Li Yao slowly fell to one knee. He gagged for a long time with a dizzy head and almost threw up all of his guts. "This is my fourth sword." Craning his big, fat head close, Yin Liren asked solemnly, "Is it beautiful? Do you have any suggestions?" "You killed me." Li Yao's voice was hoarse, miserable, and shocked. "You killed me once with your sword in my illusion. How is it possible? How can there be such a terrifying swordsman in the world?" Everyone on the spot was shocked. They only saw the two of them talking with each other on the peak, when Master Spiritual Vulture suddenly covered his neck with a weird face and slowly fell to one knee. It was not until Li Yao shouted, "You killed me," that everybody realized that Yin Liren had already performed an attack with his fourth sword. Everybody was startled, confused, and appalled, but Li Yao was more horrified than all of them combined. Unlike the ancient cultivators, he had experienced some pretty huge events in the modern cultivation civilization. Not just guys like Xiao Xuanzi or Zhou Hengdao. He had even executed one of the members of the legendary Panga clan, but he really had never seen such a frightening attack before. He had never even thought that such a threateningly unpredictable and invisible attack could be grasped and launched under the ancient training system. It was unstoppable. It was unstoppable even if he were in his crystal suit. It was unstoppable even if he were hiding on a crystal warship. Even if he were wearing the mystic skeleton battlesuit in the strongest form or piloting a colossus, he was not confident that he could resist the attack. For the first time in his life, Li Yao felt that in the world of cultivators, there were perhaps certain things that were beyond calculation, measurement, or analysis. Yin Liren's sword was definitely one of those things. "Why?" His voice was hoarse, and every word that he said sounded like a steel saber churning his throat. "Your cultivation can't be much higher than mine. Why is your sword so fast?" Yin Liren eyed Li Yao as if he would never understand. "You don't get it. You and I are not the same type of person. So, even if your level is higher than mine, you will still never wield your sword in such a way." "What?" Li Yao bellowed. "I don't know what you are saying. You, Wang Shi, and Qi Zhongdao are the same, while I am someone entirely different from you," Yin Liren said. "You, Wang Shi, and Qi Zhongdao may have a high cultivation, an immense reserve of spiritual energy, or a piece of extremely powerful magical equipment, but I see in your eyes much more than your sword. Other than the sword in your hand, you can count on a lot of other things. Wisdom, power, subordinates, or other CR*P. What you pursue can never be earned with a sword or a fight. This sword test field is not your battleground, at least not the entirety of it." Li Yao was silent. Yin Liren was right. Wang Shi was a powerful eunuch who established the Ghost character, an espionage and assassination agency that caused great trouble in the world of cultivators. Qi Zhongdao did not become the well-acknowledged leader of all the cultivators just because he was strong. He was obviously a man who was good at setting up rules and making other people follow his rules. It was needless to mention Li Yao himself. He never considered himself to be a pure warrior. His weapons were certainly not his only reliance. There was still the support of three sectors behind him: Wang Shi, Qi Zhongdao, and Li Yao were not pure warriors. What they desired was not achievable on a tiny sword test field. You are insincere to your swords, Yin Liren said. I'm not saying that you don't trust your swords. I'm saying that you cannot wager everything on your swords. There are many things on your path of cultivation that you have to earn in other ways. But I'm different from you. I only have my sword. I only trust my sword. I'm certain that my sword is enough to resolve all the problems in the world. If it can't, the only reason will be that my sword is not fast and sharp enough. This is the difference between me and the three of you. The disparity does not mean that I'm superior to you, but it makes you unable to wield a sword like I do because, deep in your bones, you don't want to wield such a sword. A sword that deserves searching for with your entire being. You don't believe that such a sword exists. I trained myself in a remote residence for decades. I thought that my cultivation had advanced to the peak. So, I finally broke out of seclusion and came to the Central Plateaus to meet the heroes of the Great Qian dynasty. I didn't expect that I would run into such an extraordinary person like you, fellow cultivator Yin, in my very first battle and witness such a marvelous move. I have lost the battle, and I have no excuses. Fellow cultivator Yin, you deserve to be called unparalleled. Li Yao clasped his fist and sincerely bowed to Yin Liren. You're wrong again. I'm not unparalleled right now. Yin Liren shook his head. Like a pedant who did not know anything better, he had to point out the fallacy in other people's formalities. 100 years ago, Wu Suiyun, the greatest expert of the Great Qian dynasty, and Meng Qixin, who was respected by the 108 tribes on the dark cloud prairies as the wolf god, had the most breathtaking confrontation in the past 1,000 years on the sunless northern glaciers, only to both vanish. They have not been heard from since. Many people suspect that they fell to the bottom of the icy ocean and died with each other. Some also speculated that they broke the void and ascended to a higher level. But I believe that they are not gone and will be back again. Right now, I am still not unparalleled. After I kill Wu Suiyun and Meng Qixin, I probably will be. What? Li Yao found it impossible to keep up with the sword maniac. He lost his calmness and shouted. Wu Suiyun and Meng Qixin were the last two divinity transformation stage cultivators in the ancient sages sector. Strong as you might be, you are at the peak of the nascent soul stage at best, but you are insane enough to challenge divinity transformation stage cultivators. Yin Liren smiled and said, the so-called nascent soul stage and divinity transformation stage are just a classification for you cultivators. For me, they are meaningless. Us cultivators? Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. Are you not a cultivator? What are you? It doesn't matter whether I'm a cultivator or not. The building foundation stage, the core formation stage, the nascent soul stage, and the divinity transformation stage are just a boring game played by boring people. Touching the hilt of the sword on his waist, as if it were his lover's foot, Yin Liren could not have been more lighthearted. I'm not a cultivator. I'm just a swordsman. When his words spread to everyone's ears, all the cultivators, including the sword cultivators under the purple pole sword sect, were confused and aghast. Swordsman, Li Yao took a deep breath. He touched his neck again subconsciously, as if there was indeed a wound there, before he bowed to Yin Liren again. Thank you for your performance, fellow cultivator Yin. Your enlightenment has cleared the mist in my heart and allowed me to see a new path. I think that it is possible that my cultivation can be further improved. There's no need to thank me. It is also because your soul is strong enough. Yin Liren stared at Li Yao. I seem to have underestimated you. Your soul is indeed quite weird. It is very tinsel and slippery. Despite the brutal slash of my sword just now, it is already recuperating and showing signs that it will be stronger than before. If it were a random nascent soul stage cultivator, even if I did not actually wield my sword but merely attacked with my will, part of their soul would have been damaged. Their cultivation would have plummeted, and they would be living in fear all day. Huh, you were baiting me into attack you just now on purpose, weren't you? Yin Liren was dazed for a moment. His eyes were suddenly 100 times sharper when he looked at Li Yao. You knew that your soul was special and were fearless of my mental attack. Also, you were certain that the Purple Pole Sword sect badly needs you as a visiting elder. So I definitely would not kill you for real. With that in mind, you intentionally attracted me to attack you. So, while you wouldn't be killed by me for real, you would be able to witness my best attack. For those at the level of you and me, in a fierce fight, if such an attack where my full spirit and will were concentrated did not kill you, it would definitely make you grow stronger than before. Moreover, you have familiarized yourself with the patterns of my attack. Thus, if we really engage in a life and death battle, you will be able to make preparations in advance, which will significantly increase your chances of winning. Li Yao's face went somewhat rigid. He did not expect the sword maniac to have such a keen mind, to the extent that the guy saw through his whole plan so quickly. Yes, Li Yao was not a lunatic who was crazy about nothing but fighting. Why would he risk his life just to appreciate Yin Liren's strongest sword? He had indeed taken it into consideration that the Purple Pole Sword sect was in dire need of a strong visiting elder now that it was at a disadvantage. Since Yin Liren did not kill Qi Zhongdao, who was apparently on the hostile side, it was even less likely that the guy would kill him. It was exactly because he knew that the match would not be life-threatening that Li Yao dared to jump out. Otherwise, with Li Yao's personality, if it was really a life-and-death battle, he would have long run away from a man as tough Yin Liren and concocted other sordid and shameless tricks to deal with him. However, there were 2 points that Yin Liren failed to guess. Other than broadening his horizons and improving his level with the help of Yin Liren's performance, Li Yao was also meaning to show his own expertise during the fight with Yin Liren. Moreover, Yin Liren was one of the best experts of the Ancient Sages sector. Only by fighting the guy in person would Li Yao be able to measure the limits of the experts in this sector so that he would have material for his observation report later. Li Yao had calculated everything except that Yin Liren would be so strong that he did not have any chance to show off at all. It was getting awkward now. With a light cough, Li Yao said, "Fellow cultivator Yin, do excuse me." Naturally, he did not want to leave a bad impression on such a great swordsman. Such a talent was definitely worth recruiting for the Federation. The guy should be brought back to the Federation even if Li Yao had to kidnap him. "That's all right," Yin Liren said casually. "This is your methodology. This is your path. Now that you have chosen such a path, you are free to set up traps and deceive me. However, it also means that you will never defeat me with your sword in a sword test field." His words raised yet another round of surging tides inside Li Yao's head. He felt that his belief was almost shaking. That was not right. He had to get out of the guy's pace and set the conversation back on course. "Fellow cultivator Yin, I am not a man who doesn't know gratitude," Li Yao said solemnly. "Your performance and your words are indeed great enlightenment for me and should be worth 10 years of hard training. Your performance alone is enough for me to work as a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect willingly for 1 year." Li Yao had been reluctant to work as a visiting elder for even half a year in the beginning. He had been planning to meet the other experts of the 3 Saints and 4 Rapscallions. How could he have the time to work there? However, after witnessing Yin Liren's attack, he changed his mind. The guy's combat ability was too high. Also, he did not seem to have any moral standard and would not hesitate to kill anyone, be they righteous or evil. It would be good if he could be persuaded to stand on the Federation side and taught with the Constitution of Cultivators and the regulations on lethal weapon control. The consequences would certainly be dire if the Imperium recruited the guy someday. Li Yao could not allow such a thing to happen. Maybe, if he spent some more time in the Purple Pole Sword sect and attracted the guy, it would be possible for him to turn the guy into the first overseas mercenary of the Star Glory Federation. Besides, the super experts had their own circles too. After the battle, Yin Liren should be acknowledged as the top expert of the 3 Saints of the Great Qin Dynasty. Did Li Yao need to worry that he would not run into the rest of the 3 Saints and the 4 Rapscallions if he followed the guy? Emotionlessly, Yin Liren gave no approval or disapproval. "As I said, it doesn't matter to me at all if you are a visiting elder. If you want to thank me, just train yourself hard while you work here." With the understanding you gained from my performance and the immense resources of the Purple Pole Sword sect, you should be able to make enough progress in 1 year and advance into someone whom I must kill at all costs, even if I have to betray the Purple Pole Sword sect. That will be your best gratitude." After saying that, Yin Liren turned around and left without looking at Li Yao anymore, as if Li Yao did not deserve any more of his time. Wait! Yin Liren was apparently the star of the show. How could Li Yao allow that? He shrieked and tried to stop the guy. Yin Liren paused for a moment, but he continued walking forward without looking back. Li Yao gnashed his teeth, thinking to himself, "You are forcing me to play my ultimate move now, boy." "Fellow cultivator Yin," he said coldly, "I do have one last question. Is your fourth sword 50.04 centimeters long, 21.32 centimeters wide in the thickest part, weighing 11.73 kilograms, with a barycenter 28.17 centimeters below the tip of the sword, made of materials including purple martial copper and cold mountain steel, the ratio of the two main materials being 5:4, and the rest being other miscellaneous materials?" Yin Liren was about to disappear below the peak when he was suddenly stopped by Li Yao's words. After a cracking sound, the rock below his foot was crumbling. Although the rocks were already vulnerable enough because of Yin Liren and Qi Zhongdao's collision just now, the fact that they were crumbling suggested that Yin Liren was unable to control his dispersing spiritual energy. It was needless to say how shocked he was. The cultivators nearby all shook their heads in astonishment too. The reason was simple. Purple martial copper and cold mountain steel, despite being heavenly materials and earthly treasures, contained a lot of impurities that were difficult to remove. They were lousy ingredients for refining. The swords made of such materials were often regular flying swords for low-level cultivators. How could the strongest sword of Yin Liren's, a supreme swordsman, be made of purple martial copper and cold mountain steel?